of supervisors who signed the reports so he could interview them later. Last, he scanned the other correspondence, but nothing interested him. There were copies of interoffice memos, as well as letters of commendation for Cordell's chairing of the engineering firm's annual blood drive and his volunteer work in a program that provided Thanksgiving meals to the needy. There was also a 2-year-old letter from a supervisor praising Cordell for stopping and helping the injured victims of a head-on collision in Lone Pine. Details of what Cordell did were not in the letter. McCaleb put the letters and evaluations back in the file and returned it to the file drawer. McCaleb stood up and looked around the room. There was nothing else that raised any interest. He then noticed a framed photo on the desk. It was of the Cordell family. He picked it up and studied it for a moment, thinking about how much the bullet had shattered. It made him think of Raymond and Graciella. He envisioned a photo that had the two. He took his empty water glass into the kitchen and left it on the counter. He then stepped into the living room and found Amelia Cordell sitting in the chair she had taken earlier. She was just sitting there. The television was not on. She had no book or newspaper in her hands. She appeared to be just staring at the glass top of the coffee table. McCaleb hesitated in the hallway from the kitchen. Mrs. Cordell? She shifted her eyes to him without moving her head.
Yes.
I'm finished for now. He stepped in and placed the receipt on the table. These are the things I am taking. I'll get it all back to you in a few days. I'll either mail it or bring it up myself. Her eyes were on the list now, trying to read it from 3 feet away.
Did you find what you need?
I don't know yet. These sorts of things, you never know what is important until it becomes important, if you know what I mean.
Not really.
Well, I'm looking for the telling detail. There used to be a game when I was a kid. I don't remember what it was called, but they still might have it around for kids today. You've got a clear plastic tube that stands, vertical. There are a bunch of plastic straws running through holes all around the center of it. You load a bunch of marbles into the tube so that they are held up by the straws. The object of the game is to pull a straw out without any marbles dropping. And there always seemed to be one straw that when you pulled it out, everything came down like a landslide. That's what I'm looking for. I've got lots of details. I'm looking for the one that brings the landslide when it's pulled out. Trouble is, you can't tell which one it is until you start pulling. She looked at him blankly, the way she had been staring at the coffee table. Well, look, I've taken too much of your time. I think I'll be on my way, and like I said, I'll get these things back to you. My number is on the inventory list there in case you think of anything else or there's anything I can do for you. He nodded, and she said goodbye. He turned to head to the door when he thought of something and turned back. Why, I almost forgot. There was a letter in one of the files commending your husband for stopping at an accident up near Lone Pine. Do you remember that?
Sure. That was 2 years ago, November.
You remember what happened?
Just that Jimmy was driving home from up there and he came across the accident. It had just happened, and there were people and debris thrown every which way and that. He called for ambulances on his cell phone and stopped to comfort the people. A little boy died right in his arms that night. He had a hard time with that.
McCaleb nodded.
That was the kind of a man he was, Mr. McCaleb.
All McCaleb could do was nod his head again. McCaleb had to wait out on the front driveway for 10 minutes before Buddy's Howlin' Wolf tape playing loud on the stereo. McCaleb turned it down after climbing in. Where you been?
Driving?
Where to? Well, I was waiting. Back to the marina. Buddy made a U-turn and headed back to the freeway.
Well, you told me I didn't have to just sit in the car. You told me to take a drive. I took a drive. How am I supposed to know how long you're going to be if you don't tell me?
He was right, but McCaleb was still annoyed. He didn't apologize. If this thing lasts much longer, I ought to get a cell phone for you to carry.
If this lasts much longer, I want a raise.
McCaleb didn't respond. Lockridge turned the tape back up and pulled a harmonica out of the door pocket. He started playing along to Wang Dang Doodle. McCaleb looked out the window and thought about Amelia Cordell and how one bullet had taken 2 lives. 24. The package from Carruthers was as thick as a phone book. He took it back to the boat, opened it, and spread the documents across the salon table. He found the most recent summary on the Kenyon investigation and began reading, deciding to learn the latest developments and then go back to read from the start. The investigation of the Donald Kenyon murder was a joint FBI Beverly Hills police operation, but the case was cold. The lead agents for the Bureau, a pair from the Special Investigation Unit in Los Angeles named Nevins and Ulick, had concluded in the most recent report, filed in December, that Kenyon had likely been executed by a contract killer. There were two theories as to who had employed the assassin. Theory 1 was that one of the 2,000 victims of the savings and loan collapse had been unsatisfied with Kenyon's sentence, or possibly feared he would flee justice once again, and therefore had engaged the services of a killer. Theory 2 was that the killer who Kenyon had claimed during the trial had forced him to loot the savings and loan. That partner, whom Kenyon had refused to identify, remained unidentified as well by the Bureau, according to this last report. McCaleb found the outlining of Theory 2 in the report interesting, because it indicated that the federal government might now give credence to Kenyon's claim that he had been forced to siphon funds from his savings and loan by a second party. This claim had been derided during Kenyon's trial by the prosecution, which took to referring to this alleged second party as Kenyon's phantom. Now, here was an FBI document which suggested that the phantom might actually exist. Nevins and Ulick concluded the summary report with a brief profile of the unknown subject who had contracted the murder. The profile fit both theories 1 and 2. The employer was wealthy, had the ability to hide his or her trail and remain anonymous, and had connections to organized crime. Aside from the reports breathing life into Kenyon's phantom, the second thing that interested McCaleb was the suggestion that the employer, and therefore the actual killer, were connected to traditional organized crime. Traditional organized crime in FBI parlance meant the mafia. The tendrils of the mafia were almost everywhere, but even so, the mob was not a strong influence in Southern California. There was a tremendous amount of organized crime in the area. It just wasn't being perpetrated by the traditional mobsters out of the movies. At any given time, there were probably more Asian or Russian mobsters operating in Southern California than their counterparts of Italian descent. McCaleb organized the documents in chronological order and went back to the start. Most were routine summaries and updates on aspects of the investigation that were quickly scanning through the documents. He found a report on the surveillance team's activities the morning of the shooting that he read with fascination. There had been 4 agents in the surveillance van at the time of the killing. It was change of shift time, 8 o'clock on a Tuesday morning. 2 agents coming on, 2 going home. The agent monitoring the bugs took off the headset and passed it to his replacement. However, the replacement was a Type A personality who claimed he had once gotten an infestation of head lice from another agent during an earphone exchange. So he took the time to put his own pair of foam cushions on the headset and to then spray the equipment with a disinfectant, all the while fending off insulting barbs from the 3 other agents. After he finally placed the earphones on his head, he heard silence for nearly a minute, then a muffled exchange of conversation, and then, finally, a shot from Kenyon's house. The sound was muffled in the entryway of the house, the thinking being that any escape planning Kenyon might do would not be done at the front door. The bugs had been placed in the actual living areas of the house. The overnight team had not yet left and were continuing the banter in the van. After hearing the shot, the agent on the phones shouted for silence. He listened closely for several seconds while another agent put on a second set of phones. What they both heard was someone in the Kenyon house clearly speak one line near one of the microphones. "Don't forget the cannoli." The 2 agents on the phones looked at each other and agreed that it had not been Kenyon who had spoken the line. Declaring an emergency, the agents blew their cover and sped to the house, arriving moments after Donna Kenyon had arrived home, opened the front door, and found her husband lying on the marble floor, his head bathed in blood. After calling for Bureau backup, local police and paramedics, the agents searched. The gunman was gone. McCaleb moved on to a transcript of the last hour of tape from Kenyon's home. The tape had been enhanced in the FBI lab, but still not every word was captured. There were the sounds of the daughters having breakfast, and the normal morning talk between Kenyon and his wife and the girls. Then, at 7:40, the girls and their mother left. The transcript noted 9 minutes of silence before Kenyon made a phone call to the home of his attorney, Stanley LaGrossa. LaGrossa. Yes? Kenyon. It's Donald. LaGrossa. Donald. Kenyon. Are we still on? LaGrossa. Yes, if you are still serious about it. Kenyon. I am. I'll see you at the office then. LaGrossa. You know the risks. I'll see you there. Another 8 minutes went by, and then a new, unknown voice was picked up in the house. Kenyon and the unknown man moved through the house, in and out of the reach of the listening devices. The conversation had apparently taken place while the delayed earphone exchange was taking place in the Bureau tech van. Kenyon. What is unknown? Shut up. Do what I say and your family lives. Understand? Kenyon. You can't just walk in here and... Unknown. I said shut up. Let's go. This way. Kenyon. Don't hurt my family. Please. Unknown. Unintelligible. Kenyon. Do that. I wouldn't, and he knows that. I don't understand this. He... Unknown. Shut up. I don't care. Kenyon. Unintelligible. Unknown. Unintelligible. The report noted that 2 minutes of silence went by, and then the final exchange. Unknown. Okay. Look and see who... Kenyon. She. Then one shot was fired, and moments later microphone 4, which was hidden in a rear den with a door to the rear yard, picked up the unknown man's final words. Unknown. Don't forget the cannoli. The door to the den was found open. It had been used as part of the killer's escape route. McCaleb read the transcript again, captivated by knowing it was a man's last moments and words. He wished he had an audio tape, so that he would have a better feel for what had happened. The next document he read explained why the investigators suspected mob involvement. It was a cryptology report. The tape from the Kenyon house had been sent to the crime lab for enhancement. The transcript was then sent to cryptology. The analyst, given the assignment, focused on the killer's last line, spoken after Kenyon was down, and seemingly a non sequitur. The line, don't forget the cannoli, see if it matched any known code, prior usage in Bureau reports, or literary or entertainment reference. It scored a direct match. In the movie The Godfather, the film that inspired a legion of true-life mafia hoodlums, a top capo for the Corleone family, Peter Clemenza, is given the assignment of taking a traitorous family soldier out into the New Jersey Meadowlands and killing him. On the morning he leaves his home for the hit, his wife tells Clemenza to stop by a bakery for pastry. As the hugely overweight Clemenza lumbers out to a waiting car containing the man he is tasked with killing, his wife calls after him, "Don't forget the cannoli." McCaleb loved the movie, and now remembered the line. It so clearly captured the essence of movie mob life, the ruthless and guiltless brutality alongside family values and loyalty. He understood now why the Bureau had concluded mob-related. The line had the audacity and bravura of the mob life. He could see a stone-cold killer adopting it as the imprimatur of his work. "Don't forget the cannoli," McCaleb said out loud. He suddenly thought of something, and a little jolt of electricity went through him. "Don't forget the cannoli," he said again. He quickly went to his leather bag and dug through it until he found the video from the James Cordell shooting. He went to the television and jammed the tape in and started playing it. After getting his bearings on where in the tape he was, he fast-forwarded to the moment of the shooting and hit play again. His eyes stayed on the masked man's mouth, and as the man began to speak on the silent tape, McCaleb spoke with him out loud. "Don't forget the cannoli." He backed the tape up and did it again, saying it again. His words matched the shooter's lips. He was sure it fit. He could feel excitement and adrenaline surging inside of him now. Momentum, when you were making your own breaks, when you were getting close to the hidden truth. He pulled the tape of the Gloria Torres murder out, put it in the player, and repeated the process again. The words fit the lips of the shooter once again. There was no doubt. "Don't forget the cannoli," McCaleb said aloud again. He went to the cabinet next to the chart table and got the phone out. He still had not played the messages that had accumulated over the weekend, but he was too hyped to do it now. He punched in the number for Jay Winston.
"Where have you been? And don't you ever check your machine? I've been trying to call you all weekend and all day to explain. It wasn't my—"
"I know, it wasn't you, it was Hitchens. I'm not calling about that anyway. I know what the Bureau told you. I know what you've got, the connection to Donald Kenyon. You've got to bring me back in."
"That's impossible. Hitchens already said I shouldn't even talk to you. How am I going to bring—"
"I can help you."
"How? With what?"
"Just answer me this. See if I have this right. Field agents, I'm guessing they were named Nevins and Ulick, come out and give you the news that the bullet you sent to Washington matched up with Kenyon, right?"
"So far. But that's no great—"
"I'm not done. Next, he tells you the Bureau would like to look into your case and the LAPD case, but that initially there seems to be no likely connection other than the weapon. He says, after all, Kenyon is a professional hit, and you guys are working 2 street robberies. Not only that, his shooter used a Devastator on Kenyon, and your guy used something else, Federals. That backs the Bureau theory that the professional shooter in the Kenyon case discarded his weapon somewhere, and the shooter from your 2 cases then came along and picked it up. End of connection. How am I doing so far?"
"Dead on."
"Okay. So you asked Spencer for information on the Kenyon killing just so you could do your own cross-checking, but that didn't go over so well."
"He said the Kenyon case was at a, quote, sensitive point, and that he would rather us pee."
"And Hitchens agreed to that?"
"He went along for the ride."
"And did anybody serve the cannoli?"
"What?"
McCaleb spent the next 5 minutes explaining the cannoli connection, reading her the transcript from the bugs in Kenyon's house and the conclusions of the cryptology report. Winston said these were all facts that Gilbert Spencer had not mentioned during the morning meeting. McCaleb knew that he would not have. McCaleb had been in the Bureau. He knew how it worked. Given the opportunity, you brush the locals aside and say that the Bureau will handle it from here. "So the cannoli connection makes it clear this wasn't a throwaway gun that our guy happened to pick up," McCaleb said. "It's the same shooter on all 3. Kenyon, then Cordell, then Torres. Whether the Bureau people knew that going into your meeting, I don't know. But if you copied them the case file and the tapes, they know it now. The question is, how did the—" Winston was silent for a moment before finally expressing her confusion.
"Man, I have no— Well, maybe they don't connect. Look, if it's a contract killer like the Bureau says, maybe they were 3 separate contracts, you know? Maybe there is no connection other than the same killer did all 3 on 3 separate jobs."
McCaleb shook his head and said, "It's possible, I guess, but nothing makes sense. I mean, what did Gloria Torres have that would make her a pro-hitter's target? She worked in the print shop at the newspaper."
"It could have been something she saw. Remember what you said Friday about there being some connection between the 2, Torres and Cordell? Well, maybe it's still the same, only the connection is something they saw or something they knew."
McCaleb nodded. "What about the icons? The things taken from Cordell and Torres?" he asked, more to himself than to Winston.
"I don't know. Maybe it's he had to prove to his employer that he had hit the right people. Is there anything in the reports about anything being taken from Kenyon?"
"Not that I've seen yet." His mind was a jumble of possibilities. Winston's question made him realize that in his excitement he had called her too soon. He still had a stack of unread Kenyon files. The connection he was looking for might be there.
"Terry?"
"Yeah, sorry, I was just thinking. Look, let me call you back. I've got some more stuff to go through, and I might be able—"
"What stuff do you have?"
I think I've got everything, or almost everything, that Spencer wasn't telling you.
I would say that is going to buy you back into the captain's good graces.
Well, don't say anything to him yet. Let me figure out a little more about this, and I'll call you.
You promise?
Yeah.
Then say it. I don't want you pulling any bureau bullshit on me.
Hey, I'm retired, remember? An hour and a half later, McCaleb finished going through the Bureau documents. The adrenaline that had jazzed him before had dissipated. He had learned a lot of new information as he read the reports, but nothing that hinted at a connection between Kenyon and Cordell and Torres. The rest of the Bureau documents contained a lengthy printout of the names, addresses, and investment histories of the 2,000 victims of the savings and loan collapse, and neither Cordell nor Torres had been investors. The Bureau had had to consider every victim of the S&L collapse a suspect in the Kenyon shooting. Each name on the investors' list was backgrounded and screened for criminal connections and other flags that might elevate it to viable suspect status. A dozen or so investors were raised to that level, but then eventually cleared through full field investigations. The investigation had then shifted its focus toward Theory 2, that Kenyon's phantom was real and had ordered the hit on the man. This theory gathered momentum after it was learned that Kenyon had been about to reveal whom he had turned over the stolen S&L funds to. According to a statement from Kenyon's attorney, Stanley LaGrossa, Kenyon had decided to cooperate with authorities in hopes of getting the U.S. Attorney's Office to petition the judge who sentenced him to reduce his penalty. LaGrossa said that on the morning Kenyon was murdered, they had planned to meet to discuss how LaGrossa would go about negotiating his cooperation. McCaleb flipped back through the reports and reread the short transcript of the phone call Kenyon made to LaGrossa just minutes before the murder. The brief exchange between the lawyer and his client appeared to back up LaGrossa's claim that Kenyon was ready to cooperate. The Bureau theory, outlined in a supplemental report to LaGrossa's statement, was that Kenyon's silent partner either was taking no chances and eliminated Kenyon, or he eliminated Kenyon after specifically learning that his partner was planning to cooperate with government investigators. The supplemental report had not yet been approached by the Kenyon camp with the overture of cooperation. That meant that if there was a leak to the silent partner, it came from Kenyon's people, possibly even LaGrossa himself. McCaleb got up and poured a glass of orange juice, emptying one of the half-gallon cartons he had bought on Saturday morning. As he drank, he thought about what all of the Kenyon information meant to the investigation. It clouded things for sure. Despite the early jolt of adrenaline, he now realized he was basically back to ground zero, no closer to knowing who killed Gloria Torres and why than he was when he opened the package mailed from Carruthers. As he rinsed out the glass, he noticed two men coming down the main gangway to the docks. They were dressed in almost matching blue suits. Anybody in a suit stood out on the docks. Usually it was a bank loan officer come to chain down a boat for repossession. But McCaleb knew better this time. He recognized the demeanor. Carruthers must have been found out. Quickly, McCaleb went to the table and gathered up the Bureau documents. He then split off the sheaf of pages that listed the names, addresses, and other information about the savings and loan collapse. He put that thick packet in one of the overhead cabinets in the kitchen. The rest of the documents he shoved into his leather bag, which he then put into the cabinet under the chart table. He slid the salon door open and stepped out into the cockpit to greet the two agents. He closed and locked the door behind him. "Mr. McCaleb?" the younger one said. He had a mustache, daring by Bureau standards. "Let me guess, Nevins and Eulig." They didn't look happy about being identified. "Can we come aboard?" "Sure." The younger one was introduced as Nevins. Eulig, the senior agent, did most of the talking. "If you know who we are, then you know why we are here. We don't want this to get any messier than it has to be. Bureau. So if you give us the stolen files, it can all end right here." "Whoa!" McCaleb said, holding his hands up. "Stolen files?" "Mr. McCaleb," Eulig said, "it has come to our attention that you are in the possession of confidential FBI files. You are no longer an agent. You should not be in possession of these files. As I just said, if you want to make this a problem for you, we can make it a problem for you. But all we really want is the files back." McCaleb stepped over and sat on the gunnel.
He was trying to think about how they knew, and it came back to Carruthers. It was the only way. Vernon must have gotten jammed up in Washington and had to give McCaleb up. But it was unlike his old friend to do that, no matter what pressure they put on him. He decided to trust his instincts and call the bluff. Nevins and Uhlig knew Carruthers had run the ballistics laser comparison at McCaleb's request. That was no secret. They must have then assumed that Carruthers would have forwarded him copies of the computer file. "Guys," he finally said, "I don't have any files, stolen or otherwise. You got bad info." "Then how'd you know who we were?" Nevins asked. "Easy. I found out today when you guys went to the sheriff's office and told them to keep me out of the case." McCaleb folded his arms and looked past the two agents to Buddy Lockridge's boat. Buddy was sitting in the cockpit, sipping from a can of beer and watching the scene with the two suits on the following sea. "Well, we're going to have to take a look around then to make sure," Uhlig said. "Not without a warrant, and I doubt you've got a warrant. We didn't need one after you gave us permission to enter and search." Nevins stepped over to the salon door and tried to slide it open. He found it was locked. McCaleb smiled. "Only way you're getting in there is to break in, Nevins. And that won't look much like permission granted, you ask me. Besides, you don't want to do that with an uninvolved witness watching." Both agents spotted Lockridge, who held his beer can up as a greeting. McCaleb watched as anger turned Uhlig's jaw rigid. "Okay, McCaleb," the senior agent said. "Keep the files. But I'm telling you right now, smart guy, don't get in the way. The Bureau's in the process of taking over the case, and the last thing we need is some Tin Man amateur without a badge or his own heart fucking things up for us." McCaleb could feel his own jaw drawing tight. "Get the fuck off my boat." "Sure. We're going." They both climbed back up onto the dock. As they headed to the gangway, Nevins turned around and said, "See you around, Tin Man." McCaleb watched them all the way through the gate. "What was that all about?" Lockridge called over. McCaleb waved him off while still watching the agents. "Just some old friends come to pay a visit." It was near. McCaleb called Carruthers at his home. His friend said he had already been through the ringer. "I told him, I said, hey, I turned over my information to Lewin. Yes, I put a push on the package at the request of former Agent McCaleb, but I did not furnish a copy of the report or any other reports to him. Hey, they don't believe me? Then they can shove it. I'm fully vested. They want me out, I'm out. Then they can pay me every time I have to come in to testify on one of my cases. And I got voluminous cases, if you know what I mean." He was speaking as if for a third party, listening in, and with the Bureau you never knew if there wasn't. McCaleb followed suit. "And same thing out here. They came around, tried to act like I had reports I don't have, and I told them to get off my damn boat." "Yeah, you're cool." "So are you, Vernon. I'm going to go. Watch the following sea, man." "What's that?" "Watch your back." "All right." Winston picked up the call on a half-ring. "Where have you been?" "Busy. Nevins and Uhlig just paid me a little visit. Did you copy them everything you copied to me last week?" "The files, tapes, Hitchens gave them everything." "Yeah, well, they must have made the Connelly connection. They're coming after the case, Jay. You're going to have to hang on." "What are you talking about? The Bureau can't just take over a murder investigation." "They'll find a way. They won't take it away, but they'll take charge. I think they know there's more than the gun connecting the cases. They're assholes, but they're smart assholes. I think they figured out the same thing I did once they looked at the tapes you gave them. They know it's the same shooter and that there is something hooking all three of these hits together. They came by to intimidate me, to get me off it. Next it will be you." "If they think I'm just going to turn this whole thing over to them and—" "It's not you. They'll go to Hitchens. And if he doesn't agree to back off, one of them, remember, I know how it works. The higher you go, the more pressure points." "Damn!" "Welcome to the club." "What are you going to do?" "Me? Tomorrow I'm going back to work. I don't have to answer to the Bureau or Hitchens or anybody else. Just myself on this one." "Well, you might be the only one with a shot at this. Good luck." Thanks. I could use it. 25. McCaleb didn't get to the notes and financial records he had taken from Amelia Cordell until the end of the day. Tired from all the desk work, he quickly scanned the notes and came across nothing in the widow's recollections that sparked any interest in him. From the bank statements, he quickly determined that Cordell was paid every Wednesday by direct deposit. During the 3 months for which McCaleb had statements, Cordell had made an ATM withdrawal on every payday at the same bank branch at which he was eventually killed. Confirmed that, like Gloria Torres's nightly stop at the Sherman Market, Cordell had been following a definable pattern when he had been murdered. It gave more credence to the belief that the shooter had watched his victims, in Cordell's case for a minimum of a week, but probably longer. McCaleb was glancing through the credit card statements when he felt the boat dip and looked out to see Graciella stepping down into the stern. It was a pleasant surprise. "Graciella," he said as he stepped out to the stern. "What are you doing here?"
"You didn't get my message?"
"No, Oh, I haven't checked messages."
"Well, I called and said I was coming down. I wrote up some things about Gloria, like you asked."
McCaleb almost groaned. More paperwork. Instead, he told her he appreciated her doing the work so quickly after his request. He noticed that she carried a duffel bag slung over her arm. He took it from her. "What's it?" She looked at him and smiled.
"My stuff. I'm thinking about staying over again."
McCaleb felt a little thrill inside, even though he knew that her staying over didn't necessarily mean they would be sleeping together. "Where's Raymond?"
"With Mrs. Otero. She'll also get him to school tomorrow. I'm taking the day off."
"How come?"
"So I can be your driver."
"I already have somebody to drive me. You don't have to take—"
"I know, but I want to. Besides, I made an appointment for you at the Times with Gloria's boss, and I want to go with you when you talk to him."
"Okay. You got the job." She smiled, and he led her into the salon. After McCaleb took her bag down to the stateroom and poured her a glass of wine from a new bottle of red, he sat with her in the stern and began going over the case's new developments. As he told her about Kenyon, her eyes widened as she struggled to accept the idea that there was a connection to a murdered criminal. "Nothing obvious comes to mind, right?" he asked.
"No. I have no idea how they could be—"
She didn't finish. McCaleb shook his head and slouched in his deck chair. She opened her purse and took out the notebook in which she had written down her sister's activities. They went over it. Nothing she had written jumped out at McCaleb as being significant, but he told her the information could still be useful as the case continued to evolve. "It's amazing how much everything has changed," he said. "A week ago, this was a basic holdup. Now we have possibilities of the motivation being pathological, or even being some kind of contract hit. The random possibility is now third." Graciella sipped her wine before speaking.
"It makes it harder, doesn't it?"
she asked in a soft voice. "No," he said. "It just means we're getting close. You have to open up and let all of it sift it out. All of this just means we're getting close." After they watched the sunset, Graciella drove them to a small Italian restaurant in the Belmont Shores section of Long Beach. McCaleb liked the food, and they had the privacy of one of the restaurant's 3 round booths. During dinner, McCaleb had tried to change the subject, sensing that Graciella was still depressed by the turns of the investigation. He told her some lame jokes he remembered from his bureau days, but they barely brought a smile.
"It must have been hard when this was your full-time job,"
she said, as she pushed her half-finished plate of gnocchi aside.
"I mean, just dealing with these kinds of people all the time. It must have been—"
She didn't finish. He just nodded. He didn't think they needed to go there again.
"Do you ever think you'll get past it?"
"What? The job?"
"No, what it did to you. Like, the whole thing of what happened to you. Can you get past that?"
He thought for a moment. He sensed that a lot was riding on his answer. She was asking about Faith, and she was deciding something about him. He knew it was important that his answer be honest, yet the correct one. For himself, He needed to be correct. Graciella, all I can tell you is that I hope I can get past it. I want to be restored. To what? I'm not sure. But I've been empty for a long time, and I want to be filled. In my mind, it feels too weird to talk about, but it's there. I want you to know that. I don't know if it answers what you need to know about me, but I'm hoping and waiting to have what I think you have. He wasn't sure if he was making sense. He slid around in the booth until he was right next to her. He leaned over and kissed her, high on the cheek. Shielded by the red on her knee, and ran it softly across the top of her thigh. It was the kind of caress a lover would undertake. But he was desperate to hold on to her, not to lose her, and he lacked confidence in his words. He had to touch her in some way. "Can we go?" she asked. He looked at her a moment. "Where?" "To the boat." He nodded. Back at the boat, Graciella led him to the stateroom and made love to him without hesitation. As they moved in a slow rhythm, McCaleb felt his heart pounding so strong and hard in his chest that the beat seemed to echo in his temples, a throbbing sensation that urged him on. He was sure she also felt it, pulsing against her own chest, the cadence of life. At the end, a shudder rolled through his body, and he pressed his face hard into the crook of her neck. A short voluntarily came from his throat, and he hoped she would think it was a cough or a grab for breath. He gently lowered more of his weight onto her and buried his face in the soft nest of hair behind her ear. She ran a hand down his back, then all the way up again, leaving it soft and warm on his neck. "What's so funny?" she whispered. "Nothing. I'm just happy, that's all." He pressed his face tighter against her and whispered into her ear, his nose full of her smell, his heart and mind full of hope. "You are the one bringing me back," he said. "You're my chance." She brought her arms up around his neck and pulled him tightly down on her. She didn't say a word. In the dead of night, McCaleb awoke. He had been dreaming of swimming underwater with no need to break the surface for air. He was on his naked back. He felt the warmth of the contact. He thought about raising himself to look over her at the clock, but he didn't want to break the seam of their touch. As he closed his eyes to return to the dream, the unmistakable sound of the slider upstairs being slowly rolled open brought him awake. He realized that something, a sound, had woken him from the dream. He felt an icicle go through his chest, and he became fully alert. Somebody was on the boat. The Russian, he thought. Bolotov had found him and had come to make good on his threat. But then he quickly dismissed the possibility, returning to his instinctive belief that the Russian would not be that stupid. He rolled to the edge of the bed and reached down to the remote phone set on the floor. He hit the speed dial combination for Buddy Lockridge's boat and waited for him to answer. He wanted Lockridge to look at the following sea and tell him if he could see anyone or anything amiss. Marched to his front door and shot with a fragmenting bullet flashed through his mind. And he realized that whoever was up there probably wasn't counting on Graciella's being on the boat. He suddenly knew that no matter what happened in the next few minutes, the intruder must not and would not get to her. After 4 rings, Lockridge didn't answer, and McCaleb knew he couldn't waste any more time. He quickly got out of bed and headed toward the stateroom's closed door, checking the red glowing numerals of the clock and seeing it was 10 minutes past 3. As he quietly opened the door, he thought about his gun. It was in the bottom drawer of the chart table. The intruder was closer to it than McCaleb was, and possibly had already found it. He mentally canvassed the lower deck, looking for a weapon and coming up with nothing. He had the door all the way open now. "What is it?" Graciella whispered from behind him. He quickly and quietly turned around and came to the bed. He put his hand over her boat. He felt her body go rigid beneath his. "They don't know about you. I want you to quietly move over the side and lie down on the floor until I come get you." She didn't move. do it, Graciella." She started to move, but then he held her. "Do you have mace or any kind of weapon in your purse?" She shook her head no. He nodded and then pushed her to the side of the bed nearest the wall. He went back to the door. As McCaleb came quietly up the steps, he could see the slider was half open. There was more light in the salon than below, and his vision improved. Suddenly, the figure of a man was silhouetted against the exterior light beyond the door. The light seemed to reflect off the figure. McCaleb could not tell if the intruder was staring at him or was turned around, looking out at the marina. McCaleb knew that the corkscrew he had used to open Graciella's wine earlier was on the galley counter, just to the right at the top of the steps. Had to decide if he would be using it against someone with something better. He decided there was no choice. As he came to the top stair, he stretched out to reach the corkscrew. The stair creaked, and McCaleb saw the silhouette tense. The element of surprise was gone. "Freeze, asshole!" he yelled as he grabbed the corkscrew and moved toward the dark figure. The intruder quickly moved to the door, going sideways out through it and using one hand to fling it down its track behind him. Grappling to get the door open, McCaleb lost a few seconds, and the intruder was up on the dock and running before he was even out of the boat. Instinctively, he knew he would not be able to catch the intruder, but he leaped up onto the dock and gave full-speed chase anyway, the cool night air hardening his skin, the rough wood of the dock planks biting into his bare feet. As he ran up the slanted gangway, he heard a car engine turn over. He jerked open the gate and ran out into the lot just as a car sped through the exit, its tires squealing as they lost grip on the cold asphalt, too far away for him to get the plate. "Shit!" He closed his eyes and brought his hand up and pinched the bridge of his nose. It was a self-hypnosis technique. He tried to commit as many details as possible of what he had just seen to active memory. Red car, small, foreign, worn-out suspension. It occurred to him that the car was familiar, but he couldn't place it yet. McCaleb bent over and put his hands on his knees as a feeling of nausea hit him, and his heart seemed to bounce up into a higher gear. He concentrated on long, deep breaths, and eventually he felt the beat slow down. He felt light hit his closed eyelids. He opened his eyes and looked into the beam of an approaching flashlight. It was the marina's security guard pulling up in his golf cart. "Mr. McCaleb?" the voice behind the light asked. "Are you?" It was only then that McCaleb finally realized he was naked. Nothing was, at least as far as McCaleb could tell. Nothing appeared out of order. The contents of his leather bag, which he had left on the galley table, seemed to be as he remembered them. He found the thick sheaf of documents he had shoved into the galley cabinet earlier in the day to be where he had left it. McCaleb inspected the sliding door and found scratches from a screwdriver. He knew how easy it was to pop a sliding door with a screwdriver. He also knew that the pop was always louder outside the structure than inside. He had been lucky. Somehow, the pop or something else had woken him. With the security guard, Shell Newby, watching, McCaleb finished checking every drawer and cabinet in the salon and found nothing amiss. "What about below?" Newby asked. "Not enough time," McCaleb said. "I heard him as soon as he opened the door. I guess I scared him off before he did whatever he was coming to do." McCaleb was silent as he thought about the possibility that the intruder. He thought about Bolotov again, but quickly dismissed it. The figure he had seen move sideways through the sliding door was too small to have been the Russian. "Can I come up? I could make some coffee." McCaleb turned to the stairs. Graciella was there. When he had returned to the stateroom to get dressed, he had told her it would be better if she stayed below. But here she was, wearing her pink nightshirt over a pair of baggy gray sweatpants she had taken from his closet. Her hair was a bit disheveled, and she couldn't have looked sexier. He stared at her silently for a moment before finally answering. "Well, we're about to wrap it up, I think." "Should I call Pacific Division?" Newby asked. McCaleb shook his head. "There was probably just some dock punk looking to rip off my Loran of the compass," he said, though he didn't believe it. "I don't want to drag the police in. We'll be up all night." "You sure?" "Yeah. Thanks for helping, Shell. I appreciate it." "I guess I'll go back out, then. I'm going to have to write up an incident report. In the morning, they might want to make an LAPD report anyway." Yeah, that's fine. I just don't feel like waiting up for them to get over here. That run took it out of me. Tomorrow we'll be fine. Okay, then. Newbies saluted and left. McCaleb waited a few moments and then looked at Graciella, who was still in the stairwell. You okay?
Yes. Scared is all.
Why don't you go back down? I'll be right down. She went back to the stateroom. McCaleb closed the slider and worked the lock to see if it was still operable. It was. He reached up to the overhead rod racks and took down the wooden gaff handle. He placed it in the door's track and used it as a wedge to hold the door closed. It would do for the night, but he knew he would have to rethink the boat's security. When he was finished with the door and reasonably assured of security, McCaleb looked down at his bare feet, and the first time he realized that the rug was wet. He then remembered how the marina lights had shone off the body of the intruder as he had stood near the door. 26. On the drive up to the Times plant in the valley, McCaleb sat in the passenger seat of Graciella's Volkswagen and was mostly silent. His mind moved over the activities of the night like an anchor dragging across a sandy bottom, seeking but finding no purchase, nothing to grip. After he had noticed the wet spot on the carpet, he had retraced the chase to the parking lot and found the dock also was wet. It was a cool, crisp night, and too early for the morning moisture to have formed. The intruder had clearly been wet when he had broken into the boat. The shine of light on his body indicated he had probably been wearing a wetsuit. The question McCaleb could not answer now was, why? Before they had left, McCaleb had gone was there. He found Buddy, looking disheveled as usual, sitting in the cockpit reading a book called Hocus. McCaleb asked him if he had spent the night on the boat, and he said he had. When asked why he hadn't answered the phone, Buddy insisted that it was because it hadn't rung. McCaleb let it go, thinking either Lockridge had simply been passed out and hadn't heard his call, or McCaleb had pushed the wrong speed dial button. He told Lockridge that he didn't need him as a driver for the day, but that he wanted to hire him as a diver. "You want me to scrape your hull?" "No, I want you to search the hull, and the bottom, and all the piers around the boat." "Search? Search for what?" "I don't know. You'll know it when you see it." "Whatever you say. But I ripped my wetsuit again doing that Bertram. As soon as I sew it up, I'll go over and check it out." "Thanks. Put it on my tab." "You got it." "Hey,
Oh?
He was looking past McCaleb at Graciella standing in the stern of the following sea. McCaleb looked at her and then back at Lockridge. "No, buddy, just today. She's got to introduce me to some people. That okay?" "Sure, it's okay." In the car, McCaleb sipped from the mug of coffee he had brought with him and looked out the window, still bothered by Lockridge not having answered his call for help. They were in the Sepulveda Pass, going over the Santa Monica Mountains. Most of the traffic on the 405 was going the other way. "What are you thinking about?" Graciella asked. "Last night, I guess," he said. "Trying to figure it out. Buddy is going to take a dive under the boat today. Maybe find out what the guy was doing."
"Well, are you sure you want to see this Times guy now? We could reschedule it."
"Nah, we're already on our way. It can't hurt to talk to as many people as we can. We still don't know what any of this stuff from yesterday means, until we—"
"Sounds good. He said we could talk to some of her friends who work there, too."
McCaleb nodded and reached down to the leather bag on the floor. It had grown fat with all the documents and tapes he had accumulated. He had decided to leave nothing from the case behind on the boat in case of another break-in. And adding to the bag's weight was his gun, a Sig Sauer P228. Other than his interview with Bolotov, he hadn't carried the weapon since he had retired from the Bureau. But when Graciella went into the shower, he had removed it from its drawer again and slid the clip into it. He did not chamber around, following the same safety precaution he had always practiced while with the Bureau. He then made room for the pistol in his bag by jettisoning his medical kit. His plan was to be back at the boat before it was time for him to take more pills. He dug through the stacks of paperwork in the bag until he found his legal pad, and he opened it to the timeline he had constructed from the reports in the LAPD murder book. He read the top at Stapleton, he said. What about her? You know her? I want to talk to her.
She was Gloria's friend. She came over once to meet Raymond, and then she was at the funeral. How do you know about her?
Her name is in the LAPD stuff. She and your sister talked in the parking lot that night. I want to talk to her about other nights. See if your sister was worried about anything. The LAPD never spent much time with Stapleton. Remember, they were running the random hold-up angle from the start.
Bozos?
I don't know. It's hard to blame them. They carry a lot of cases, and this one looked the way it was set up to look.
Still, no excuse.
McCaleb let it go and turned silent. He didn't particularly feel the need to defend Arango and Walters anyway. He returned to his thoughts on the events of the night and came to one positive conclusion. He was apparently making enough waves to engage a response from someone. Response had been. They got to the L.A. Times plant 10 minutes before their appointment with Gloria's supervisor, a man named Clint Neff. The Times plant was a huge property at the corner of Winnetka and Prairie in Chatsworth in the northwest corner of Los Angeles. It was a neighborhood of slick office buildings, warehouses, and upper-middle-class neighborhoods. The Times building looked as though it were made of smoked glass and white plastic. They stopped at a guard station and had to wait while a man in uniform called in to confirm their appointment before lifting the gate. After they parked, McCaleb took the legal pad from his bag to take in with him. The bag itself had become too cumbersome to lug around. He made sure Graciella locked the car before they left it. Through automatic sliding doors, they stepped into a 2-story lobby of black marble and terracotta tile. Their steps echoed on the floor. It was cold and austere, and not unlike the critics would say. A white-haired man in a uniform of matching blue pants and shirt came down a hallway and greeted them. The oval patch above the pocket of his shirt said his name was Clint before he got a chance to say it. A set of professional ear protectors like those worn by ground crews at airports was around his neck. Graciella introduced herself, and then McCaleb.
Miss Rivers, all I can say is that we're all real sorry here,
Neff said.
Your sister was a good gal, fine worker and a good friend to us.
Thank you. She was.
If you want to come back, we can sit down for a minute, and I can help you as best I can.
He led the way back down the hall, walking in front of them and throwing conversation over his shoulder.
Your sister probably told you, but this is where we print all the papers for the Valley edition, and then most of the specials we insert in all of the editions. The TV magazine and whatnot.
Yes, I know,
Graciella said.
Oh, what good I'll be to you. I told some of the crew you might want to talk to them, too. They said it would be fine.
They came to a set of stairs and went up. Is Annette Stapleton still on the night shift? McCaleb asked.
Actually, no,
Neff said. He was winded from the climb.
Nettie got sort of spooked after what happened with Gloria, and I don't blame her. A thing like that. So she's on days now.
Neff headed down another hallway toward a set of double doors. She's here today?
Sure is. You can talk to her if you... The only thing I ask is that you talk to these folks on their breaks. Like Nettie, for example. She goes to the break room at 10:30, and maybe we'll be done by then, so you can talk with her then.
No problem, McCaleb said. After a few steps in silence, Neff turned around to look at McCaleb.
So you were an FBI man, is that right?
Right. Sometimes.
How come you quit? You look like a young man to me.
I guess it got a little too interesting. McCaleb looked at Graciella and winked. She smiled. McCaleb was saved from further personal inquiry by the noise of the press room. They came to the thick double doors which barely contained the roar of the presses on the other side. From a dispenser attached to the wall next to the doors, Neff pulled 2 plastic packages containing disposable foam earplugs and handed them to McCaleb and Graciella.
Better put these in while we walk through. We're running the whole line right now. Printing the book review, 1,000,002 copies. Those plugs will knock about 30 decibels off the sound. You still can't hear yourself think, though.
As they opened the packages and put in the plugs, Neff pulled his ear protectors up and into place. He opened one of the doors and they walked along the line of presses. The sensory impact was... The floor vibrated as if they had just stepped into a minor earthquake. The earplugs did little to soften the high-pitched keening of the presses. A heavy, thumping sound provided an underlying bass line. Neff led them to a door and into what was obviously the break room. There were long lunch tables and a variety of vending machines. The free spaces on the walls were taken up with corkboards cluttered with company and union announcements and safety-related warnings. The noise was greatly decreased when the door swung shut. They crossed the room and through another door entered Neff's small office. As Neff pulled his ear set down around his neck again, McCaleb and Graciella pulled their plugs.
"Better hang on to those," Neff said. "You go out the way you came in. Depending on when that is, we might be rolling out there."
McCaleb took the plastic bag out of his pocket and put the plugs in it. Neff took the seat behind his desk and signaled them to two in front of it. Mine was smeared with ink. He hesitated before sitting.
"Don't worry," Neff said. "It's dry."
For the next 15 minutes, they talked to Neff about Gloria Torres and got very little usable or salient information. It was clear that Neff liked Glory, but it was also clear that his relationship was typical of most supervisor-employee interaction. It was primarily job-focused, and there was little personal information passed back and forth. When asked if he knew of anything that could have been troubling Glory, Neff shook his head and said he wished he knew something that would help. Any disputes with fellow employees? Same shake of the head. Out of the blue, McCaleb asked him if he knew James Cordell.
"Who's that?"
Neff said. "What about Donald Kenyon?"
"What, that savings and loan guy?"
Neff smiled.
"Yeah, we were pals at the country club. Milken and that guy Bosky hung out with us, too."
McCaleb clear Neff was not going to be of much help. His mind drifted, and Graciella asked Neff questions about who Glory's friends were. McCaleb thought about the ink-stained chair upon which he sat. He knew where the ink came from. Probably everyone who sat in the chair before him was someone called in off the press line. It was why they all wore the navy blue uniforms, to hide the ink. A thought occurred to him. Glory had been on her way home from work when she was killed, but she wasn't in any uniform. She had changed. Here. But there had been nothing in the LAPD report about detectives finding work clothes in her car or checking the contents of a locker. "Excuse me," McCaleb said, interrupting Neff as he told Graciella about how skilled her sister was at driving a forklift that loaded huge rolls of newsprint into the presses. "Is there a locker room? Did Glory have a locker?"
"Sure, we had a locker room.
Who wants to get into their automobile? Would Glory's locker have been cleaned out yet?" Neff sat back and thought a moment.
"You know, we got another hiring freeze here. We haven't been able to get permission to replace Glory. Since we haven't done that, I doubt we've cleaned out our locker."
McCaleb felt a little jump. Maybe it was a break. "Then, is there a key? Can we look at it?"
"Oh, sure, I suppose so. I have to go get the master from the maintenance supervisor."
End of CD 8. CD 9.
Neff left them in his office while he went to get the master key and to find Nettie Stapleton. Since Glory's locker was obviously in the women's locker room, Neff had said before leaving that Nettie would escort Graciella in to search it to wait in the hallway with Neff. This did not sit well with McCaleb. It was not that he didn't think Graciella capable of searching a locker. It was just that he would look at and treat the locker in its entirety, taking in the subtleties of what he saw, the way he studied crime scenes and crime scene tapes. Soon Neff was back with Stapleton, and introductions were made. She remembered Graciella and offered seemingly heartfelt condolences. Neff then led the entourage downstairs to the hallway leading to the locker rooms. McCaleb was going to make one last offer, that if the locker room was empty, he be allowed in. But as they approached the door to the women's locker room, he could hear the sound of the showers running. He knew he was going to be left out. McCaleb had run out of things to ask Neff and was short of small talk. While they waited, he slowly sauntered away from the man so that he could avoid idle conversation and personal questions. There were more bulletin boards affixed to the wall between the locker room doors, and he axes. 4 minutes of silence went by in the hallway. McCaleb had moved from one end of the side-by-side bulletin boards to the other. When Graciella and Nettie finally came out, he was staring at a hand-drawn rendering of a liquid drop on a poster attached to the board. The drop was half shaded in with red, indicating that the employees were halfway toward their goal in an ongoing blood drive. Graciella walked up to him. "Nothing," she said. "Just some clothes, a bottle of perfume, and her earphones. There were 4 pictures of Raymond and one of me taped to the door." "Earphones? I mean, ear protectors, but nothing else. What kind of clothes?" McCaleb was still staring at the poster as he spoke. "A couple of fresh uniforms and a top from home and a pair of jeans." "You check all the pockets?" "Yes, nothing." It hit him then, with the impact of an armor-piercing bullet. He leaned forward and put his hand up against... "Terry, what is it?" Graciella said. "Are you okay?" He didn't respond. His thoughts were racing. Graciella put her hand to his forehead to feel for fever. He brushed it aside. "No, it's not that," he said. "Is there a problem?" Neff chimed in. "No," McCaleb said, a little too loudly. "We just have to go. I need to get to the car." "Is everything all right?" "Yes," McCaleb said, again too loudly. "I'm sorry, but everything's fine. We just have to go." McCaleb nodded his thanks to Annette Stapleton and headed down the hallway toward what he believed was the entrance lobby. Graciella followed, and Neff called after them, telling them to take their first left. 27. What was that about? What's going on? McCaleb was walking quickly toward the car. He felt that maintaining velocity would somehow help keep the growing dread he was feeling from entirely overtaking his thoughts. Graciella had to trot to keep up. They both gave blood, your sister and Cordell. It was right there in front of me I saw that poster, and I remembered I saw a letter at Cordell's house, and I just knew. Do you have your keys? Listen, slow down, Terry. Slow down. He reluctantly slowed his pace, and she came up next to him, digging the car keys out of her purse. Now tell me what you're talking about. Open the car, and I'll show you. They reached the car. She unlocked his door first and started around to her side. He slipped in and reached across to open her door. He then leaned forward and started going through the bag on the floor. It was so jammed with paperwork, he had to pull the gun out and place it on the floor mat, just so there was room to look through the documents. Graciella got in the car and started watching. You can start it, he said, without turning his attention from his task. What are you doing? He pulled out the Cordell autopsy. I'm looking for... Shit! This is just a preliminary report. He flipped through the protocol to make sure. It was incomplete. Biology and blood. He shoved the autopsy report back into the bag and then the gun. He straightened up. We've got to find a phone. I'll call his wife. Graciella started the car. Fine, she said. We'll go to my house. But you have to tell me what it is you're thinking, Terry. Okay, just give me a minute to think first. He slowed the jumble of thoughts streaming through his mind and tried to analyze the jump he had just made. I'm talking about the match, he said. The link. What link? What have we been missing? What have we been looking for? The link between these cases. At first, the connection was simply the randomness of crime. That's what the cops thought. That's what I thought when I first started looking at it. We had 2 hold-up victims. No connection other than the killer and the chance crossing of his path with the paths of these individuals. This is L.A. This sort of thing happens all the time. The capital of random violence, right? Graciella turned onto Sherman Way. There were just a couple of... Wrong. Because then we read more into it. We discover a killer who takes personal icons, and this suggests something more involved than random collisions of shooter and victim. This suggests a deeper relationship, the targeting, stalking, and acquisition of each victim. McCaleb stopped. They were passing the Sherman Market, and they both wordlessly looked at the store as they went by. McCaleb waited a moment longer before continuing. Then all of a sudden we get another wrinkle, another layer of the onion is peeled back. We get the ballistics, and it's a whole new ballgame. Now we have another murder and what looks like a professional running through this, a hitter. Why? What could possibly be the connection between your sister, James Cordell, and Donald Kenyon? Graciella didn't answer. She was coming up on Alabama now and moved the car into the left-turn lane. Blood, he said. Blood has got to be the link. She pulled into the driveway of her home. She turned the engine off. Blood heard straight ahead at the closed garage door. He spoke slowly, the dread finally catching up with him. All this time I've been thinking, what did she see? What did she know? Whose path could she have crossed that would have gotten her killed? You see, I looked at her life and made a judgment. I decided that she didn't have anything that anyone would want to take, so the reason had to be elsewhere. But I missed it completely. Your sister was a good mother, a good sister, good employee and friend, but the one thing she had that made her almost unique was her blood. That made what she had inside her so very valuable to someone. He waited a beat. He still didn't look at her. Someone like me. He heard her breath leaving her body, and he felt as though it was the hope going out of him, his hope of redemption. You're saying she was taken for her organs? You look at a poster back there and can say that? He finally looked over at her. That's all. He opened his door. We call Mrs. Cordell. She'll tell us her husband's blood type. It will be AB with CMV negative. Perfect match. Then we get Kenyon's blood. It too will match. I'd bet on it. He turned his body to get out. It doesn't make sense, she said. Because you told me Mr. Cordell died right there. At the bank. His heart wasn't taken. His organs. It's not the same. And Kenyon died at his house. He got out and then leaned down and looked in at her. She was looking out through the windshield now. Cordell and Kenyon didn't work out, he said. The shooter learned from them. He finally got it right with your sister. McCaleb shut the door and walked toward the house. It was a while before Graciella caught up to him. Inside, McCaleb sat down on a sectional couch in the living room, and Graciella brought him the phone from the kitchen. He realized he had left Amelia Cordell's number in his bag in the car, and his gun was in the bag as well. As he stepped back outside and approached the car, his eyes casually swept the street. He was looking for the car from the night before at the marina. He saw nothing that remotely matched, and no other cars parked along the curb with occupants inside. Back in the house again, he sat on the couch and punched Amelia Cordell's number into the phone while Graciella sat down in the far corner of the couch and watched him with a distant look on her face. The phone rang 5 times before a machine picked up. McCaleb left his name, number, and the message that he needed James Cordell's blood type as soon as she could get it to him. He clicked off the phone and looked at Graciella. Do you know if she works? She asked. No, she doesn't. She could be anywhere. He clicked the phone back on and called his own machine to check for messages. There were 9, the machine having accumulated them unplayed since Saturday. He listened to 4 messages from Jay Winston and 2 from Vernon Carruthers that were outdated by events. He would be coming to the boat Monday. Of the 2 remaining messages, the first was from Tony Banks, the video tech. He told McCaleb that he had completed the job on the video he had dropped off. The other message was from Jay Winston again. She had called that morning to tell McCaleb that his prediction had come true. The Bureau was increasing its involvement in the investigations of the murders. Hitchens had not only promised full cooperation, but was abdicating lead status to agents Nevins and Eulig. She was frustrated. McCaleb could easily read it in her voice, but so was he. He clicked off and blew out his breath. Now what? Graciella asked. I don't know. I need to confirm this idea before I take the next step. What about the sheriff's detective? She should have the complete autopsy. She'd know the blood type. No. He didn't say anything else by way of explanation. He looked around what he could see of the house from the couch. It was small, neatly furnished photo of Gloria Torres on the top shelf of a china cabinet in the adjoining dining room. Why don't you want to call her? Graciella asked. I'm not sure. I want to figure things out a little bit before I talk to her. I think I should wait a little while and see if I hear from Mrs. Cordell. What about calling the coroner's office directly? No, I don't think that would work either. What he was leaving unsaid was the fact that if he confirmed his theory, it would mean that anyone who benefited from Gloria's death would rightly have to be considered a suspect. That included him. Therefore, he did not want to make any inquiry to authorities that might set that into motion, not until he was ready with a few more answers with which to defend himself.
"I know," Graciella suddenly said. "The computer in the blood lab. I can probably confirm it there, unless his name's been deleted. But I doubt that. I remember coming across the name of a donor who had been dead 4 years, and he was still on there."
What she was saying, "What are you talking about?" he asked. She looked at her watch and jumped up from her chair.
"Let me change, and then we have to hurry. I'll explain everything on the way."
She then disappeared down a hallway, and McCaleb heard a bedroom door close. 28. They got to Holy Cross shortly before noon. Graciella parked in the front lot, and they went into the hospital through the general admissions entrance. She did not want to go through the emergency room, since that was where she worked. She explained on the way over that she had been taking a lot of personal days off with little notice to be with Raymond since Gloria's death, but the patience of her supervisors was wearing thin. She didn't think it would be wise to take the day off on 1 day's notice and flaunt it by walking through the emergency room. Besides, what they were about to do could get her fired. The fewer people who saw her, the better. Once inside the hospital, Graciella, her nurse's uniform and her familiar face, got them where they needed to go. She was like an ambassador. No one stopped them, no one questioned them. They took a staff elevator to the 4th floor, arriving a few minutes past 12. Graciella had told McCaleb her plan on the way over. She figured they could count on having 15 minutes to do what they had to do. That was the maximum. Just the time it would take for the blood supplies coordinator to go down to the hospital cafeteria, get her lunch, and then bring it back up to the pathology lab. The BSc actually had an hour lunch break, but it was routine in that job to eat lunch at your desk because there was no replacement while you were gone. The BSc was a nursing position, but because the job did not involve direct patient care, no one filled in the spot when the BSc went on break. As Graciella expected, they got to the path lab at 12:05 and found the BSc desk empty. McCaleb felt his pulse quicken a little bit as he looked at the flying toasters floating across the screen of the computer sitting on the desk. However, the desk sat in a lot. About 10 feet from the computer desk was another desk where a woman in a nurse's uniform sat. Graciella showed nothing but ease with the situation.
"Hey, Patrice, what's the haps?" she said cheerfully.
The woman turned from the files she was dealing with in front of her and smiled. She glanced at McCaleb, but then looked back at Graciella.
"Graciella,"
she said, drawing each syllable out and overdoing the Latin inflection like a television news anchor.
"Nothing's happening, girl. How about you?"
"Nada. Who's the BSc, and where's the BSc?"
"It's Patty Kirk for a few days. She went down to get a sandwich a couple minutes ago."
Graciella said, as if it had just dawned on her.
"Well, I'm going to make a quick connect."
She came around the counter and headed toward the computer.
"We've got an SCW down in emergency with rare blood. I have a feeling this guy's going to run through everything we got, and I want to see what's out there." "You could have just called up. I would have run it for you."
"Terry, how we do things around here."
"Terry, this is Patrice. Patrice, Terry. He's pre-med, UCLA. I'm seeing if I can't talk him out of it."
Patrice looked at McCaleb and smiled again, then her eyes studied him in an appraising way. He knew what she was thinking.
"I know, it's kind of late," he said. "It's a midlife crisis sort of thing."
"I should say so.
Good luck during residency. I've seen 25-year-olds come out of that looking like they were 50.
"I know. I'll be ready." They smiled at each other, and the conversation was finally over. Patrice went back to her files, and McCaleb looked at Graciella, who was seated in front of the computer. The toasters were gone, and the screen was awake. There was some sort of template with white boxes on it.
"You can come around," she said. "Patrice won't bite you."
Patrice laughed, but didn't say anything. McCaleb came around and stood behind her chair. She looked up at him and winked, knowing that he winked back and smiled. Her coolness was impressive. He looked at his watch and then held his arm down so she could see it was now 7 after 12. She turned her attention to the computer.
"Now, we're looking for type AB blood, okay? So what we do is log on here and connect with BOPRA. That's short for Blood and Organ Procurement and Request Agency. That's the big regional blood bank we deal with. Most hospitals around here do."
"Right. She reached up and ran her finger beneath a small piece of paper taped to the monitor above the screen. There was a 6-digit number written on it. McCaleb knew this was the access code. On the drive over, Graciella had explained how little security was attached to the BOPRA system. The code to access the computer was changed monthly, but the BSC position at Holy Cross was not a full-time position, meaning that nurses assigned to it were put through on rotation. This rotation was also routinely disrupted because nurses who had colds, viruses, and any other work, but required that they be kept away from patients, were often assigned to the BSC desk. Because of the high number of people working in the slot, the BOPRA code was simply taped to the monitor each month when it was changed. In 8 years as a nurse, Graciella had worked at 2 other hospitals in Los Angeles. She had said that this practice was the same at each of those hospitals as well. BOPRA had a security system in place that was circumvented in probably every hospital it served. Graciella typed in the code number, followed by the modem command, and McCaleb heard the computer dial and then connect to the BOPRA computer. "Connecting to the mother station," Graciella said. McCaleb looked at his watch. They had 8 minutes at the most left. The screen went through some welcome templates before settling on an identification and request checklist. Graciella quickly typed in the needed information and continued to describe what she was doing. "Now we go to the blood request page. We type in what we are looking for. Focus. We wait." She held her hands in front of the screen and wiggled her fingers. "Graciella, how's Raymond doing?" Patrice asked from behind them. McCaleb turned and looked back, but Patrice was still working with her back to them. "He's good," Graciella answered. "It still breaks my heart, but he's doing good." "Ah, that's good. You gotta bring him in again." "I will, but he has school. Maybe spring break." The screen started printing out an inventory of the availability of type AB blood and the hospital or blood bank location of each pint. While BOPRA was a blood bank itself, it also served as a coordinating agency for smaller banks and hospitals throughout the West. "Okay," Graciella said. "So now we see that there's a pretty good supply of this around. The doctor wants to have at least 6 units on standby in case our patient with a sucking chest wound needs more surgery. So we click on the order window and put the hold on 6. If it's not updated by this time tomorrow, that blood is up for grabs." "Okay," McCaleb said, acting like the student he was supposed to be. "I'll have to remember to tell Patty to update this tomorrow." "What if you called this up and there was no blood?" On the drive over, she had told him to ask the question if there was anyone else in the nurse's station when they connected to BOPRA. "Good question," she said, as she began moving the computer mouse. "This is what we do. We go to this icon with the blood droplet on it. We click, and that gets us to the donor's file. We wait again." A few seconds went by, and then the screen began filling with names, addresses, phone numbers, and other information. "These are all blood donors with type AB. It shows where they are, how they can be contacted, and this other information shows when they gave blood last. You don't want to keep going to the same person all the time. You try to spread it out, and you try to find someone either near to us so they can just come in here or be convenient for them." As she spoke, she ran her finger down the list of names. There were about 25 of them from all over the West. She stopped at her sister's name and tapped the screen with her fingernail. Then she kept going. Her finger reached the bottom without coming across the names James Cordell or Donald Kenyon. McCaleb loudly let out his breath in disappointment, but Graciella raised her finger in a "one moment" gesture. She then hit the screen up key, and a new screen of names appeared. There were maybe 15 more. The name James Cordell sat on top of the new list. She ran her finger down the screen and found Donald Kenyon's name second from the last. This time McCaleb's breath caught, and he just nodded. Graciella looked up at him, the somber look of confirmation in her eyes. McCaleb leaned close to the screen and read the information that followed the names. Cordell hadn't given blood for 9 months, and it had been more than 6 years since Kenyon had spent. The final notation after each name was the letter D, followed by an asterisk. Other names had one or the other, but only a few had the combination of both. McCaleb reached down and tapped the screen below the letter. "What's that? Deceased?" "No," Graciella said in a quiet voice. "The D means donor, organ donor." They signed papers, put it on their driver's licenses, all of that, so that if the time comes that they come into a hospital and die, they can take the organs. She looked at him the whole time she said this, and McCaleb found it hard to look back at her. He knew what the confirmation meant. And the asterisk? I'm not sure. She scrolled the screen until she got back to the legend at the top. She ran her finger along the symbols until she got to the asterisk. It means CMV negative, she said. Most people carry a non-threatening blood virus called CMV. It's short for some big word. It's something that has to be known to make a complete blood work match between donors and recipients. He nodded. It was information he already knew. So that's today's lesson, Graciella said quietly. She moved the mouse, and McCaleb saw the arrow move to the disconnect icon at the top of the screen. He reached down and grabbed her hand before she could click the mouse button and sign off the book or system. Graciella looked back up at him, the question on her face. McCaleb looked back at Patrice. He couldn't talk. He looked around and saw a clipboard on the counter with some forms on it and a pencil connected to it with a string. He signaled with his hand to Graciella, pointing to Patrice and then back to her, and making a talking sign with his fingers. He then grabbed the clipboard and started to write. Hey, Patrice, how's Charlie doing? Graciella asked. Oh, he's fine. Still an asshole. Boy, you guys get along so good. Yeah, we're real lovebirds. McCaleb had written 3 questions. 1. Can you print out that list? 2. Can you call up your sister's file? 3. Who got her organs? Graciella hiked her shoulders and mouthed the words, I don't know, to him. She then turned to the computer and went to work. First, she printed out the list of type AB donors. Thankfully, the computer was attached to a laser printer which did the job almost silently, and Patrice paid no notice. McCaleb quickly folded the list lengthwise and put it in his inside coat pocket. Next, Graciella went back to the original welcome screen and pulled down a window of commands. She clicked the mouse on an icon that showed a red heart. A screen that said, Organ Procurement Services appeared, and there was another template seeking an access code. Graciella hiked her shoulders, looked up at the code taped above the screen, and typed it in again. Nothing. The arrow switched to an hourglass, and nothing happened. It was 12:15, the end of the window of opportunity they had agreed upon. Patty Kirk would be back any moment, and they would be discovered. When she had planned all of this out, Graciella hadn't said anything about how they would explain what they were doing if they were caught. I think the computer's freezing, Graciella said. Out of frustration, she whacked the side of the monitor with an open hand. McCaleb always considered it amazing how many people thought this might help a computer. He was about to tell her not to bother when he heard the wheels of Patrice's chair move. He turned to see her getting up. Maybe she was going to take a shot at the computer also. There it goes, Graciella said. McCaleb kept his body between Patrice's view and the computer. Damn thing, Patrice said. It's always doing that. I'm going to go upstairs to the porch for a Coke and a smoke. See you later, Graciella. She smiled at McCaleb. And nice to meet you, she added, and McCaleb smiled. Nice to meet you, he said. Patrice walked around the counter and out into the hallway. She never looked at the computer screen as she passed. When she was gone, McCaleb looked down at the screen. There was a flashing message across it. Level 1 access only. Try again. What's that mean? It means I don't have the code to get into that file. What time is it? Time to go. Sign off. She clicked on the disconnect button, and McCaleb heard the chick-chick sound of the telephone connection being broken. What were you doing? Graciella asked. What did you want? I'll tell you later. Let's get out of here. She got up, moved the chair back the way she had found it, and they hurried around the counter. Out in the hallway, they took the first right and headed back toward the elevators. They walked quickly, as if they were thieves. There was a woman coming toward them, carrying a can of Coke and a styrofoam sandwich box. She was about 80 feet away, and she was smiling at Graciella. Oh, shit, McCaleb whispered. Is that? Yes, we're cool. Why, we're fine. He raised his hand to rub his nose and block his words from traveling to the approaching woman. The screensaver. They don't usually come on for at least a minute. She'll know. It doesn't matter. We're not stealing government secrets. As it turned out,
Graciella didn't have to stall. Patty Kirk stalled herself.
"Graciella, what are you doing here?" she said as they approached. "I just saw Jane Tompkins in the cafeteria, and she was bitching about you not coming in again."
They stopped, and Patty Kirk stopped.
"Don't tell her I was here," Graciella urged. "Well, what are you doing?"
She raised her hand to signal Graciella's uniform.
"This is my friend Terry. He's pre-med, UCLA. I told him I would show him around today because he might transfer his residency here. I thought with the pinks on it would be a lot easier to get around. Terry, this is Patty Kirk."
They shook hands and smiled. McCaleb asked how she was doing, and she said, fine. He had visions of those computer screen. Patty Kirk looked back at Graciella and shook her head.
"Jane is going to kill you if she finds out. She thought it was something with Raymond again. You owe me big time for this girl." I know. Just don't tell her, okay? Everybody is mad at me down there. She's the only friend I've got left."
They said their goodbyes, and McCaleb and Graciella moved on to the elevator. When Patty Kirk was out of earshot, Graciella asked if the stall was long enough. "Depends on what the screensaver is set on, but it's probably okay. Let's get out of here." Back in the Rabbit, Graciella drove out of the hospital lot and headed to the 405 freeway to go south.
"Where to now?"
she asked. "I'm not sure. We have to get into Beaupre somehow. We need the list of recipients, but I doubt we could just drive up and they'd give them to us. Where is Beaupre, anyway?"
"West L.A., near the airport. But you are right. You are not going to just go in there and be given a list. The whole system is built for you because somebody told me about that newspaper story."
"Right," he said. He was already past that. His mind was racing, and it finally snagged on an idea. They were coming up to the freeway entrance. "Over the hill, to Cedars. I think I know somebody who will help us." 29. They first went to Bonnie Fox's office in the Cedars West Tower. The waiting room was empty, and Fox's receptionist, a woman named Gladys, who never smiled, confirmed that the doctor was not in.
"She's up in North, and I don't expect her back here today,"
Gladys said, maintaining her frown.
"Are you here for your records?"
"No, not quite yet." McCaleb thanked her, and they left. He knew the translation of what Gladys had told them was that Fox was making her rounds on the 6th floor of the North Tower, the hospital. They took the 3rd-floor bridge across to North, and then the elevator up to the 6th-floor cardiology and transplant ward. McCaleb was growing tired of lugging the heavy leather bag with him. McCaleb had been on 6 often enough not to seem out of place. Graciella, still in her nursing uniform, fit in even better. McCaleb led the way where the transplant waiting and recovery rooms were located, as well as the transplant nursing station. There was a good chance he would find Fox somewhere in the area. As they made their way down the long hallway, McCaleb looked through the doors that were open. He didn't see Fox, but he saw the frail forms of mostly older men on beds. These were the rooms for those who waited, hooked to machines, their time getting close and their chances dimming like the quieting of their hearts. As they passed one room, McCaleb saw the young boy he had seen before. The boy was sitting up on a bed, watching television. He appeared to be alone in the room. The wires and tubes snaked out of the sleeve of his hospital gown and ran to the machines and monitors. After he discerned that Fox was not in the room, McCaleb quickly looked away. The young ones were the hardest to take, to even acknowledge. Their organs so new, yet inexplicably failing them. A terrible and sometimes fatal life lesson. For a moment, McCaleb's mind flashed on the Everglades, the gathering of investigators on airboats at Devil's Keep, the black hole into which disappeared his belief that there is a good and valid reason for everything. They were in luck. As they made the turn to the nurse's station, McCaleb saw Bonnie Fox leaning over the counter and sliding a patient file out of a vertical rack. As she straightened up, she turned and saw them. "Terry?" "Hey, Doc." "What's wrong? Are you—" No, everything's fine." He held his hands up in a calming gesture. "Then what are you doing up here? Your records are at my office." She seemed to notice Graciella then, and clearly didn't recognize her. This added to the confusion already growing on her face. "I'm not here about the records," McCaleb said. "Is there a room, an empty room that we can use for a few minutes? We need to talk to you." "Terry, I'm in the middle of checking on my patients here.
It's not right for you to come in here and expect me to... It's important, Doctor. Very minutes, and I'm sure you'll agree. If you don't, we're out of here. I'll go pick up my records and be gone. She shook her head in annoyance and turned to look at one of the nurses behind the counter. Anne, what do we have open? One of the nurses leaned to her left and ran her finger down a clipboard. 10, 18, 36, take your pick. I'll be in 18, since it's close to Mr. Coslow. If he rings, tell him I will be in there in 5 minutes. She looked sternly at McCaleb as she said the last 2 words. Walking quickly, Fox led them back down the hallway and into room 618. McCaleb entered last and closed the door behind them. He put the heavy bag down on the floor. Fox leaned her hips against the empty bed, put the patient file down next to her, and folded her arms. McCaleb could feel the anger coming from her and directed squarely at him. You have 5 minutes. Who is this? This is Graciella Rivers, McCaleb said. I told you about her. Fox, you're the one who started him on this, she said. You know, he won't listen to me, but you're a nurse. You should know better. Look at him. His color, the lines under his eyes. A week ago he was fine. He was perfect, goddammit. I'd already taken his file off my desk and put it away. That's how sure I was about him. Now, she gestured toward McCaleb's appearance as proof of her point. I only did what I felt I had to do, Graciella said. I had to ask... It's been my choice, McCaleb interrupted. Everything, my choice. Fox dismissed their explanations with an annoyed shake of her head. She stepped away from the bed and signaled to McCaleb to sit down. Take off your shirt and sit down. Start talking. You're down to about 4 minutes now. I'm not taking off my shirt, Doctor. I want you to listen to what I have to say, not how many times my heart is beating. Fine. Talk. You want to take me away from patients I need to see? Fine. Talk. She rapped her knuckles on the patient file on the bed. Boat you were in a couple months ago. I'm trying to keep him alive until maybe a heart comes along. Then I've got a 13-year-old boy who... Are you going to let me tell you why we're here or not? I can't help it. I am so angry at you. Well, listen to this, and maybe it will change how you feel. I think that's impossible. Can I tell it or not? Fox held her hands up in surrender, pursed her lips, and bowed to him. Finally, McCaleb began the story. He took 10 minutes to summarize the story of his investigation, but that was all right. By the 5-minute mark, Fox was so transfixed that she wasn't noticing the time. She let him tell it without a single interruption. That's it, he said, when he was done. That's why we are here. Fox's eyes moved back and forth between them for a few moments, while she tried to comprehend what McCaleb had just told her. She then began to move about the small space of the room as she recounted her understanding of the story. She wasn't pacing. It was more as mind, and was manifesting that need in small movements back and forth that expanded the personal space around her. You are saying that you start off with a person who needs an organ, heart, lung, liver, kidney, whatever, but like you, they are of the rare blood group that is type AB with CMV negative. What that translates to is a long, possibly unsuccessful wait, because only maybe 1 in 200 people are in that group, meaning that likewise only 1 in 200, let's say, livers that come along would match this person. So if I got this right, you are saying this person decided to improve his odds by going out and shooting people who are in his group, because then their organs would become available for transplant? She said it with too much sarcasm, and that annoyed McCaleb, but rather than object, he just nodded. And that he got the names of these people in his group from a list of blood donors in the Beaupre computer? Right. But you don't know how he got it. The Beaupre security system is highly vulnerable to compromise. From his pocket, McCaleb took out the list that Graciella had printed at Holy Cross. He unfolded it and handed it to Fox. I was able to get that today, and I don't know the first thing about hacking into computers. Fox took the page and waved it at Graciella. But you had her to help. We don't know who this person is, or who they had to help them. We have to assume that if this person has the connections and ability to hire a contract killer, then he or she could get into the Beaupre computer. The point is, it could be done. McCaleb pointed to the list. Right there is all that's needed. Everybody on that list is in the group. He would pick one of the donors. He would pick somebody young, do some research. Kenyon was young and fit. a tennis player, equestrian. Cordell was young and strong. Anybody who watched him over some time would know he was fit. A surfer, skier, mountain biker, they both were perfect. Then why kill them? As some sort of practice? Practice. It was the real thing. But each time, things went wrong. With Kenyon, the shooter used a fragmenting bullet that pulped his brain, and he was dead before they could even get him to the hospital. The killer refined his method. He switched to a full metal jacket load that was fired across the front of the brain. A fatal injury, yes, but not instantaneous. A man who drove up called it in on a cellular phone. Cordell was alive, but the address got screwed up and the paramedics went to the wrong place. Meantime, time goes by, the victim dies at the scene.
And again, the organs were never harvested,
Fox said, understanding now.
I hate that word,
Graciella said, her first words in a long time.
What?
Fox asked.
Harvested. I hate that. These organs aren't harvested. They're given by people who cared about other people. They aren't crops on a farm.
Fox nodded and looked silently at Graciella, seemingly taking her measure all over again. But it was not because of the method, McCaleb continued. So the shooter just went back to his list of potential donors.
The list from the Beaupre computer.
Right. He goes back to the list and picks Gloria Torres. The process starts again. He watches, knows her routine, also knows she is healthy and will do. McCaleb looked at Graciella as he said this, afraid the harshness of it would bring another response. She remained quiet. Fox spoke.
And so now you want to follow this trail of harvested organs, and you think the killer, or the person who hired the killer, will have one of them. Do you realize what this sounds like?
I know how it sounds, McCaleb said quickly before she could build on her doubts. But there is no other explanation. We need your help with Beaupre.
I don't know.
Think about it. What are the odds that it could be just a coincidence that the same man, a contract killer most likely, just different people from the exact same 1 in 200 blood group? You couldn't figure those odds with a computer, because it can't be coincidence. It's the blood work. The blood work is the connection. The blood work is the motive. Fox walked away from them and to the window. McCaleb followed and stood next to her. The room looked down on Beverly Boulevard. He saw the string of businesses across the street, the mystery bookshop and the deli with the Get Well Soon sign on the roof. He looked at Fox, and it looked as though she was staring at her own reflection in the window.
I have patients waiting, she said.
We need your help.
What exactly can I do?
I'm not sure, but I think you stand a better chance of getting information out of Beaupre than us.
Why don't you just go to the police? They have the best chance. Why are you involving me?
I can't go to them, not yet. I go to them and I'm out of it, off the case. Think about what I just told you. I'm a suspect.
That's crazy.
Besides, that doesn't matter. This is personal. I owe it to Gloria Torres, and I owe it to Graciella. I'm not going to sit on the sidelines on this one. A small bit of silence slipped by.
Doctor?
Graciella had come up behind them. They turned to her.
You have to help. If you don't, then all of this, everything you do here, means nothing. If you can't protect the integrity of the system you work in, then you have no system.
The two women stared at each other for a long moment, and then Fox smiled sadly and nodded.
Go to my office and wait for me, she said. I have to see Mr. Coslow and one other patient. It will take me a half hour at the most. After that, I'll come to the office and make the call.
30.
The coordinator's office.
Glenn Leopold, please. This is Bonnie Fox calling.
They were in Fox's office with the door closed. Fox had the phone speaker on, so had waited for her a half hour before she had come in. Her demeanor was different. She was still going to help, but McCaleb noticed that she was more agitated than she had appeared when they had gathered in the empty patient room in the North Tower. They had gone over a plan McCaleb came up with while waiting. Fox had taken a couple of notes to refer to, and then placed the call.
Bonnie!
Hi, Glenn. How are you?
I'm fine. What can I do for you? I've got about 10 minutes before our meeting.
This shouldn't take long. I've got a slight problem here, Glenn, and I think you might be able to help me.
Tell me.
I performed a transplant here February 9th. It was Beaupre file number 9836.
and a complication has come up. What I'd like to do is speak with the surgeons who perform transplants with the donor's other organs." There was a brief silence before Leopold's voice came up on the speaker again.
Let's see. I mean, this is kind of unusual. What sort of,
Well, I know you have your meeting. To make it as brief as possible, the recipient's blood group was type AB with CMV negative. The organ we received through BOPRA matched that, according to the protocol. But now, 9 weeks or so post-op, our recipient has developed CMV virus, and we are showing rejection in the blood work from the latest biopsy. I'm trying to isolate how this has happened. More silence.
Well, I think it would have come up before now if it came in with the heart.
That's true, but we weren't looking for it before. We assumed, based on the protocol, that there was no CMV. Don't get me wrong, Glenn. I am not saying it came in with the heart, but I have to find out where it came from, and I want to cover everything. Best place to start is with the heart.
Are you trying to isolate this, as you say, at the request of attorneys? Because if that's what you are doing, then I think I need to get my...
No, Glenn, this is just me. I need to know if the virus is a problem right here.
Well, what blood did you use?
That's just it. We only used the patient's own blood. I have the file right here. He stored 8 units long before surgery. We only used 6.
And are you sure you used his 6?
Leopold's voice was now showing some agitation. Fox was looking at McCaleb as she answered, and he saw how uncomfortable it was for her to be deceitful with the BOPRA organ coordinator. All I can say is that we followed procedures, and I personally double-checked the bag labels before surgery. They were his labels. I have to assume it was his blood.
What do you want from us, Bonnie?
A list. What organ went to what patient, and the attending surgeon I can call?
I don't know. I think maybe I should...
Glenn, listen, it is nothing personal, but my patient is having this problem, and I need to check this out for myself. I will keep it contained, if that's what you are worried about. No one is talking about lawyers or malpractice. We just need to find out how this happened. For all we know, you are right, it's a blood mix-up. But I am sure you would agree that the place to start with something like this is with the new tissue that's been introduced to the patient. McCaleb held his breath. They were at the pivotal point. Fox needed to get the names herself. She couldn't let Leopold say he would check it out himself and get back to her.
I suppose.
Leopold trailed off, and Fox leaned forward, folded her arms on the desk, and put her head down. In the silence, McCaleb heard a sound from the phone that he identified as computer keys being tapped. He felt a slight charge as he realized that Leopold was probably calling up the file on his computer. McCaleb stood up and leaned over the desk and gently tapped Fox on the elbow. She looked up at him, and he made a circular motion with his hand, signaling her to keep going. "What do you think?"
I'm looking at it right now. Harvest occurred at Holy Cross. There's nothing here on the donor file indicating CMV. Nothing. This person was a long-time blood donor. I think it would have come up before if she...
That's probably true, but I need to double-check, even if just for my own peace of mind.
I understand.
More sounds of the computer keyboard being played.
Let's see. Transportation was by Medicare. The liver was transplanted right there with the heart at Cedars. Do you know Dr. Spivak, Daniel Spivak?
No. McCaleb grabbed a legal pad from his bag and started writing.
Well, he did that one. Let's see. The lungs...
I'll call Spivak, Fox interrupted. What's the patient's name?
I'm really going to have to ask you to keep all of this.
Absolutely.
It was a female, Gladys Lynn.
McCaleb wrote it down. Okay, Fox said. You were on to the lungs.
Yes, lungs. No takers without the heart. Your patient got the heart.
Right. What about bone marrow transfer?
Well, you want everything, I guess. The marrow we did not do well with. We missed the window. The tissue was flown to San Francisco, but by the time Medicare got up there, they had a weather delay. They were redirected to San Jose, but with the delay in the ground traffic and everything, it took too long getting up to St. Joseph's. We missed the chance. From what I understand, the patient later expired. As you know, this blood group is tough. That was probably our one chance on that one.
That brought another measure of silence. McCaleb looked at Graciella. Her eyes were downcast, and he couldn't read her. They were talking about her sister and the people she had helped save, but it was all said in such a clinical manner. Graciella was a nurse and was used to such discussions about patients, but not her sister. McCaleb wrote bone marrow on the page and then drew a line through the words. He then made the keep it rolling hand motion to Fox again. "What about kidneys?" she asked.
The kidneys were split. Let's see what we've got on the kidneys.
Over the next 4 minutes, Leopold went down the list of items mined from the body of Gloria Torres and redistributed to living patients. McCaleb wrote it all down, now keeping his eyes on the legal pad and not wanting to look at Graciella again to see how she was handling having to listen to such a grim inventory.
That's it,
Leopold finally said. McCaleb, energized by getting the names but exhausted, blew his breath out loudly. Too loudly.
Barney, are you alone? You didn't tell me you were with...
No, it's just me, Glenn. I'm alone. Silence. Fox threw an angry look at McCaleb, then closed her eyes tightly and waited.
Well, okay. I thought I heard someone else there, that's all, and I have to reiterate that this information is highly confidential in...
I know that, Glenn.
In nature. I've broken my own rules by giving it to you.
I understand. Fox opened her eyes. I will make my inquiries discreetly, Glenn, and I'll let you know what I find.
Perfect.
After a few more exchanges of small talk, the call was ended. Fox pushed the phone's disconnect button and brought her head back down on her folded arms. God, I can't believe what... Lied to this man. Lied to a colleague. When he finds out, he's... She didn't finish. She just shook her head on the cradle of her arms. Doctor, McCaleb tried, you did the right thing. There is no harm to him, and he'll probably never know what was done with the information. Tomorrow you can call him and say you isolated the CMV problem and it wasn't from the donor. Tell him you destroyed the notes on the other recipients. Fox brought her head up and looked at him. It doesn't matter. I was deceitful. I hate having to be deceitful. If he finds out, he'll never trust me again. McCaleb just looked at her. He had no answer to that. You have to promise me one thing, Fox said. That if your theory proves out that if you are right, then you get whoever did this. That will be the only way I'll be able to accept this. It will be my only defense. McCaleb nodded. He came around the desk and leaned down and hugged Fox. Ella said softly, You did good. Fox smiled weakly at her and nodded. One last thing, McCaleb said. Do you have a copying machine? 31. The elevator down was packed and silent except for the music piped in, which McCaleb identified as an old Louis Jordan recording of Knock Me a Kiss. As they stepped out, McCaleb pointed Graciella in the direction of the doors leading to the tramway that would take her to the parking garage. You go that way. Why? Where are you going? I'm just going to take a cab back to the boat. Well, what are you going to do? I want to go with you. He pulled her to the side of the busy elevator lobby. You've got to go back home to Raymond and your job. In fact, Raymond, he is your job. This is my job. This is what you asked me to do. I know, but I want to help. You did help. You are helping. But you've got to go to Raymond. Cab's down there. She frowned. He could tell by her expression that she knew he was right, but it didn't sit well. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the photocopy of the list he had made in Fox's office. Here, take this. If something happens to me, you have a copy. Give it to J. Winston at the sheriff's office. What do you mean? If something happens? Her voice was almost shrill, and McCaleb immediately regretted his choice of words. He moved her into a little alcove where there were payphones. No one was using the phones, and they had a small measure of privacy. He put the bag on the floor between his feet and leaned forward so his eyes were close to hers. "Don't worry. Nothing is going to happen," he said. "It's just that all this work I've done, ever since you came to the boat that day, it all has led to this. The name's on this paper. I just think it's better if we both have a copy of it, that's all." "Do you really think the killer's name is on there?" "I don't know. That's what I'm going to think about and work on when I get to the boat." "Oh, you can, Graciella. You already have. But right now you have to pull back a little bit and be with Raymond. You don't have to worry. I am going to be on the phone telling you everything that happens. Remember, I'm working for you." She tried a half-smile. "No, you're not. All I had to do was tell you about Gloria, and after that you were doing what your heart told you." "Maybe." "How about if I take you and just drop you off at the boat?" "No way. That will take you into rush hour, and you'll be driving for 2 hours. Go now while you can. Go be with Raymond." She finally nodded. Still leaning down into her face, McCaleb brought his hands up to her shoulders and gently pulled her into a kiss. "Graciella." "What?" "There's something else, too." "What is it?" "I want you to think about this. Think about if I'm right. I have to think about this." "What do you mean?" "If I'm right," he had inside, "then in a way they killed her for me as well. I got a part of her, too. If that's true, then can we—" He didn't finish the question, and she didn't say anything for a long moment. Her eyes dropped their focus to his chest. "I know that," she finally said. "But you didn't do anything. You didn't cause this." "Well, I want you to think about it and just be sure." She nodded. "It's God's way of making something good out of something so bad." McCaleb leaned his forehead against hers. He didn't say anything. "I know what you told me, and I know that story about Aubrey Lynn. It's all the more reason to believe. I wish you would try." He pulled her into an embrace and whispered into her ear, "Okay, I'll try." A man with a thick briefcase stepped into the alcove and went to one of the phones. He glanced at them and did a double-take. He obviously believed it was a Cedars nurse engaging in some form of unprofessional conduct. It ended the moment for McCaleb. He broke the embrace and looked into Graciella's face. "You be careful and say hello to Raymond for me. Tell him I want to go fishing again." She smiled and nodded. "You be careful, too. And call me?" "I will." She leaned forward and kissed him quickly, and then headed off in the direction of the parking garage. McCaleb glanced at the man on the phone, and then walked away in the opposite direction. 32. There were no taxicabs waiting at the curb outside the emergency room. McCaleb decided to change his plan. He hadn't eaten anything since breakfast and was growing weak with hunger. He felt a low-grade migraine beginning to throb at the base of his skull, and knew if he didn't refuel, it would soon crawl over the top of him and encase his whole head. He decided to call Buddy Tea and Coleslaw Sandwich from across the street at Jerry's Deli while he waited. The more he thought about the good sandwiches they made over there, the hungrier he got. Once Buddy arrived, they could drive over to Video Graphics Consultants in Hollywood to pick up the tape and the hard copy of the frame Tony Banks had enhanced for him. He quickly stepped back into the ER lobby and over to the payphone alcove. There was a young woman on one of the phones, tearfully telling someone about somebody else who was apparently being treated in the ER. McCaleb noticed that one nostril and her lower lip were pierced with silver hoops, connected by a chain of safety pins.
"He didn't know me? He didn't know Danny?" she wailed. "He's totally fucked up, and they're also calling the cops?"
Momentarily distracted by the safety pins and wondering what would happen if the woman yawned, McCaleb picked up the phone furthest from her and tried to tune her out. He was about to give up on Lockridge after 6 rings. On a boat like the Double Down, you can't. Buddy finally picked up. "Yo, Buddy, ready to go to work?"
Terry?
Before McCaleb could answer, Lockridge's voice dropped to a whisper.
Man, where you at?
"Cedars, I need you to pick me up. What's the matter?"
Well, I'll pick you up, but I'm not sure you want to come back here.
Buddy, listen to me. Skip the bullshit and tell me exactly what is going on.
I'm not sure, man, but you got people all over your boat.
What people?
Well, two of them are those two guys in the suits who were here yesterday.
Nevins and Ulig. They are inside my boat?
Yeah, inside. Also, they pulled the cover off your Cherokee and have a tow truck out there. I think they're going to take it. I went over there to see what was going on, and they almost put me down on the boards. Showed me their badges and a search warrant and told me to get lost. They weren't nice about it. They're searching the boat.
He looked over and saw that his outburst had drawn the attention of the crying woman. He turned his back toward her. Buddy, where are you, up top or below?
Below?
Can you see my boat right now?
Sure, I'm looking at the galley window.
How many people you see?
Oh, some are inside, but altogether I think there are 4 or 5 of them over there. And there's a couple more with the Cherokee.
Is there a woman?
Yeah.
McCaleb described Jay Winston as best he could, and Lockridge confirmed that a woman matching the description was on the boat.
She's in the salon right now. It looked like before when I was looking at her that she was just sort of watching.
McCaleb nodded. His mind was running over the possibilities of what was happening. Each way he looked at it, things added up the same way. The fact that Nevins and Ulig knew he had FBI documents would not have engendered such a response, a warrant search with a full team. There was only one an official suspect. Accepting this, he thought about how Nevins and Ulig would conduct an evidentiary search. "Buddy," he said, "have you seen them taking anything off the boat? I'm talking about in plastic bags or brown paper bags like from Lucky's."
Yeah, there've been some bags. They put 'em up on the dock. But you don't have to worry, Terror.
What do you mean?
I don't think they're going to find what they're really looking for.
What are you...
Not on the phone, man. You want me to come get you now?
McCaleb stopped. What was he saying? What was going on? "Hang tight," he finally said. "I'll call you right back." McCaleb hung up and immediately dropped in another quarter. He called his own phone number. No one answered. The machine answered, and he heard his own tape-recorded voice telling him to leave a message. After the beep, he said, "Jay Winston, if you're there, pick up." He waited for a beat of silence, picked up. He felt a slight sense of relief when he recognized Winston's voice.
"This is Winston?"
"This is McCaleb." That was all. He figured he would see how she wanted to play it. He would be better able to judge where he stood by the way she handled the call.
Terry, how did you... Where are you?"
Whatever relief he was feeling now started to slip away. Its replacement was dread. He had given her the opportunity to talk to him obliquely, perhaps in code, acting as though she was talking to a fellow deputy, or even Captain Hitchens, but she had used his name. "Doesn't matter where I am," he said. "What are you doing on my boat?"
"Why don't you come here and we'll talk about it?"
"No, I want to talk about it now. I'm a suspect? That's what this is about?"
"Look, Terry, don't make this more complicated than it has to be. Why don't you..."
"Is there an arrest warrant? Just answer me that."
"No, Terry, there isn't. Terry, why didn't you tell me you have a black Cherokee?"
McCaleb was stunned as he suddenly realized how things fit together, with him in the middle. "You never asked. Listen to what you are saying, what you are thinking. Would I get involved in all of this? The investigation, bring the Bureau in, all of it. If I was the shooter, are you serious?"
"You got to our only witness."
"What?"
"You got to noon. You got inside the investigation and got to the only witness. You hypnotized him, Terry. Now he's no good to us. The one person who might have been able to make the ID, and we lost him.
She stopped as there was a click as another phone was picked up.
"McCaleb, this is Nevins. What's your location?"
"Nevins, I'm not talking to you. You've got your head up your ass. I'm only..."
"Listen to me, I'm trying to be civil. We can do this easy and quiet. You decide, my friend. You have to come in and we'll talk about it and let the chips fall."
End of CD 9. CD 10.
McCaleb's mind quickly went over the facts. Nevins and the others had come to the same conclusion that he had come to. They had made the blood work connection. The fact that McCaleb was a direct beneficiary of the Torres killing made him a suspect. He imagined them running his name on the computer and coming up with the registration of the Cherokee. It was probably the piece that sent them over the top. They got a search warrant and went to the boat. McCaleb felt the cold hand of fear clasp his neck. The intruder from the night before. It began to dawn on him that it wasn't a question of what he had wanted. It was what had he planted. He thought about what Buddy not finding what they were looking for, and the picture was taking form. Nevins, I'll come in, but you tell me first. What have you got there? What have you found?
No, Terry, we don't play it like that. You come in, and then we talk about all of this.
I'm hanging up, Nevins. Last chance.
Don't go in any post offices, McCaleb. Your picture's going to be on the wall as soon as we get the package together.
McCaleb hung up, held his hand on the phone, and leaned his forehead against it. He wasn't sure what was going on or what to do. What had they found? What had the intruder hidden in the boat? You okay? He jerked around, and it was the girl with the pierced nose and lip. Fine. You? I am now. I just had to talk to somebody. I know the feeling. She left the phone alcove then, and McCaleb picked up the receiver again and dropped another quarter. All right, listen, McCaleb said. I want you to come get me, but you're not going to be able to just walk out of there.
Well, how come? It's a free...
Because I just talked to them, and they know someone tipped me that they were there. So this is what I want you to do. Take off your shoes and put your keys and wallet inside them. Then get your laundry basket and stick your shoes in it and cover them up with clothes. Then carry the basket out of there and make...
I don't have any laundry in the basket, Terry. I did laundry this morning before any of these people showed up.
Fine, buddy. Take some clothes, clean clothes, and put them in the basket so it looks like you've got dirty clothes. Hide your shoes. Make it look like you are only going over to the laundry. Don't close the hatch on your boat, and make sure you are carrying 4 quarters in your hand. They'll stop you, but if you play it right, they'll believe you and let you go. Then get in your car and come get me. They probably won't even watch you once they let you go to the laundry. Maybe you should go to the laundry first, then to your car.
Okay. So, where do I find you?
McCaleb didn't hesitate. He had grown to trust Lockridge. Besides, he knew he could take precautions on his end. After hanging up, McCaleb called Tony Banks and told him that he would be coming by. Banks said he would be there. McCaleb walked into Jerry's famous deli and ordered a turkey sandwich with coleslaw and Russian dressing to go. He also ordered a sliced pickle and a can of Coke. After he paid for the sandwich, he took it out and crossed Beverly Boulevard back to Cedars. He had spent so many days and nights in the medical center, he knew its layout by rote. He took the elevator to the 3rd-floor maternity ward, where he knew of a waiting room that looked out across the helipad to Beverly Boulevard and Jerry's. It was not unusual to see an expectant father wolfing down a deli sandwich in the waiting room. McCaleb knew he could sit up there Lockridge. The sandwich lasted less than 5 minutes, but the wait for Buddy Lockridge went on for an hour, with no sighting of Lockridge. McCaleb watched 2 helicopters come in with deliveries of transplant organs packed in red coolers. He was about to call the double down to see if the agents had held Lockridge up when he finally saw Buddy's familiar Taurus pull up to the front of the deli. McCaleb walked to the window and looked long and far up and down Beverly Boulevard, then checked the sky for anything that looked like a law enforcement helicopter. He left the window and headed to the elevator. A plastic laundry basket full of clothes was on the back seat of the Taurus. McCaleb got in, looked at it, and then over at Lockridge, who was playing some unrecognizable tune on his harp. Thanks for coming, buddy. Any problems? Lockridge dropped the harmonica into the door pocket. Nah, they stopped me like you said they would and asked their questions, but I played dumb, and they let me go. I think that they let me go. That was a smart move, Terry. We'll see. Who was it who stopped you? The 2 suits? No, it was 2 other guys, and they were cops, not agents. At least they said so, but they didn't give me their names.
Was one a big, wide guy, Latino, with maybe a toothpick in his mouth?
Oh, you got it, that's him.
Arango. McCaleb found a little bit of satisfaction in putting one past the pompous jerk.
So, where to? Buddy asked.
McCaleb had thought about this while he waited, and he knew he had to get to work on the list of transplant recipients. He had to get on it quickly. But before he did that, he wanted to make sure he had all his ducks in a row. He had come to look at investigations as being similar to the extension ladders on fire trucks. You kept extending the reach further, and the further out you went, the more wobbly it was out on the end. You could not neglect the base, the start of the investigation, every loose detail's exact place. And so, he felt now, he had to finish the timeline. He had to answer the questions that he himself had raised before going on to the end of the ladder. It was his philosophy as well as instinct that told him to do this. He was playing out a hunch that within the contradictions he would find a truth.
Hollywood, he told Lockridge. That video place we went before?
You got it. We go to Hollywood first, then up to the valley. Lockridge headed a few short blocks up to Melrose Boulevard before turning east toward Hollywood.
All right, let's hear it, McCaleb said.
What were you talking about on the phone? About them not finding what they were looking for?
Check out the laundry basket, man.
Why?
Just take a look.
He turned his head toward McCaleb and jerked it in the direction of the back seat. McCaleb unsnapped his seatbelt and turned around to reach over the seat. There was lots of traffic, but no cars that raised any suspicion. He dropped his eyes to the basket. It was full of underwear and socks. That had been a nice touch by Buddy. It made it less likely Nevins or anybody else would look through the basket when they stopped him. This stuff is clean, right?
Of course. It's on the bottom.
McCaleb brought his knees up onto the seat and leaned all the way over. He dumped the contents of the laundry basket on the back seat. He heard the dull thud of something heavier than clothes hitting the seat. He moved a pair of loud boxer shorts out of the way and saw a plastic Ziploc bag that contained a pistol. Silently, McCaleb slid back into his seat, holding the bag containing the gun. He smoothed the plastic, which had been yellowed from within by a film of gun oil, so that he could get a better look at the weapon. He felt a sweat break across the back of his neck. The gun in the bag was an HKP-7, and he did the HKP-7, the weapon that had killed Kenyon, then Cordell, then Torres. He bent down to look closely at the weapon and saw that the serial number had been burned away with acid. The gun was untraceable. A tremor rolled through McCaleb's hands as he held the murder weapon. His body slumped against the door, and his feelings jumped between the anguish of knowing the history of the object he now held in his hands and despair at the thought of his predicament. Someone was setting McCaleb up, and the frame would probably have been all but unbreakable if Buddy Lockridge had not found the gun when he went into the dark waters beneath the following sea.
Jesus, McCaleb said in a whisper. Yeah, looks pretty mean, don't it? Where exactly was it? It was in a diving bag hanging about 6 feet below your stern. It was tied off on one of the underside eyelets. If you knew it was there, you could reach under with a gaff and had to know it was there. Otherwise, you wouldn't see it from up above.
Did the people doing the search go into the water today?
Yeah, one diver. He went down, but by then I'd already checked around like you asked. I beat him to it.
McCaleb nodded and put the gun down on the floor between his feet. Staring down at it, he folded his arms across his chest as if protecting himself against a chill. It had been that close. And though he was sitting next to the man who had saved him for the time being, an overwhelming sense of isolation came over him. He felt completely alone, and he felt the flickering onset of something he had only read about before, the fight-or-flight syndrome. He felt an almost violent urge to forget about everything and run, just cut and run and get as far away from all of this as he could.
I'm in big trouble, Buddy, he said.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. 33.
McCaleb had composed himself and was resolved by the time they reached videographics consultants. On the way, he had examined the possibility of flight and then quickly discarded it. Fight was the only choice. He knew that he was tethered in place by his heart. To flee was to die, for he needed a carefully set post-op drug therapy to prevent his body from rejecting his new heart. To flee would also mean to leave Graciella and Raymond, and it felt already as if doing that would wither his heart just as quickly. Lockridge dropped him off out front and waited in a red zone. The door was locked, but Tony Banks had told him to ring the delivery buzzer if he arrived after closing. McCaleb pushed the button twice before Banks answered the door himself. He had a manila envelope with him, and he handed it through the open door to McCaleb. "This everything?"
"The tape and the hard copies. Everything is pretty clear."
"What do I owe you, Tony?"
"Not a thing. Glad to help."
McCaleb nodded and was about to head back to the car, but stopped and looked back at Banks. "I've got to tell you something. I'm not with the Bureau anymore, Tony. I apologize if I misled you, but—"
"I know you're not with the Bureau anymore."
"You do?"
"I called your old office yesterday when you didn't return my call from Saturday. The number was on that letter you sent, the letter on the wall. I called, and they said you hadn't worked there in something like 2 years.
McCaleb studied Banks, really taking the young man's measure for the first time, and then held up the package. "Then why are you giving me this?"
"Because you are after him. The man on the tape."
McCaleb nodded.
"Then good luck. I hope you get him."
Banks closed and locked the door then. McCaleb said thanks, but by then the door was already closed. The Sherman girls mulling choices at the candy rack, and a young man behind the counter. McCaleb had been hoping to see the same older woman who had been there on his first visit, the widow of Chan Ho Kang. He spoke slowly and clearly to the young man, hoping he understood English better than the woman had.
"I am looking for the woman who works here during the daytime."
The man, he was really no more than a teenager, looked sullenly at McCaleb.
"You don't have to talk like I'm some kind of retard," he said. "I speak English. I was born here."
"Oh," McCaleb said, taken aback by his clumsiness. Sorry about that. It's just that the woman that was here before, she had a hard time understanding me."
"My mother. She lived her first 30 years in Korea speaking Korean. You try it sometime. Why don't you move over there and try to be understood in 20 years?
"Look, I'm sorry." McCaleb held his hands up well. He tried again. "You are Chan Ho Kang's son?" The boy nodded.
"Who are you?"
"My name is Terry McCaleb. I'm sorry about the loss of your father."
"What do you want?"
"I'm doing some work for the family of the woman that was killed in here that—"
"What work?"
"I'm trying to find the killer."
"My mother doesn't know anything. Leave her alone. She's had enough."
"Actually, all I want to do is look at her watch. I was in here the other day, and I noticed she's wearing the watch your father was wearing that night." The young man stared blankly at him, then glanced away from him to check on the girls at the candy racks.
"Okay, girls, let's go. Make your choices."
McCaleb looked back at the girls. They didn't look happy about being hurried about such an important decision.
"What about the watch?"
McCaleb looked back at him. "Well, it's kind of complicated. There are things that don't add up on the police reports. I am trying to figure out why. To do that, and with the gun came in here." He pointed at the video camera on the wall behind and above the counterman. "The police gave me a copy of the tape. On the tape, your father's watch is seen. I've had it enhanced. If your mother has not reset the watch since she started wearing it, then there is a way I can get the time I need."
"You don't need the watch. The time is on the tape. You said you had the tape."
"The police say the time on the tape is wrong. That's what I'm trying to find out. Will you call your mother for me?" The girls came over to the counter then. The man didn't answer McCaleb as he silently took their money and gave them change. He watched them walk out before looking back at McCaleb.
"I don't understand this. It makes no sense to me what you want."
McCaleb blew out his breath.
"I am trying to help you."
"Do you want the man who killed your father to be caught?"
"Of course. But this watch business, what does it have to do with anything?"
I could explain it all to you if you... McCaleb looked at him a moment and decided that it was going to be the only way to go. He nodded and told him to wait while he got a photo out of the car. The young man's name was Steve Kang. Riding in the front passenger seat, he directed Buddy Lockridge into a neighborhood just a few blocks from where Graciella Rivers and Raymond Torres lived. McCaleb had convinced him with his long version. The young man had then thought enough of McCaleb's theory to put a "Be Back Soon" sign on the door and lock up. He normally walked to and from the store, but Lockridge's car would save them time. When they got to his home, Steve Kang led McCaleb inside while Lockridge waited in the car. The house was virtually identical in design to Graciella's, and had probably been built in the early 50s by the same developer. Kang told McCaleb to sit in the living room, and he then disappeared down a hallway leading to the bedrooms. McCaleb heard muffled talking from the hallway. After a few seconds he realized he waited. He thought about the similarities in the houses, and envisioned the two different families grieving on the night of the shooting and the days after. Steve Kang came back then. He handed McCaleb a remote phone and the watch his father had worn. "She did not change anything," he said. "It's just the way it was that night." McCaleb nodded. From the corner of his eye he noticed movement. He looked to his left and saw Steve Kang's mother standing in the hallway, just watching him. He nodded to her, but she didn't respond in any way. McCaleb had brought the hard copy of the enhanced video frame in with him, along with his notebook and phone book. He had told Steve Kang what he planned to do, but was still uncomfortable carrying it out in front of him. He was about to impersonate a police officer, which was a crime, even if that officer was Eddie Arango. From his phone book, he got the number for the Central Communications Center in downtown L.A. He'd had the number since his days with the L.A. field office, when he would at times need to coordinate. The CCC was the dark, cavernous dispatch center 4 floors below City Hall, from which all police and fire department radio communications were transmitted. It was also where the clock was from which the official time of the murders of Gloria Torres and Chan Ho Kang had been set. On the drive from Hollywood to the market, McCaleb had pulled out the Torres file and gotten Arango's badge number from the homicide report. He now placed the watch Steve Kang had given him on the arm of the couch and dialed the non-emergency number of the CCC. An operator answered in 4 rings. "This is Arango, West Valley Homicide," McCaleb said. "That's serial 1411. I'm not on the radio. I just need a 1020 for a surveillance commencement. And could you give me the seconds with that, too?"
"Seconds? Why, you're a precise man, Detective Arango."
"Precisely."
"Hold one."
McCaleb looked down at the watch. Time was 5:14:42 p.m.
"That's 17:14:38.
"Gotcha," he said. "Thanks." He hung up and looked at Steve Kang. "Your father's watch is running 4 seconds ahead of the CCC clock." Kang narrowed his eyes, and he came around the side of the couch to look over McCaleb as he wrote numbers down in his notebook, referred back to specific times listed on the timeline he had put together earlier, and then did the math. They both arrived at the same conclusion at the same time. "That means—" Steve Kang didn't finish. McCaleb noticed that he glanced over at his mother in the hallway, and then back at the time McCaleb had underlined in the notebook. "That bastard," he said in a hateful whisper. "He's more than that," McCaleb said. Outside, Buddy Lockridge started the Taurus as soon as McCaleb jumped in. "Let's go."
"We giving the kid a ride back?"
"No, he's got to talk to his mother. Let's go."
Okay. Where to?"
"Back to the boat."
"The boat? You can't go there, Terry. Those people might still be there, or they might be watching it."
"It doesn't matter. I have no choice." 34. Lockridge dropped McCaleb off at the curb on Cabrillo Way, about half a mile from the marina. He walked in the rest of the way, keeping to the shadows cast by the small shops that lined the boulevard. The plan was for Buddy to leave his keys in the Taurus and then go to his boat as if everything about his life was routine and normal. If he saw anything unusual, anyone hanging around the marina who wasn't recognizable, he was to flick on the mast light on the double-down. McCaleb would be able to see the light from a good distance away, and he would keep clear. When the marina came into sight, McCaleb masked. It was dark now, and he saw no lights. Things looked good. He glanced around and spotted a payphone outside a mini-market and went to it to call Lockridge anyway. It also gave him a chance to put the heavy leather bag down for a spell. Buddy picked up the phone right away. "Is it safe?" McCaleb asked, remembering the line from a movie he had enjoyed some years before.
Think so. I don't see anyone, and nobody grabbed me on the way in. I didn't see anything that looked like an unmarked cop car out in the lot either.
"What's my boat look like?" There was a silence while Buddy took a look.
But it's still there. Looks like they got yellow tape strung between the piers like you're not supposed to go on it or something.
"Okay, Bud, I'm coming in. I'm going to go into the laundry first and stick my bag in one of the dryers. If I go to the boat and get jumped by them, you come get the bag and sit on it until I get out. You okay with that?"
Sure.
"Okay, listen. If everything goes... So I'm going to say this now. Thanks for everything, buddy. You've been a big help."
No sweat, man. I don't care about what these bastards are trying to do to you. I know you're cool.
McCaleb thanked him again and hung up, then picked up his bag and started carrying it under his arm as he headed toward the marina. He first ducked into the laundry and found an empty dryer in which to stow the bag. He then made it all the way to the boat without problem. Before unlocking the slider, he took one last look around the marina and saw nothing amiss, nothing that raised an alarm. He noticed the dark form of Buddy Lockridge sitting in the cockpit of the double-down. He heard a wah-wah tremolo from a harmonica, and he nodded toward the shadow figure. He then slid open the door. The boat smelled stuffy and stale, but there was still a lingering scent of perfume. He guessed Jay Winston had left it behind. He didn't turn on a light, but rather reached for the flashlight clamped on the underside and held the light down at his side and pointing at the floor. He headed below, knowing he had to move quickly. He just wanted to grab enough clothes, drugs, and medical supplies to last him a few days. He figured one way or the other, it would be all the time he would get. He opened one of the hallway hatches and got out the large duffel bag. He then went into the master stateroom and gathered the clothes he would need. Doing it surreptitiously by flashlight slowed the process down, but finally he had what he needed. When he was done, he carried the bag across the hallway to the head to gather drugs, medical supplies, and his clipboard. He put the open bag on the sink and was about to begin laying in the pharmaceutical boxes and vials when he realized something. When he had crossed the hallway, there had been a light on topside. The galley light, or maybe one of the overheads in the salon. He momentarily froze and tried to listen for any sound from above while he reviewed his own movement light when he had come in. He listened nearly half a minute, but there was nothing. He quietly stepped back into the hallway and looked up the stairway. He stood stock still and listened again while trying to weigh his options. The only way out, besides going back up the stairs, was the deck hatch in the roof of the forward stateroom. But it would be foolish to think that whoever was topside didn't have that escape route covered. "Buddy?" he called. "Is that you?" The answer came after a long beat of silence. "No, Terry. It's not Buddy." A female voice. McCaleb recognized it. "Jay? Why don't you come on up?" He looked back into the head. The flashlight was inside the duffel bag, illuminating little else but its contents. Otherwise he was in the dark. "I'm coming up." She was sitting on the cushioned swivel chair near the TV right past her in the dark. He slid into the matching chair on the other side of the salon. "Hello, Jay. How's it going?" "I've had better days." "Same here. I was going to call you in the morning." "Well, I'm here now." "And where are your friends?" "They're not my friends. And they definitely aren't your friends, Terry." "Didn't sound like it." "So, what's going on? How come you're here and they're not?" "Because every now and then one of us dopey locals turns out to be smarter than the Bureau boys." McCaleb smiled without humor. "You knew I'd have to come back for my medicine." She returned the smile and nodded. "They figure you're already halfway to Mexico if you're not there already. But I saw that cabinet full of drugs and knew you had to come back. It was like a leash. So now you get to take me in and get the bust and get the glory. Not necessarily. He did not respond at first, and how she was playing this. What are you saying, Jay? I'm saying my gut is telling me one thing, the evidence something else. I usually trust my gut. Me too. What evidence are you talking about? What did you people find in here today? Nothing much. Just a baseball hat with the CI logo on it. We figured out it means Catalina Island, and it matches the description James Noon gave of the cap the driver of the Cherokee was wearing. Then nothing else, until we opened up the top drawer of that chart table. McCaleb looked over at the chart table. He remembered opening the top drawer and checking it after the intruder had been scared off the night before. There was nothing in there amiss, or that could hurt him. What was in it? In it? Nothing. It was underneath, taped underneath. McCaleb got up and went to the chart drawers. He pulled the top drawer out and turned it over. He ran his finger over the tape. He smiled and shook his head. He thought about how quickly the intruder could have come in, taken a pre-taped package, and slapped it up under the open drawer. Let me guess, he said. It was a plastic... No, don't say anything. You say anything and it could come back to hurt you. I don't want to hurt you, Terry. I'm not worried about that, not anymore. So let me guess. Under the drawer was a bag, a Ziploc type of bag. Inside it was the cross earring taken from Gloria Torres and a photograph of James Cordell's family, the one taken from his car. Winston nodded. McCaleb returned to his seat. You left out Donald Kenyon's cufflink, she said. Sterling silver in the shape of a $sign. I didn't know about that. I bet Nevins and Ulig and that asshole Orango put on 6 inches apiece when they found that bag. They were strutting all right, she said, nodding. It made them very happy. But not. It was too easy. They sat in silence for a few moments. You know, Terry, you don't seem very concerned that evidence linking you to 3 murders was found in your boat, not to mention the obvious motive you have for those murders. She nodded toward McCaleb's chest. No, you look like, at best, you are maybe moderately annoyed. Do you want to tell me why? McCaleb leaned forward, elbows on his knees. This brought his face more fully into the light. It was all planted, Jay. The hat, earring, everything. Last night somebody broke in here. He didn't take anything, so he must have left things. I've got witnesses. I'm being set up. I don't know why, but it's a setup. Well, if you're thinking Bolotov, forget it. He's been in Van Nuys jail since his parole officer picked him up Sunday afternoon. No, I'm not thinking Bolotov. He's in the clear. That sure sounds like a different tune. Events have overtaken the possibility of him being a suspect. Near his work in which the HK-P7 was taken, that would have given him the right gun to make him a suspect in Cordell and Torres. But that burglary occurred in December, near Christmas. Now, add Kenyon. He was killed with a P7 in November, so it can't be the same gun even if Bolotov did the burglary. So he's clear. I still don't know why he went apeshit on me and ran, though. Well, like you said, he probably is good for that Christmas burglary. You went in there and spooked him, made it sound like you were going to put a couple of murders on him. He ran, that's all. McCaleb nodded. What's going to happen to him? His boss is going to drop his complaint in lieu of restitution for the window that was broken. That's it. They'll release him after a hearing today. McCaleb nodded again and looked down at the carpet. So forget about him, Terry. What else have you got? He brought his eyes back up and looked intently back at her. I'm close. I'm just 1 or 2 steps away from putting this all together. I know who the way from knowing who hired him. I've got names, a list of suspects. I know the person we want is on that list. Trust your gut on this one, Jay. You can hook me up now and bring me in and get the bust. But it's wrong and it won't fit. Eventually I'll be able to prove it, but in the meantime we'll miss the chance we've got right now. Who is the shooter? McCaleb stood up. I have to get my bag. I'll show you. Where's your bag? In a dryer in the Marina laundry. I stashed it there. I didn't know what to expect when I came in here. She thought a moment. Let me go get it, he said. You've still got the pharmacy here. I'm not going anywhere. If you don't trust me, come with me. She waved him off. All right, go. Get your bag, I'll wait.
On the way to the laundry, McCaleb met Buddy Lockridge, who was holding the leather satchel taken from the laundry.
Everything okay? You told me to go get this if I saw anybody put the moves on you.
Everything's fine, Buddy, I think.
Telling you, but she was one of them that was here today.
I know, but I think she's on my side. McCaleb took the bag from him and headed back to his boat. Inside, he turned on the television, put the Sherman Market tape in the VCR, and started playing it. He fast-forwarded the image and watched the jerking motions of the shooter coming in, shooting Gloria Torres and the market owner, then disappearing. Then the Good Samaritan came in, and McCaleb put the tape on normal speed. At the moment the Good Samaritan looked up from his work on Gloria's stricken figure, McCaleb hit the pause button and the image froze. He pointed at the man on the television screen and looked back at Jay Winston. There's your shooter. She stared at the tube for a long moment, her face betraying none of her thoughts. Okay, tell me, how is that my shooter? The timeline. Arango and Walters never saw this as anything. That's how it looked. Who can blame them? But they were sloppy. They never bothered completing or verifying a timeline. They took what they saw at face value. But there was a problem between the time on the store video when the shooting went down and the time on the big clock downtown when the Good Samaritan called it in. Right. You told me. What was the discrepancy? A half minute or so? 34 seconds. According to the store's video, the Good Samaritan called in the shooting 34 seconds before it happened. But you said Walters or Arango said they couldn't verify the accuracy of the video clock. They just assumed it was off because the old man, Mr. Kang, probably said it himself. Right. They assumed. I didn't. McCaleb backed the tape up to the point that Chan Ho Kang's watch was visible as his arms stretched across the counter. He played with it in slow motion, going back and forth until he had the time strip across the bottom at the right moment. He paused the image again. He then went to enhancement. Okay, what I did was triangulate the time to get an accurate fix on when exactly this went down. You see the watch? She nodded. He handed her the hard copy. I had a friend who used to do work for the Bureau enhance this image. That's the hard copy. As you can see, the time on the watch and the video match, to the second. Old man Kang must have set the camera clock right off his watch. You with me? I'm with you. The video and the watch match. What does it mean? McCaleb held his hand up in a hold-on gesture, and then got out his notebook and referred to his timeline notes. Now we know, according to the Central Communications Center clock downtown, that the Good Samaritan called in the shooting at 10:41:03, which was 34 seconds before the shooting took place according to the videotape. Okay? Okay. He explained that evening's trip to the store and then to the Kang home. He told her that the watch's setting had not been disturbed since the murders. I then called the CCC and got a time check and compared it to the watch. The watch is running only 4 seconds ahead of the CCC clock. Therefore, that means the video clock was running only 4 seconds ahead of CCC at the time of the murders. Winston narrowed her eyebrows and leaned forward, trying to follow his explanation. That would mean... She didn't finish. It means that there is almost no difference, just 4 seconds, between the video clock and the CCC clock. So when the Good Samaritan called in the store shooting at 10:41:03 on the CCC clock, it was exactly 10:41:07 on the store clock. There was only 4 seconds difference. But that's impossible, Winston said, shaking her head. There was no shooting at the time. That wasn't even in the store yet. She was probably just pulling in. McCaleb was silent. He decided to let her make the conclusions without having to be told or prompted. He knew it would have a stronger impact if she came to the same spot he was at on her own. So, she said, this guy, this Good Samaritan, had to have called in the shooting before the shooting took place. McCaleb nodded. He noted the deepening intensity in her eyes. Why would he do that unless he knew? Unless he knew the shooting was going down? Damn!
He's got to be the shooter. McCaleb nodded once more, but this time he had a satisfied smile on his face. He knew he had her in his car now, and they were about to hit the gas pedal. 35. Have you hashed this around? Figured out how it all plays? A little bit. So then the galley now, pouring himself a glass of orange juice. Winston had passed on a drink, but was standing in the galley also. Her adrenaline would not allow her to sit. McCaleb knew that feeling. Wait a second, he said. He gulped down the orange juice in one tilt. Sorry. I messed with my blood sugar today, I think. Ate too late. Are you all right? Fine. He put the glass in the sink, turned and leaned against the counter. Okay, this is how I see it. You start with Mr. X, somebody, someplace that we'll assume to be a man for now. This person needs something, a new part, kidney, liver, maybe bone marrow, possibly corneas, but that might be stretching it. It has to be something worth killing for, something that he might die without, or in the case of the cornea, possibly go blind and become non-functioning without. What about a heart? That would be on the list, but see, I got the heart. So scratch Ulick and Arango and the rest of them who think I'm Mr. X, okay? Okay, go on. This guy, X, he's got money and access, enough to be able to contact and hire a shooter. With OC connections. Maybe, but not necessarily. What about don't forget the cannoli? I don't know. I've been thinking about that. It's kind of showy for real organized crime, don't you think? Makes me think it's a deflection, but for now that's just a guess. All right, never mind for now. Go on with Mr. X. Well, besides being able to get to a shooter to do the job, he next has to have access to the computer at Bopra. He's got to know who has the part that he needs. You know what Bopra is? I learned today, and I said the same thing about you to Nevins. How could Terry McCaleb get access to Bopra? And he told me how bullshit their computer security is. Their theory is that you hacked in one day when you were at Cedars. You got a list of blood donors of type AB with CM. Okay. Now, follow the same theory, but instead of me, it's Mr. X, and he gets the list, and then puts the Good Samaritan on the case. McCaleb pointed out into the salon, where the image of the Good Samaritan remained frozen on the television screen. They both looked at it for a few moments before he continued. The shooter goes down the list, and lo and behold, he sees a familiar name. Donald Kenyon. Kenyon is a famous man, mostly for all the enemies he has. He becomes the perfect choice because of that. All those enemies, investors, and maybe even some mobster lurking behind the scenes. It makes for good camouflage. So the Good Samaritan picks Kenyon. Right. He picks him, and then he watches him until he has his routine. And the routine is pretty simple, because Kenyon's got a federal dog collar on and usually doesn't go anywhere outside of his house because of it. But the Good Sam is not discouraged. He gets the household routine down, and he knows that for 20 minutes each morning, Kenyon kids to school. His throat dry from all the talking, McCaleb rescued the glass from the sink and poured himself another glass of orange juice. So, he hits during that 20-minute window, he continued, after gulping down another half-glass. And going in, he knows he has to do the job in such a way that Kenyon makes it to the hospital, but no further. See, he's got to preserve the organs for transplant. But if he goes too far, Kenyon's dead on arrival and no good to him. So he comes into the house, grabs Kenyon, and marches him to the front door. He then holds him there and waits for the wife to come back home from dropping the kids. He makes Kenyon look through the peephole and make sure it is her. Then he pops him and lays him out on the floor, fresh and ready when the wife opens the door. But he doesn't make it to the hospital. No, the plan was good, but he fucked up. He used a devastator in the P7, the wrong bullet for this kind of work. It's a frangible that explodes and basically pulps and controls. Death is almost instantaneous. He stopped there and watched Winston as she evaluated the story. Then he held up a finger, signaling her to wait before commenting. He went to his bag in the salon and pulled out a sheaf of documents, careful to keep his body between the bag and Winston. He didn't want her catching a glimpse of the P7, which was still in there. At the galley counter, he looked through the documents until he found what he needed. I'm not supposed to even have this, but take a look. This is a transcript of the tape the Bureau got from the illegal bugs in the Kenyon house. This is the part where he was hit. They didn't get everything that was said, but what is there fits with what I just said. Winston stood next to him and read the section he had circled with a pen while riding with Buddy Lockridge on the way to the marina. Unknown. Okay. Look and see who... Kenyon. Don't. She's got nothing to do with this. She... Winston nodded her head.
He could have told him to look. It obviously was the wife because Kenyon then tried to protect her.
Right. And notice that the transcript says that there were 2 minutes of silence before that last exchange and the gunshot. What else could he have been doing but waiting until she showed up so she would get to the body almost as soon as it happened? She nodded again.
It fits, she said. But what about the Bureau people listening? You think the shooter didn't know about them?
I'm not sure. It doesn't seem like it. I think he just got lucky. But maybe he thought there was a slim chance the place was bugged. Maybe that's where the cannoli line came from. Just a little misdirection just in case. McCaleb finished his orange juice and put the glass back into the sink.
Okay, so he blew it, Winston said, and it was back to the drawing board. Or actually back to the Bopra list. And the next name he picked was my guy, James Cordell.
McCaleb nodded and let her run with it. He knew that the more of the puzzle she fit together has been the whole thing.
He changes the load, goes from frangible to hardball so that he would have a through-and-through wound with less immediate brain damage. He watches Cordell until he has the routine down, and then he sets up the shoot in a way similar to Kenyon, the hit occurring almost instantaneous to the arrival of a second party who could get help. In Kenyon's case, it was his wife. In Cordell's, it was James Noon. The shooter probably stood behind Cordell until he saw Noon's car enter the turn lane to come into the bank. That was when he fired.
I think Noon was an accident, McCaleb said. There's no way the shooter could have planned on a witness showing up. He was probably going to shoot Cordell and then call 911 himself on the payphone out at the curb. On the crime scene tape, you can see the payphone right there. But Noon came along, and that forced him to just get the hell out of there. He probably thought the witness would make the call on the payphone, a legitimate call for help. The bad break for him was that Noon made the call on a cell phone, and the address was messed up, resulting in... Winston nodded her agreement.
Cordell was DOA, she said. Another one goes to shit. He goes back to the list, and it's Gloria Torres this time. Only this time he's not taking a single chance. He calls the shooting in before it even happens.
Right, to get the paramedics rolling. He knew her routine. He was probably standing at that payphone waiting. When he saw her car pulling in, he made the 911 call.
He then goes in, does the job, and splits. Outside, he pulls off the mask and the jumpsuit, and he becomes a good Samaritan. He goes in, wraps her up, and gets the hell out of there. This time it works. It is perfect.
It was a learning process. He learned from the mistakes of the first two, perfected it on the third. McCaleb folded his arms and waited for Winston to make the next jump.
So we have to follow the harvest now, she said. One of the people who received one of the organs will be Mr. X. We have to go to Bopra, and you said you had a list of names?
He nodded.
From Bopra?
From Bopra. He went back to his bag and found the list Bonnie Fox had given him. He turned around and almost bumped into Winston, who had moved out of the galley. He handed her the sheet.
There's a list.
She studied it intently, as if she was expecting to see that one of the names on it would actually be Mr. X, or in some other way be readily identifiable as him.
How did you get this?
Can't say. She looked up at him. For the time being, I have to protect the source, but it's legit. Those people got organs from Gloria Torres.
Are you giving me this?
If you're going to do something with it.
I will. I'll start tomorrow.
McCaleb was fully aware of what he was giving her. Of course, it might be the key to his exoneration and the capture of the worst kind of killer, but he was also handing her successful in breaking the case while the Bureau and the LAPD were heading down the wrong road. Her professional future would have no bounds. How are you going to run them down? He asked.
Any way I can. I'll look for money, criminal records, anything that stands out. You know, the usual things, the full background. What are you going to be doing?
McCaleb glanced over at his bag. It was bulging with documents, tapes, and the guns. I don't know yet. Will you tell me something? How did this all turn on me? What pointed all you people at me? Winston folded the list into a neat square and slid it into the pocket of her blazer. The Bureau. Nevins told me they got a tip. He wouldn't say from where. The tip was suspect-specific, though. He did tell me that. The source said you killed Gloria Torres for her heart. They took it from there. They checked the autopsies of all 3 victims and found the blood matches. From there it was easy. I have to admit, they had me going. At the time it all seemed to fit.
How? McCaleb asked angrily, his voice rising. None of this would have even happened if I hadn't started looking into it. The ballistics match to Kenyon was made because of me. That brought the Bureau in. You think that is what a guilty man would do? That's crazy.
He was angrily pointing at his own chest. All of that was considered. We sat around and hashed it out this morning. The theory that emerged was that you had this woman, the sister, who had come to you, and you figured she wasn't going to let this go. So you decided you better take the case before somebody else did. You took it and proceeded to sabotage it. You came up with this Bulletov goose chase. You hypnotized the only real witness, and now he's lost to us as far as court goes. Yes, the ballistics match was made because of you, but maybe that was a surprise. Maybe you were expecting it to come up empty, since a Devastator had been used the first time. McCaleb shook his head. He wouldn't allow himself to see their side of it. He still him. Look, we weren't sold on it 100%, Winston said. We felt there was enough to get and justify a warrant for the search, and there was. We felt the search was make or break. We would find evidence and go further with it, or we would drop it. But then we find out you drive a black Cherokee, and then, sitting under that drawer, are 3 very damning pieces of evidence. The only thing that could have been worse for you would have been to find the gun. McCaleb thought of the gun sitting in his bag 5 feet away from them. Again, he knew how lucky he had been. But like you said, it was too easy. For me, it was. The others didn't see it that way. Like I said before, they started strutting. They saw the headlines. McCaleb shook his head. The discussion had sapped his strength. He stepped over to the galley table and slid into the booth. I am being set up, he said. Winston came over. I believe you. He's done a good job of it. Have you thought at all about why it's you that's been set up? McCaleb nodded as he drew a design in a spray of sugar that had been spilled on the table. When I look at it from the shooter's view, I see why. He brushed the sugar off the table with his palm. After Kenyon didn't work out, and the shooter knew he had to go back to the list, he also knew he was doubling the risk. He knew there was an off chance that the cases might be connected through the blood. He knew he had to lay the groundwork for a deflection. He picked me. If he was in the Bopra computer, then he knew I was next on the list for a heart. He probably backgrounded me like the others. He knew about the Cherokee I drove and used one himself. He took souvenirs from the victims so that he could plant them, if needed, here. Then it was probably him who made the tip call to Nevins when everything was set. McCaleb sat silently for a long moment, brooding about his situation. Then he slowly slid back out of the booth. Where are you going to go? I'm not sure. I'll need to talk to you tomorrow. I'll be in touch. He started down the stairs, his hands gripping the overhead rails. Terry? He stopped and turned to look back at her. I'm taking a big chance. My neck's a mile out there. I know that, Jay. Thanks. With that, he disappeared into the darkness below. 36. McCaleb's Cherokee had been impounded during the search earlier in the day. He borrowed Lockridge's Taurus and drove it north on the 405. When he reached the 10 interchange, he went west to the Pacific and then continued north again on the Coast Highway. He was in no hurry, and he was tired of freeways. He'd decided to drive along the ocean and then cut up to the valley through Topanga Canyon. He knew Topanga was desolate enough for him to be able to tell if he was being followed by Winston or anybody else. The time he reached the shore and was skirting along the black water, intermittently broken by the froth of crashing waves. The night fog was coming in heavy and pushing across the highway, butting into the sheer bluffs that guarded the Palisades. It carried with it the strong scent and feel of the sea, and it reminded McCaleb of night fishing with his father when he was a boy. It always scared him when his father throttled down and killed the engines so they could drift in the dark. His breath held tight at the end of the night when the old man turned the key to restart. He had nightmares as a boy about drifting alone in the dark in a dead boat. He never told his father about those dreams. He never told him he didn't want to go night fishing. He always held his fears to himself. McCaleb looked out to his left to try to find the line where ocean met sky, but he couldn't see it. Two shades of darkness blending somewhere out there, the moon hidden in cloud cover. It seemed to fit his mood, for some blues, but gave up and turned it off. He remembered Buddy's collection of harmonicas and reached into the door pocket for one. He flipped on the overhead light and checked the etching on the top plate. It was a tombo in the key of C. He wiped it off on his shirt, and as he drove, he played with the instrument, mostly producing a cacophony that at times made him laugh out loud at how ugly it was. But every now and then he put together a couple of notes. Buddy had tried to teach him once, and he'd gotten to the point where he could play the opening riffs of Midnight Rambler. He tried for that now, but couldn't find the chord, and what he produced sounded more like a wheezing old man. When he turned into Topanga Canyon, he put the harmonica down. The road through the canyon was a snake, and he'd need both hands on the wheel. Fresh out of distractions, he finally began considering his situation. He first brooded about Winston and how much he could count on her. He knew she was capable and ambitious. What he didn't, she would certainly encounter by going against the Bureau and the LAPD. He concluded that he was lucky to have her on his side, but that he couldn't sit back and wait for her to show up with the case wrapped up in a box. He could only count on himself. He figured that if Winston did not convince the others, then at best he had 2 days before they had an indictment from a grand jury and would go to the media with their prize. After that, his chances of working the case would diminish rapidly. He'd be the lead on the 6 and 11 o'clock news. He'd have no choice but to give up the investigation, get a lawyer, and surrender. The priority would then be clearing his name in the courtroom, never mind catching the real shooter and whoever it was who had hired him. There was a gravel turnout on the road, and McCaleb pulled over, put the car in park, and looked out at the blackness of the drop-off to his right. Far off he saw the square lights of a house deep in the canyon, and he wondered what it would be like to be there. He reached over, but it was gone, slipped over the side during one of the turns of the snaking road. 3 minutes went by, and no car passed him. He dropped the car back into drive and continued on his way. Once he crested the mountain, the road straightened out some and dropped down into woodland hills. He stayed on Topanga Canyon Boulevard until he reached Sherman Way, and then he cut east into Canoga Park. 5 minutes later, he stopped in front of Graciella's home and watched the windows for a few minutes. He thought about what he would say to her. He wasn't sure what he had started with her, but it felt strong and right to him. Before he even opened the door to the car, he was mourning the possibility that it might already be over. She opened the front door before he reached it, and he wondered if she had been watching him sitting in the car.
"Terry, is everything all right? Why are you driving?"
"I had to."
Come in.
She stepped back and took the same seats on the sectional sofa that they had taken before. A small color television on a wooden stand played softly in the corner. The 10 o'clock news on Channel 5 was just starting. Graciella used a remote to. McCaleb put his heavy bag down between his feet. He had left the duffel in the car, unwilling to presume that he would be asked to stay.
"Tell me," she said, "what is happening?"
"They think it was me. The FBI, LAPD, all of them but one sheriff's detective. They think I killed your sister for her heart." McCaleb looked at her face and then glanced away like a guilty man. He winced at the thought of what this must show to her, but he knew deep down that he was guilty. He was the beneficiary, even if he had nothing to do with the actual crime. He was alive now because Gloria was dead. A question echoed through his mind like the slamming of a dozen doors down a dark hallway. How can I live with this?
"That's ridiculous," Graciella said angrily. "How can they think that you—"
"Wait," he said, cutting her off. "I have to tell you some things, Graciella. Then you decide what and who to believe. His hand up, cutting her off again. Just listen to me, okay? Where's Raymond? He's asleep. It's a school night. He nodded and leaned forward, elbows on his knees, hands clasped together. They searched my boat. While I was with you, they were searching my boat. They had made the same connection we made, the blood work, but they're looking at me for it. They found things on my boat. I wanted to tell you before you heard it from them or saw it on TV or the paper. What things, Terry? Hidden under a drawer. They found your sister's earring, the cross the shooter took. He watched her a moment before continuing. Her eyes dropped from his to the glass-topped coffee table as she thought about his words. They also found the photo from Cordell's car, and they found a cufflink that was taken from Donald Kenyon. They found all the icons the killer took, Graciella. My source, the sheriff's detective, she tells me I can't go back to my boat now. She glanced at him and then away. She stood up and walked to the window, even though the curtain was closed. She shook her head. You want me to leave? He said to her back. No, I don't want you to leave. This makes no sense. How can they... Did you tell the detective about the intruder? He's the one who must have done this, who put those things in the drawer. He's the killer. Oh, my God. We were that close to my sisters. She didn't finish. McCaleb got up and went to her, relief coursing through him. She didn't believe it. None of it. He put his arms around her from behind and pushed his face into her hair. I'm so glad you believe me, he whispered. She turned around in his arms, and they kissed for a long moment. What can I do to help? She whispered. Just keep believing, and I'll do the rest. Can I stay here? Nobody knows that where to get will be to look for me. It might be just to tell you they think it's me. I want you to stay, as long as you need or want to. I just need a place where I can work, where I can go through everything again. I get this feeling I missed something. Like the blood work, there's got to be some answers in all of that paper. You can work here. I'll stay home tomorrow and help look through... No, you can't. You can't do anything unusual. I just want you to get up in the morning and take Raymond to school and then go to work. I can do this. This part is my job. He held her face in his hands. The weight of his guilt was lessened by her just being there with him, and he felt the subtle opening inside of some passage that had long been closed. He wasn't sure where it would lead, but knew in his heart he wanted to go there, that he must go there. I was just about to go to bed, she said. He nodded. Are you coming with me? What about Raymond? Shouldn't we? Raymond's asleep. For right now, let's worry about us. 37. In the morning, after Graciella and Raymond were gone and the house was quiet, McCaleb opened his leather bag and spread all of the accumulated paperwork in 6 stacks across the coffee table. While contemplating it all, he drank a glass of orange juice and ate 2 untoasted blueberry Pop-Tarts that he guessed were meant for Raymond. When he was done, he set to work, hoping his involvement in the paper would keep his mind off things beyond his control, mainly J. Winston's investigation of the names on the list. Despite that distraction, McCaleb could feel the flow of adrenaline start to kick in. He was looking for the tell, the piece of the puzzle that didn't fit before, but would make sense now, that would tell him the story. He had survived in the Bureau largely by following gut instincts. He was following one now. He knew that the larger the case file of facts, the easier it was for the tell to be hidden. He would go hunting for it now, in a sense looking for the perfect red apple in the stack at the grocery store, the one that, when pulled, brings the whole pile down and bouncing across the floor. But as jazzed as McCaleb had been at 8:30 in the morning, his spirits were immolated by late afternoon. In 8 hours, interrupted only by bologna sandwiches and unanswered calls to Winston, he had reviewed every page of every document he had accumulated in the 10 days he had worked the case, and the tell, if it had ever been there, remained hidden. The feelings of paranoia and isolation were creeping back up on him. At one point, he realized he was daydreaming about what would be the best place to flee to, the mountains of Canada or the beaches of Mexico. At 4 o'clock he called the Star Center once more and was told for the 5th time that Winston was not in. This time, however, gone for the day. In earlier calls, the secretary had dutifully refused to reveal where Winston was or give him her pager number. For that he would have to speak to the captain, and McCaleb declined, knowing the jeopardy he would place Winston in if it was revealed she was not only sympathetic to a suspect, but was actually aiding him.
End of CD 10. CD 11.
After hanging up, he called his phone on the boat and played back 2 messages that had come in during the last hour. The first was Buddy Lockridge checking in, and the second was a wrong number, a woman saying she wasn't sure if she had the right number but was looking for someone named Luther Hatch. She left a callback number. McCaleb recognized the name Luther Hatch, the suspect in the case in which he had first met Jay Winston. Once he made that, she was telling him to call her. As he punched in the numbers Winston had left, he recognized the exchange. It was the same for the bureau offices in Westwood, where he used to work. The phone was answered immediately.
This is Winston.
This is McCaleb. Silence.
Hey, I was wondering if you would get that message.
What's up? Can you talk?
Not really.
Okay, I'll talk then. Do they know you are helping me?
No, obviously.
But you're there because they moved the investigation to the Bureau, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, have you had a chance to run those names down yet?
I've been out on it all day.
Do you have anything? Do any of them look good?
No, there's nothing there.
McCaleb closed his eyes and cursed silently. Where had he gone wrong? How could this be a dead end? He was confused, and he wondered if Winston had had enough time to thoroughly run out the list. Is there any place or time I can talk to you about this? I need to ask you some questions.
In a little while I probably can. Why don't you give me a number and I'll get back to you?
McCaleb was silent while he thought about this, but he didn't take long. As Winston had said the night before, her neck was way out there for him. He believed he could trust her. He gave her Graciella's number. Call me back as soon as you can.
I will.
One last thing. Did they go to the grand jury yet?
No, not yet.
How long before they do?
I'll see you tomorrow morning, then. Bye.
She hung up before she heard him curse out loud. The following morning they were going to seek an indictment against him for murder, and he was sure that obtaining it would be only a formality. Grand juries were always rigged in the prosecution's favor. In McCaleb's case, he knew that all the tape and then introduced the earring found during the search of his boat. They would be staging press conferences by the afternoon. Perfect timing for the 6 o'clock news. While he was standing there contemplating his grim future, the phone rang in his hand.
It's Jay.
Where are you?
The Federal Cafeteria, a payphone.
McCaleb immediately envisioned her location, in an alcove with vending machines off to the side of the cafeteria dining room. It was private enough. What's going on, Jay?
It's not good. They're putting the finishing touches on the package they're going to take to the DA's office tonight. They'll take it to the grand jury tomorrow morning. They're going to seek 1 murder charge for Gloria Torres. After that's in the pipeline, they'll take their time before adding on Cordell and Kenyon.
Okay, McCaleb said, not sure how to respond. He decided there was no sense in continuing to curse out loud.
My advice is that you come in, Terry. You tell them I'll be on your side, but right now I'm handcuffed. I have information about the Good Samaritan I shouldn't have. If I reveal it, I'll go into the shitter with you.
What about the list? Nothing at all?
Look, that much I did talk about with them, so I would have the time to work the list. I came in this morning and told them in order to be ready to counter your defense, we needed to investigate the other recipients of the organs from Gloria Torres. I said I had a source who would slip us the list of names without us having to get a search warrant, etc., etc., and they said, great. They gave me the day. But nothing, Terry. I'm sorry, but I checked out every name. I got nothing.
Tell me.
Well, I don't have the list with me, but...
Hold on. McCaleb walked into Graciella's bedroom, where he had seen the copy of the list he had given her on the bureau. He grabbed it and read the first name to Winston. J.B. Dickey. He got the liver.
Right, okay. He didn't make it. He got the transplant, but there were surgery.
But that doesn't mean it wasn't him.
I know that, but I talked to the surgeon at St. Joseph's. It was a charity case. The guy was on Medi-Cal, and the hospital picked up the rest. This wasn't a guy with money or connections to a hitman, Terry. Come on.
Okay. Next. Tammy Dumiki, one of the kidneys?
Right. She's a school teacher. She's 28, married to a carpenter, and has 2 kids. She doesn't fit either. It just wasn't...
William Farley, the other kidney.
Retired Chippy from Bakersfield. He's been in a wheelchair for 12 years, since he took a bullet in the spine during a routine traffic pullover on the Grapevine. They never caught the guy either.
California Highway Patrol, McCaleb mused out loud. He could have friends who could have pulled this off for him. Winston was silent for a long moment before responding.
It seems unlikely, Terry. I mean, listen to what you're...
I know. Never mind. We got the corneas.
Right. She sells books for a living and just got out of college. It's not her either. Look, Terry, we were hoping that one of these people would be some millionaire or a politician or anybody with the juice to do this. Somebody obvious, but it's just not there. I'm sorry.
So I'm still the best and only suspect.
Unfortunately.
Thanks, Jay. You've been a big help. I've got to go.
Wait! And don't get mad at me. I've been the only one who has listened to you, remember?
I know. I'm sorry.
Well, there was one other thing I was thinking. I wasn't going to tell you until I had some time to check it out. I'm going to start on it tomorrow. I'm working on a warrant for information right now.
What? Tell me, I need something right now.
Well, you were only thinking in terms of who got the organs that became available after the death of Gloria Torres, right?
Right. Cordell's and Kenyon's were not harvested.
But there is always a waiting list, right?
Yeah, always. I waited almost 2 years because of the blood type.
Well, maybe someone just wanted to move up the list.
Move up?
You know, they were like you, waiting, and they knew it would be a long wait, maybe even a fatal wait. Weren't you told that with your blood type there was no telling when a heart would become available?
Yeah, they told me not to get my hopes up.
Okay, so maybe our guy is still waiting, but by taking out Gloria Torres, he has in effect moved up 1 notch on the list, improved his chances.
McCaleb thought about this. He saw the possibility. He suddenly remembered Bonnie Fox telling him that there was another patient on the ward who was in the same situation McCaleb had been in. He wondered now if she meant literally the same situation, waiting for a heart that was type AB with CMV negative. He thought of the boy he had seen in the hospital bed. McCaleb thought about what a parent would be willing to do to save a child. Could it be possible? It could work, he said, his adrenaline returning and the monotonal quality of his voice gone now. What you're saying is that it could be somebody still waiting.
Right, and I'm going to go to Bopra with a warrant to get all their waiting lists and their blood donor records. It should be interesting to see how they respond.
McCaleb nodded, but his mind was skipping ahead. Wait a minute, he said. It's too complicated.
What is?
The whole thing. If somebody wanted to move up on the list, why take out donors? Why not just knock people off the list?
Because that might be too obvious. If 2 or 3 people needing heart or liver transplants in a row get hit, it's bound to raise a question somewhere. But by hitting the donors, it's more obscure. No one noticed it until you came along.
I guess, McCaleb said, still not sure. If you're right, it could even mean the shooter's going to hit again. You've got to go down the list of AB donors. You've got to warn them, protect them. That possibility brought the excitement back. It was jangling in his veins.
I know. When I get the warrant, I'm going to have to tell Nevins and Ulick, all of them, what I'm doing. That's why you have to come in, Terry. It's the only way. You have to come in with a lawyer and lay this all out, then take your chances. Nevins, Ulick, these are smart people. They'll see where they went wrong.
McCaleb didn't respond. He saw the logic in what she was saying, but was hesitant to agree because it would be putting his fate in the hands of others. He would rather rely on himself.
Do you have a lawyer, Terry?
No, I don't have a lawyer. Why would I have a lawyer? I haven't done anything wrong. He cringed. He had heard countless guilty individuals make the same statement before. Winston probably had too.
I meant to. If you don't, then I can suggest a few. Michael Haller, Jr. would be a good choice.
I know lawyers in case I need one. I have to think about this.
Well, call me. I can bring you in, make sure everything is handled right.
McCaleb's mind wandered, and he was inside a holding cell at the county jail. He had been in the lockup on interviews as a bureau agent. He knew how loud jails were, and how dangerous. He knew that, innocent or not, he would never surrender himself to that.
Terry, you there?
Yeah, sorry. I was just thinking about something. How can I reach you to arrange this?
I'll give you my pager and my home. I'll be here until probably 6, but after that I'm heading home. Call me anywhere, anytime.
She gave him the numbers, and McCaleb wrote them down in his notebook. He then put it away and shook his head. I can't believe this. I'm sitting here talking about turning my...
I know that, but the truth is a powerful thing. It will work out. Just make sure you call me, Terry, when you decide.
I'll call you. He hung up. 38. Bonnie Fox's receptionist, the frowner, told McCaleb that the doctor had been in transplant surgery all afternoon and would probably not be available for another 2 to 3 hours. McCaleb almost cursed out loud, but instead left Graciella's number and told the frowner to write down that he needed Fox to call back as soon as possible, no matter what the hour. He was about to hang up when he thought of something. Hey, who's getting the heart?
What?
You said she was in surgery. Which patient? Was it the boy?
I'm sorry, I'm not at liberty to discuss other patients with you,
said the frowner. Fine, he said. Then just make sure you tell her to call me. Spent the next 15 minutes pacing between the living room and kitchen, hoping unrealistically that the phone would ring and Fox would be on the line. He finally managed to shoehorn the anxiety into a side compartment of his brain and started thinking about the larger problems at hand. McCaleb knew he had to start making decisions, chief of which was to decide whether to get a lawyer. He knew Winston was right. It was the smart move to get legal protection. But McCaleb couldn't bring himself to make the call to Michael Haller, Jr. or anybody else, to give up on his own skills and rely on another's. In the living room, there were no documents left on the coffee table. As he had gone through the pages, he had returned them to the leather bag until all that was on the table was the stack of videotapes. Desperate for a diversion from his thoughts about what exactly Fox had said to him about the other patient, he picked up the video cassette on top of the stack and walked it over to the television. He popped it. It was. It didn't matter. He just wanted something else to think about for a while. But as he dropped back onto the couch, he immediately ignored the tape that was playing. Michael Haller, Jr., he thought. Yes, he would be a good attorney. Not as good as his old man, the legendary Mickey Haller, but the legend was long dead, and Jr. had taken his place as one of the most visible and successful defense attorneys in Los Angeles. Jr. would get him out of this, McCaleb knew. But, of course, that would be after the reputation-destroying media blitz, the looting of his savings, and the selling of the following sea. And even when it was over, and he was clear, he would still carry the stigma of suspicion and guilt with him. Forever. McCaleb squinted his eyes and wondered what it was he was staring at on the TV. The camera was focused on the legs and feet of someone standing on a table, boots, and placed what he was seeing. The hypnosis session. The camera had been running when McCaleb climbed onto the table to remove some of the overhead lighting tubes. James Noon appeared in the frame and reached up as one of the long fluorescent light tubes was handed down to him. McCaleb grabbed the TV remote off the arm of the couch and hit the fast-forward button. Interested, Because he had forgotten to review the hypnosis session as he had promised Captain Hitchens he would, McCaleb decided to skip through the preliminaries. He moved the tape past the initial interview and relaxation exercises to the actual questioning of Noon under hypnosis. He wanted to hear James Noon's recounting of the details of the shooting and the killer's getaway. McCaleb watched with total concentration and quickly found himself suffering the same physical effects of frustration he had felt during the actual session. Noon had been a perfect subject. It was rare that he had hypnotized the witness. The cutting frustration was that he simply hadn't gotten a good look at the driver, and the Cherokee's license plates had been covered. "Damn!" McCaleb cursed out loud as the taped session drew to a close. He reached for the remote, deciding to rewind and run the interview button again, when he suddenly froze, his finger poised over the remote button. McCaleb had just seen something that did not fit, something he had missed during the actual session because he was distracted by Winston, who had been sitting in. He rewound the tape, but only briefly, then replayed the last few questions that were asked. On the tape, McCaleb was wrapping it up, asking a scatter of leftover and wishful thinking questions. They were long shots, thrown at Noon out of frustration. He had asked about any stickers on the Cherokee's windshield. Noon said no, and then McCaleb was out of questions. He turned anything else? Even though McCaleb had broken his own rules by asking a question of a non-participant, Winston followed the rules and did not answer verbally. Instead, she shook her head in the negative. "You sure?" McCaleb asked. Again she shook her head no. McCaleb then began bringing Noon out of the trance. But that was wrong, and McCaleb had missed it at the time. Now, he came around the coffee table, remote in hand, and leaned closer to the screen. He rewound the tape one more time to watch the sequence again. "Son of a bitch," he whispered after the playthrough. "You should have answered me, James. You should have answered." He punched the eject button and turned to grab another tape. He knocked the short stack across the coffee table and then quickly scrabbled through the plastic cassettes until he found the tape with the label marked Sherman Mark Machine, started playing it on fast-forward, and then paused the image when the Good Samaritan was on the screen. The VCR could not hold the image still, and McCaleb guessed the machine was an inexpensive model with only 2 tape heads. He ejected the tape and looked at his watch. It was 4:40. He slapped the remote down on top of the television and went to the kitchen for the phone. Tony Banks agreed to stay once again after closing at Video Graphics Consultants until McCaleb could get there. Crossing the floor of the valley on the 101, he initially made good time. Most of the rush hour traffic was going the other way, the workforce of the city returning to the bedroom communities of the valley. But when he dipped south on the freeway to go through the Cahuenga Pass into Hollywood, the brake lights were flared for as far as he could see, and he got bogged down. He finally pulled Buddy Lockridge's Taurus into the small employee lot at VGC at 5 after 6. Once again, Tony night bell. "Tony, thanks," McCaleb said to the man's back as he was led down the hallway once again to one of the tech rooms. "You are really helping me out here." "No problem." But McCaleb noted that there wasn't as much enthusiasm in the "no problem" this time. They entered the same room they had sat in the week before. McCaleb handed Banks the 2 tapes he had brought with him. "On each of these tapes there's a man," he said. "I want to see if they are the same man." "You mean like you can't tell?" "Not for sure. They look different, but I think it's a disguise. I think they're the same man, but I want to be sure." Banks put the first tape into the player on the left side of the console, turned it on, and the Sherman Market robbery and shooting began playing on the corresponding overhead video display tube. "This guy?" Banks said. "Right. Freeze it when there's a good look." Banks froze the image at the moment the so-called Good Samaritan was looking off camera. "How's that? I need the profile. It's hard to do a comparison front-on." "You're the boss." He handed Banks the second tape, which was placed in the right-hand player, and soon the hypnosis session was playing on the right VDT screen. "Back it up," McCaleb said. I think there's a profile before he sits down. Banks reversed the tape.
What are you doing to him on this?
Hypnosis.
Really?
I thought so at the time, but now I think he was playing me the whole... There. Banks paused the tape. James Noon was looking to his right, most likely at the door to the interview room. Banks played with the dials and the computer mouse and expanded the picture, then sharpened it. He did the same with the image on the left screen. He then leaned back and looked at the side-by-side profiles. After a few moments he spoke as he unclipped an infrared pointer from his pocket and turned it on.
Well, the complexions don't match. One guy looks Mexican.
A tanning salon could give him that look. Banks played the pointer's red dot along the bridge of the Good Samaritan's nose.
Look at the slope of the nose, he said. See the double bump?
Right. The red dot jumped to the left screen and found the same double bump in the slope of James Noon's nose.
It's an unscientific guess, but it looks pretty close to me, Banks said.
Yeah, me too.
You've got different color eyes, but that can be done.
Contacts.
Right. And here, the expanded jawline on this guy on the right, a dental appliance. You know, like a rubber sleep guard, or even wads of tissue paper like Brando used in The Godfather could be used to make that appearance.
McCaleb nodded, silently noting another possible connection to the gangster movie. Cannolis, and now possibly wads of tissue paper as cheek implants.
And hair is always changeable, Banks was saying. In fact, this guy looks like he's got on a wig.
Banks ran the red. McCaleb silently chastised himself for seeing this only now. The hairline was a perfect line, the telltale indication of a hairpiece.
Let's see what else we've got.
Banks went back to the dials and pulled back on the image. He then used the mouse to delineate a new enhancement area. The Good Samaritan's hands.
It's like chicks, Banks said. They can put on makeup, wigs, even get their tits done, but they can't do anything about their hands. Their hands, and sometimes their feet, always give them away.
Once he had the Good Samaritan's hands blown up and in focus, he went to work on the other console until he had an enlargement of Noon's right hand on the opposite screen. Banks stood up so that he was at direct eye level with the screens and leaned to within a few inches of each tube as he studied and compared the hands.
Okay, here. Look.
McCaleb stood up and looked closely at the screens.
What? The first knuckle, you see it? The discoloration?
McCaleb leaned in close to the image of the Good Samaritan's right hand.
Wait a sec,
Banks said. He opened the drawer in the console and pulled out a photographer's eyepiece, the kind used to study and magnify negatives on a light table.
Try this.
McCaleb held the eyepiece over the knuckle in question and looked through it. He could see a swirl of white scar tissue on the knuckle. Though the whole image was distorted and blurry, he identified the scar as almost being in the shape of a question mark.
Okay, he said. Let's see the other.
He took a step to his left and used the eyepiece to locate the same knuckle on James Noon's right hand. The hand was not held in the same posture or at the same angle, but the thick, white swirl of scar tissue was there. McCaleb held steady and studied the image until he was sure. He then closed his eyes for a moment. It was a lock. The man was the same man.
Is it there?
Banks asked. McCaleb handed him the eyepiece.
It's there.
Any chance I can get hard copies of those two screens? Banks was looking through the eyepiece at the second screen.
It's there, all right, he said. And yes, I can make hard copies. Let me put the images on a disk and take it back to the printer in the lab. It'll take a few minutes.
Thanks, man.
I hope it helps.
More than you know.
What's the guy doing, anyway? Dressing up like a Mexican, doing good deeds?
Not really. Someday I'll tell you the whole thing. Banks let it go and went to work on the console, transferring the video images on the screens to a computer disk. He backed up the videos and transferred the headshots as well.
Be back in a few minutes, he said, getting up. Unless I have to warm up the machine.
Hey, is there a phone I can use while you're gone?
In the left drawer there, hidden.
McCaleb called Winston's home number and got her machine. As he listened to her voice, he hesitated about leaving a message, aware of the consequences to Winston if it was ever proved that she had worked with the subject of a murder investigation. A tape of his voice could do that. But he decided that the discoveries he had made in the last hour made it worth the risk. He didn't want to page Winston because he didn't want to wait around for her to call. He had to move. He hatched a quick plan and left a message after the beep. "Jay, it's me. I'll explain all of this when I see you, but for now, just trust me. I know who the shooter is. It's Noon. Jay, James Noon. I'm heading to his address now. The address on the witness report. Meet me there if you can. I'll run it all down for you then." He hung up and called her pager number. He then punched in her home phone number and hung up. With any luck, he thought, Winston would get the message and soon be heading toward Noon's address to back him up. And opened the zippered center pouch. The two guns were there, his own Sig Sauer P228 and the HK-P7 he now knew James Noon had planted under his boat. McCaleb reached into the bag and took his own weapon out. He checked the action and tucked the pistol into the waistband of his jeans at the small of his back. He pulled his jacket down over it. 39. When questioned on the night of James Cordell's murder, James Noon had provided deputies with a single address for both his home and workplace. Until McCaleb got there, the address on Atoll Avenue in North Hollywood defied identification as an apartment or an office. That area of the valley was a hodgepodge mixture of residential, commercial, and even industrial zoning. He slowly crawled north on the 101, back through the Cahuenga Pass, and finally picked up some speed as he switched to the 134 north, west until he found Atoll Avenue. The neighborhood he turned into was decidedly industrial. He could smell a bakery, and he passed a fenced yard where slabs of jagged granite were stacked and pointing at the sky. There were warehouses without names on them. There was a pool chemical supply wholesaler and an industrial waste recycling center. Just where Atoll dead-ended at an old railroad spur with tall weeds poking up between the rails, McCaleb turned the Taurus down a driveway bordered on both sides by a long row of small, single garage bay warehouses. Each unit was a separate, small business or storage lockup. Some had the names of businesses painted over the aluminum roll-up doors. Some had no identifying marks at all and were either unrented or used anonymously for storage. McCaleb stopped the car in front of the rusting door marked with the address James Noon had given deputies 3 months before. There were no other marks. Killed the car's engine and got out. It was a black night. No moon. No stars. The row of warehouses was dark, save for a single floodlight down at the entrance. McCaleb looked around. He heard the tinny sound of music. Jimi Hendrix singing, "Let Me Stand Next to Your Fire," from somewhere seemingly far away. And further down the drive, 6 warehouses away, the door to one of the garages had been pulled down unevenly until it jammed, offering a 3-foot slice of the warehouse's interior that looked like a crooked smile, blacker than the sky. He checked Noon's unit, dropping to a crouch to study the line where the garage door met the concrete pavement. He wasn't sure, but there appeared to be a dim light emanating from within the warehouse. He stepped closer and could make out the padlock that attached a steel ring on the door to a matching ring embedded in the cut door with an open palm. The noise was loud, and he heard it reverberate inside. He stepped back and looked around again. Other than the sound of the music, there was only silence. The air was still. The night wind had not found its way down to the space between the rows of garages. McCaleb got back in the car, started it, and backed it up at an angle so that the headlights were at least partially focused on Noon's garage. He then killed the engine, but left the lights on, got out, and went to the trunk. After lifting up the trunk mat, he found the jack assembly intact. He removed the jack handle and came around the car to the garage door. He looked up and down the drive once more, and then bent down to the padlock. As a bureau agent, McCaleb had never once been involved in an illegal break-in. He knew that they were a matter of routine, but he had somehow avoided the ethical dilemma himself. But he felt no dilemma now as he worked the iron bar. He wasn't carrying the badge anymore, and, above that, this was personal. Noon was a killer, and worse yet, he had sought to pin his work on McCaleb. McCaleb didn't give a second thought to Noon's rights to protection from unlawful search and seizure. Holding the jack-handle on the far end for leverage, he slowly began pulling the steel bar in a clockwise motion. The padlock hasp remained strong, but the steel ring attached to the door groaned under the pressure and then snapped off, its solder points giving way. McCaleb straightened up and looked around and listened. Nothing. Just Hendricks covering Bob Dylan's All Along the Watchtower. He quickly moved back to the Taurus and returned the jack-handle to the spare tire kit, pulled the trunk mat back over it, and closed the trunk lid. As he came around the car, he bent over next to the front tire and ran 2 fingers along the wheel rim, picking up a good amount of black pads. He stepped over to the garage door and, squatting down by the lock, he smeared the carbon over the break points of the solder so that it would appear as though the ring had been broken off the door some time ago, and the break points had been exposed to the elements. He then rubbed the rest of the dirt off his fingers onto one of his black socks. When he was ready, he gripped the door's pull handle with his right hand. With his left, he reached behind him and under his coat. He brought it back, gripping his pistol, which he held at shoulder height, pointing skyward. With one move, he stood and jerked the door up with him, using its momentum to keep it moving up until it was above his head. His eyes quickly scanned the dim confines of the garage, his gun now pointed in the direction his eyes moved. The car's headlights illuminated about a third of the room. He could see an unmade cot and a stack of cardboard boxes against the left wall. Scanning right, he saw the outline of a desk and file cabinets. There was a screen apparently on and facing the rear wall, throwing a violet glow against it. McCaleb noticed the 6-foot-long light hanging from the ceiling. In the shadowy light, his eyes traced the aluminum conduit from the junction box along the ceiling and down the wall to a switch near the cot. He stepped sideways and reached for the switch without looking at it. A fluorescent bulb blinked once, buzzed, and then lit the garage with its severe light. McCaleb could now see that there was no one in the room, and there were no closets to be checked, just the approximately 20 by 12-foot space cluttered with a mishmash of office furniture and equipment and the basic necessities of home: a bed, a chest of drawers, an electric space heater, a double-coil hot plate, and a half-size refrigerator. No sink and no bathroom. McCaleb stepped backward and then around the car. He reached in through the open window and shut off into his waistband, this time in the front for easier access. Finally, he stepped into the garage. If the air had been still outside, then on the inside it seemed stagnant. McCaleb moved slowly around the old steel government desk and looked at the computer. The monitor was lit, and a screensaver glowed on the screen. Random numbers of different sizes and colors floated on a sea of purple velvet. McCaleb stared at the screen for a few moments, and he felt a tugging inside, almost a coiling of some deep muscle. In his mind, the picture of a single red apple bouncing on a dirty linoleum floor appeared and then was gone. A tremble climbed the ladder of his spine. "Shit," he whispered. He looked away from the computer screen, noticing that also on the desk was a collection of books clasped between brass bookends, most using the Internet. There were 2 volumes containing Internet addresses and 2 biographies of well-known computer hackers. There were also 3 books on crime scene investigation, a manual on homicide investigation, a book on an FBI investigation of a serial killer known as the Poet, and finally 2 books on hypnosis, the last about a man named Horace Gomble. McCaleb knew about Gomble. He had been the subject of more than one investigation by the Bureau's Serial Crimes Unit. Gomble was a former Las Vegas entertainer who had used his skills as a hypnotist, along with drug enhancers, to molest a series of young girls at county fairs throughout Florida. As far as McCaleb knew, he was still in prison. McCaleb moved slowly all the way behind the desk now and sat down in the worn command chair facing the computer. Using a pen from his pocket, he pulled the desk's center drawer open. There was not much CD-ROM case. He used his pen to flip the case over and saw that it was called Brain Scan. He read the packaging and saw that the CD offered its user a guided tour of the human brain with detailed graphics and analysis of its workings. He closed the drawer and used the pen again to open one of the two side drawers. The first one was empty, except for an unopened box of Cracker Jack. He closed it, and below it was a file drawer. In this there were several manila files hanging in green folders hooked on two rails. Bending down to see better, McCaleb read the name on the tab of the first file. Gloria Torres. He dropped the pen to the floor, and in the same moment decided not to pick it up, and that he didn't care any more about leaving fingerprints or possibly infecting a crime scene. He pulled the file out and opened it on the desk. It contained photos of Gloria Torres in various clothing at various times. Raymond was with her. In one she was with Graciella. There were typewritten logs in the file, surveillance logs, detailed descriptions of Gloria's movements on a day-to-day basis. He quickly scanned these and saw repeated notations of her nightly stop at Sherman Market on her way home from work. He closed the file, left it on the desk, and reached for the next one in the drawer. He could have guessed the name written on the tab before he saw it. James Cordell. He didn't bother opening it. He knew it would contain photos and surveillance notes just like the first one. Instead, he reached down and looked at the next file in line. It was as expected. Donald Kenyon. He didn't pull that file either. He used his finger to bend back the tabs on the remaining files so he could read them. As he did this, his heart lurched inside his chest, as if it had somehow come loose inside. Every single one of them. "It's you," he whispered. And in his mind, he saw the apples cascading onto the floor and going every which way. He shoved the file drawer closed, and the loud bang echoed off the concrete floor and steel walls, startling him like a shot. He looked out into the night through the open door and listened. He heard nothing, not even the music anymore, only silence. His eyes moved to the computer monitor, and he studied the numbers moving lazily around on the screen. He knew the computer had been left on for a reason, not because noon was coming back. McCaleb knew he was long gone. No, it had been left on for him. McCaleb had been expected here. He knew this now. Knew in his heart that noon had choreographed every move. McCaleb tapped the space bar. In its place was a prompt for a password. McCaleb didn't hesitate. He had the sense he was being played like a piano. He typed in numbers in an order he knew by heart. 903472568. He hit the enter key, and the computer went to work. In a few moments the password was accepted, and the screen flashed to the Program Manager template, a white screen with various icons spread across the field. McCaleb studied these quickly. Most were for accessing games. There also were icons for accessing America Online and Word for Windows. The last symbol he looked at was a tiny file cabinet, and he guessed that was the computer's file manager icon. He found the electric mouse on the side of the computer and used it to move the computer arrow to the file cabinet. He double-clicked, and the screen flashed to the file manager, navigating. In the file manager, the listing of files ran down the left side of the screen in a neat column. Choosing one of the files and clicking the arrow on it would bring up the titles of the documents contained in that file in a column on the right side of the screen. Using the mouse, McCaleb ran the arrow down the files column, studying each one. Most were software files for the operation of various icon programs, such as America Online, the Las Vegas casino game, and others. But eventually, he came to a file titled Code. He clicked the mouse, and several document titles appeared on the right side of the screen. He read through these quickly and realized they corresponded with the names on the file tabs in the desk drawer. All except for one document. McCaleb stared at it for a long moment, his finger raised and poised over the mouse button. McCaleb.doc. The screen. McCaleb began to read it like a man reading his own obituary. The words filled him with dread, for he knew that they unalterably changed his life. They stripped his soul from him, took any meaning from his accomplishments, and made a horrible mockery of them. Hello, Agent McCaleb. It is you out there, I would hope. I will assume so. I will assume that you have lived up to that wonderful reputation you carried so nobly. I wonder, are you alone? Are you running from them now as a wanted man? But, of course, now you have what you need to save yourself from them. But I am asking about before now. How did it feel to be the hunted one? I wanted you to know that feeling. My feelings. A terrible thing to live with fear. No? Fear never sleeps. More in your heart, Agent McCaleb. I want it always to be with you. Cain and Abel, Kennedy and Oswald, darkness and light. Two worthy opponents chained together through time. I could have killed you. I had that power and opportunity. But it would have been too easy, don't you think? The man on the dock asking directions. Your morning walk. The man on the rock jetty with the fishing pole. Do you remember me? Now you do. I was there. But it would have been too easy. Don't you agree? Too easy. You see, I needed something more than vengeance or the vanquishing of a foe. Those are the goals of fools. I wanted... No. I needed and craved something different. To test you first by turning the villain, the hunted one. Then, when you emerged from that fire, your skin scorched but your body whole, to reveal myself as your most ardent benefactor. Yes, it was me. I followed her. I studied her. I chose her for you. She was my Valentine to you. You are mine forever, Agent McCaleb. Every breath you take belongs to me. Every beat of that stolen heart is the echo of my voice in your head. Always. Every day. Remember. Every breath. McCaleb folded his arms across his chest and held himself as though he had been flayed open with a blade. And a moan escaped his throat. He pushed the chair back from the desk, away from the horrible message still on the screen, and bent his body forward into the crash position. His plane was going down. 40. His thoughts were blood-red and black. He felt as though he were in some permanent void, surrounded by a velvet curtain of black space, his hands forever searching for the seam through which to escape, but never finding it. He saw the faces of Graciella Rivers and Raymond as distant images receding into the darkness. Suddenly, he felt a cold hand on his neck, and he jumped, a shriek escaping from his throat like a prisoner going over the wall. He sat up. It was Winston. His reaction had scared her as much as she had scared him. "Terry, are you okay?" "Yes. No. It's him. Noon, all of them. The last 3 for me. He did it until he got it right. He killed Gloria Torres for her heart. For me. So that I would live and be the testament to his glory." The coincidence of the name and Noon's purpose suddenly struck McCaleb. "Wait a minute," Winston said. "Slow down. What are you talking about?" "It's him. It's all here. Check the files, the computer. He killed those others. He then decided to save me. To kill for me. He pointed to the computer screen, where the message to McCaleb was still displayed. He waited while she read it, but finally couldn't contain himself. All the pieces, they were right there, all the time. What pieces? The code. It was so simple. He used every digit but the number 1. No 1. Get it? Noon. That's all he was saying. Terry, let's talk about this later. Tell me how you got here. How did you know it was noon? The tape. The session we did with him. The hypnosis? What about it? Remember how I told you not to speak so the subject would not be confused? Right. You said only you should ask questions of noon. Anything between us should be signals or written down. But at the end, when I knew it was all going to shit, I got frustrated. I said to you, anything else? And you shook your head no. I asked, are you sure? And you shook your head again. I broke my own rule by speaking to you. The thing is, I asked those questions to you out loud, so Noon should have answered me. If he was in a true hypnotic trance, he should have answered, because he would not have known those questions were directed at you. But he didn't answer. It shows cognizance of the situation. He knew, either by the direction of my voice or its inflection, that I was talking to you. He wouldn't have known that. Not in a true trance. He should have answered every question spoken in that room unless it was specifically addressed to someone else. I never used your name. He was faking. Right. And if he was faking it, then his answers were bogus. It meant he was part of the setup. I had the videos compared before I came here. There are hard copies in my car. James Noon and the Good Samaritan are the same guy. The shooter. Winston shook her head, as if to signal brain overload. Her eyes scanned the room for a place to sit down. There was only the cot. You want to sit here? McCaleb said, standing up. I want to sit down, but not in here. We have to back out of here, Terry. I need to call Captain Hitchens and then the others, LAPD and the Bureau. I better put out a pickup on Noon, too. McCaleb was amazed that she still didn't have all the... Aren't you listening? There is no Noon. He doesn't exist. What do you mean? The name. It goes with everything else. Noon. Break it down and you get no one. I am no one. The pieces were there all the time. He shook his head and dropped back into the chair. He put his face in his hands. How am I can't live with this. Again, Winston put her hand on his neck, but this time he didn't startle. Come on, Terry. Let's not think about that. Let's go out to the car and wait. I have to get a crime scene crew in here. Maybe get some prints so we can ID this guy. McCaleb stood up and walked around the desk and out toward the door. He spoke without looking back at her. He never left a print anywhere else before. I doubt he started now. 2 hours later, McCaleb was sitting in the Taurus, parked out on a toll behind the yellow police garage warehouses. 100 yards down the drive, he could see the cluster of activity in and around Noon's brightly lit garage. There were several detectives, some McCaleb recognized from the Code Killer Task Force, technicians, videographers from at least 2 of the agencies involved, and a half-dozen uniformed officers standing by. Moths to the flame, he thought. He watched it all with a strange detachment. His thoughts were on other things. Graciella and Raymond and Noon. He couldn't stop thinking about the man who called himself Noon. He had been in the same room with him. He had been that close. He needed a drink, wanted the burning taste of whiskey in his throat, but he knew to take that taste would be the same as putting a gun to his head. He knew that despite the pain cutting through him, he would not give Noon, or whoever he was, that satisfaction of the car that he would live. Despite it all, he would live. He didn't notice the men walking down the drive toward him until they were almost to the Taurus. He flicked on the lights and identified them as Nevins and Ulick and Arango. He turned the lights off and waited. They opened the doors of the car and got in, Nevins in the front, the other 2 in the back, with Arango directly behind McCaleb. Got any heat in this thing? Nevins asked. It's getting cold out here. McCaleb started the car, but waited to turn the heater on until the engine got warm. He looked in the rear-view mirror at Arango. It was too dark to see if he had a toothpick in his mouth. Where's Walters? Busy. Okay, Nevins said. We came down to tell you it looks like we were wrong about you, McCaleb. I'm sorry. We're sorry. Looks like Noon is at work. McCaleb only nodded. It was a half-assed apology, but he didn't care about that. What he had found out in order to clear his name would be harder to live with than if he had been publicly accused of the murders. Apologies meant nothing to him. We know it's been a long night for you, and we want to get you on your way. I was thinking we could just kind of get your rundown on how all of this shakes out, and then maybe tomorrow you come in and give a formal statement. What do you think? Fine. As far as the formal statement goes, I'll give it to Winston, not you guys. Fair enough. I can understand that. But for now, why don't you tell us how, in your view, how this whole thing works? Can you do that? McCaleb leaned forward and switched on the heater. He composed his thoughts for a few moments before beginning. I'll call him Noon because that's all we have, and maybe all we'll ever have. It begins with the code killer. That was Noon. At that time, by agreement with the LAPD, I became the media spokesman on the case. I led the briefings. Requests for interviews went to me. For 10 months, my face became synonymous on TV with the code killer, and so Noon fixated on me. As we got closer to him, he fixated on me. He sent letters to me. In his mind, I was the nemesis. I was the embodiment of the task force that was hunting him. Aren't you taking a lot of the credit for yourself? Arango asked. I mean, you weren't the only. Shut up and listen, Arango. You might learn something. McCaleb stared at him in the rear view, and Arango stared back. McCaleb saw Nevins hold a hand up in a calming motion directed at Arango. He gave me the credit, McCaleb said. I didn't take it. Eventually, when he knew the risks were too great, he dropped out. The killing stopped. The code killer disappeared. About that same time, I went down with transplant, and it became news because I had been a face in the news. Noon saw this. He could have easily been aware of this, and he hatched what he would consider his grandest scheme. He decided that rather than kill you, he would save you, Ulig said. McCaleb nodded. It would give him the ultimate victory, because it would last and last. To simply eliminate me, kill me, would bring only a fleeting sense of fulfillment. But by saving me, now, there was something unique, something that would get him into the Hall of Fame, and he'd always have me around as a reminder of how smart and powerful he is. Do you understand? I understand, Nevins said. But that's the psychological side. What I want to know is how he did it. How did he get the names? How did he know about Kenyon and Cordell and then Torres? His computer. Your text. We've got Bob Clearmountain coming in, Nevins said. You remember him? McCaleb nodded. Clearmountain was the L.A. field office's resident computer expert, a hacker extraordinary in his own right. Good. Then he'll be able to answer that question better than me. Eventually. My guess is that you'll find a hacking program in that computer. Noon got into Bopra, and from there got the names. He chose his targets based on age, physical fitness, and proximity. And he went to work. With Kenyon and Cordell, things went wrong. They went right with Torres. That is, according to Noon's view. And he planned all along to lay it on you? All I think is that he wanted me to follow the trail and find out for myself what he had done. He knew that would happen if I became a suspect, because then I would have to look into it myself. But then that didn't happen at first because the case investigators missed the Arango in the mirror as he said this. He could see the detective's eyes turn dark with anger. He was about to explode. Arango, the fact is you treated it as an everyday stop and rob with the addition of shots fired. Nothing more and nothing less. You missed it. So Noon jump-started the whole thing. How? Ulig and Nevins asked in unison. My involvement came about because of an article in the Times. That article was prompted by a letter from a reader. Whatever name was on that letter, I bet it was Noon. He stopped there, waiting for disagreement. None came. The letter prompts the article. The article prompts Graciella Rivers. Graciella Rivers prompts me. Like dominoes. A thought suddenly occurred to him. He remembered the man in the old foreign car watching from across the street the first time he visited the Sherman Market. He realized the car matched the one he had seen speeding from there. I think Noon was watching me all along, he said, watching his plan unfold. He knew when it was time to get into my boat and plant the evidence. He knew when to call you. He looked at Nevins, whose eyes shifted away and out the windshield. You got an anonymous call? What was said? Actually, it was an anonymous message, taken down by the overnight person. It just said, check the blood. McCaleb has their blood. That was it. Yeah, it fits. That was him. Just another move in the game. They were silent for a while. The windows were beginning to fog with the heat and their breath. Well, I don't know how much of this we'll ever confirm, Nevins said. Certainly a lot of maybes. McCaleb nodded. He doubted any of it would ever be confirmed because he doubted Noon would ever be identified or found. Okay, then. I guess we'll be in touch. He opened his door and the others followed. Before he got out, Ulig reached over the seat and tapped McCaleb's shoulder with a harmonica. It was on the floor back here, he said. As Arango stepped out onto the asphalt, McCaleb lowered his window and looked up at him. You know, you could have busted it. It was all there in the book. It was waiting for you. Fuck you, McCaleb. He walked away, following the two agents back toward Noon's garage. McCaleb smiled slightly. He had to admit that in spite of everything, he still wasn't above the guilty pleasure of tweaking Arango. McCaleb sat in the car for a few more minutes before leaving. It was late, past 10 o'clock, and he was wondering where to go. He had not talked to Graciella yet, and he looked forward to the task with a mixture of dread and relief. One way or another, their relationship would be clearly defined soon. The problem he had was that he wasn't sure that he wanted to deliver his tidings at night. His news seemed better delivered during the unflinching light of day. He put his hand on the ignition and took one last look up the drive, toward the lighted garage where his life had been so brutally changed. He saw that the light cast from the garage and across the driveway was moving. He guessed that the overhead light had been disturbed somehow and was swinging. Something occurred to him then, and he took his hand off the ignition. McCaleb stepped out of the Taurus and without hesitation ducked under the yellow tape. The uniform officer in charge of entry to the crime scene said nothing. He had probably inferred, wrongly, that McCaleb was a detective, having watched 3 of the lead investigators walk down and sit in the car with him. He walked to the periphery of the light and waited until he could catch Jay Winston's eye and writing down descriptions of the warehouse's contents. Every item in the place was being tagged and taken. When Winston stepped out of the way of one of the technicians, she glanced out into the darkness, and McCaleb caught her attention with a wave. She walked out of the garage and over to him. She had a cautious smile on her face. I thought you were clear. Why aren't you going? I'm going. Just wanted to say thanks for everything. You getting anything in there? She frowned and shook her head. You were right. Place is clean. Layton's guys haven't even found a smudge. There are prints on the computer, but my guess is that they are yours. I don't know how we're going to track this guy. It's like he was never here. He signaled her closer when he noticed Arango step out of the garage and put a cigarette in his mouth. I think he made a mistake, he said quietly. Get your best Layton's man and go to the Star Center. Have him laser the light tubes in the ceiling of the interview session. I took down some lights and handed them to Noon. He had to take them from me, or he might have given himself away. There might be prints. Her face brightened, and she smiled. It's on the tape of the session, he said. You can tell him it was your find. "Thanks, Terry." She clapped him gently on the shoulder. He nodded and started walking back to the car. She called after him, and he looked back. "Are you all right?" He nodded. "I don't know where you are going, but good luck." He waved and turned back toward his destination.
End of CD 11. CD 12.
41. It seemed that every light was on in Graciella's home, and this time McCaleb didn't linger in the car to brood over choices. He had to face her and tell her the truth, tell her everything, and accept the consequences. Once again she opened the door before he got there. "This woman who cares so much as to watch and wait for me," he thought as he stepped to the door. "Now I must crush her heart." "Terry, where have you been? I've been so worried." She rushed from the door and embraced him. He felt his will weaken, but not break. He pulled her around to his side, and he led her back in with his arm around her shoulder, holding her close for what might be the last time. "Let's go in," he said. "I have things to tell you." "Are you all right?" "For now." They went to the living room, and he sat next to her on the sectional. He held both her hands in his. "Raymond in bed?" "Yes. What is it, Terry? What's wrong?" "It's over. They haven't caught him yet, but they know who it is. I'm in the clear." "Tell me." He squeezed her hands. He realized that his were sweating and let hers go. It felt as if he were letting loose a fallen bird that he had nursed back to health. He felt that he would never hold her hands again. "Remember that night we talked about faith and how hard it is for me to have it?" She nodded. "Before I tell you everything, I want you to know that in the last few days, actually in all the time that I've known you, I have felt something inside of me coming back. It's a faith of some sort, maybe a belief in something, I don't know. But I do know it was a start, a beginning of something good." "Was?" He looked away from her for a moment to try to put the words together. It was hard. He knew he only had this one chance. He looked back at her. "But it's so new and so fragile, this change. And I don't know if it can last with what I have to decide. I haven't prayed for anything in a long time, but I'll say a prayer that I see you and Raymond on my dock again, or I'll pick up the phone and I'll hear your voice. I'm going to leave it up to you to decide." He leaned into her and kissed her gently on the cheek. She didn't resist. "Tell me," she said quietly. "Graciella, your sister is dead because of me, because of something I did a long time ago. Because I crossed the line somewhere and allowed my ego to challenge a madman's. Gloria is dead." His eyes dropped away from hers. The pain he had just put into them was too much for him to witness. "Tell me," she said again, even quieter this time. And he did. He told her about the man known for the time being only as James he had followed to the garage warehouse. He told her what he found there and what was waiting for him on the computer. She began to cry as he told it, quiet tears that rolled down her cheeks and fell to the denim blouse she wore. He wanted to reach out to her, grab her and hold her close and kiss the tears on her cheeks. But he couldn't. He knew he was out of her world at that moment. He could not enter of his own choice. She would have to invite him back in. When he was done, they sat quietly for a few moments. Graciella finally reached up and with open palms smeared the tears on her cheeks. "I must look awful." "No, you don't." She looked down at the rug through the glass coffee table, and a long period of silence passed by. "What will you do now?" she finally asked. "I'm not sure, but I have a few ideas. I'm going to find him, Let the police find him?" McCaleb shook his head. "I don't think I can. Not now. If I don't find him and face him, I'll never know if I can get past this. I don't know if that makes sense or not." She nodded, still looking at the floor, and more silence went by. Finally, she looked up at him. "I want you to go now, Terry. I need to be alone." McCaleb nodded and slowly stood up. "Okay." Again, he fought an almost overwhelming urge to just touch her. Nothing more. He just wanted to feel her warmth once more, like on the first day when she had touched him. "Goodbye, Graciella."
"Goodbye, Terry."
He crossed the room and headed toward the door. On his way, he glanced at the china cabinet in the living room and saw the framed photo of Gloria Torres. She was smiling at the camera. It was a smile he knew would always haunt him. 42. After a night of fitful sleep, with dreams of being dragged down through deep, dark water, McCaleb rose at dawn. He showered and then made himself a heavy breakfast, an onion and green pepper omelet, microwaved sausage, and a half-quart of orange juice. When he was done, he still felt hungry and didn't know why. Afterward, he went down to the head and took another reading of his vital signs. Everything was fine. At 7:05, he called Jay Winston's office number. She was there, and he could tell by her voice that she had worked straight through the night. "Two things," McCaleb said. "When do you want to do this formal statement, and when do I get my car back?"
"Well, the Cherokee you can have any time. I just have to call over to release it."
"Where is it?" "I suppose I have to come get it?"
"Well, you've got to come out here anyway to give me a statement. Why don't you do both at the same time?"
"Okay, when? I want to get this over with. I want to get out of here. Take a vacation."
"Where are you going?"
"I don't know. I just have to get away. Try to work all of this poison out. Maybe Vegas."
"Now, that's a great place for mental rehabilitation."
McCaleb ignored her sarcasm. "I know. So when can we meet?"
"I've got to put the case together ASAP, and I need your statement, so any time this morning would be good for me. I'll just make room for you."
"Then I'm on my way." Buddy Lockridge was sleeping on the cockpit bench. McCaleb rousted him, and he woke with a start.
Hey, Terror, you're back, man."
"Yeah, I'm back. Still running. Listen, get up. I've got one more trip to make, and I need you to drop me off." Lockridge slowly pulled himself up into a sitting position. He had been lying under a sleeping bag. He gathered it around him and rubbed his eyes.
"Hey, what time is it?"
"It's 7:30.
"Oh, fuck, man."
"I know, but this will be the last time."
"Everything okay?"
"Yeah, everything's fine. I just need you to drop me at the sheriff's office so I can get my car. I need to go by a bank on the way."
"You're not open this early."
"They'll be open by the time we get out to Whittier."
"So if I'm driving you out to pick your car up, who's going to drive it back here?"
"Me. Let's go."
"But you said you weren't supposed to be driving, man. Especially a car with an airbag."
"Don't worry about it, buddy." They were on the way a half hour later. McCaleb brought a duffel bag with a need for his trip. He also brought a thermos of coffee and 2 cups. He poured coffee and filled Buddy in on the case and all that had happened while they drove. Buddy asked questions for most of the drive.
"I guess I'll have to buy a paper tomorrow," he said.
"It will probably be on TV, too."
"Hey, is it going to be a book? Will I be in it?"
"I don't know. The story will probably hit the news today. I guess it depends on how big a story it is before anybody decides on a book."
"Do they pay you to use your name like that? In a book, I mean? Or like in a movie?"
"I don't know. I guess you could ask for something. You were an important part. You came up with that missing picture in Cordell's car."
"That's right, I did."
Lockridge seemed proud of his part and the prospect of possibly making some money from it.
"In the gun. I found the gun that prick hid under the boat."
McCaleb frowned. If there's ever a book, or if any reporters or cops come around, I would like it a lot better if you never mention that gun. That would help me a lot." Lockridge glanced over at him and then back at the road.
"No problem, then. I won't say a word."
"Good. Unless I tell you otherwise. And if anybody comes to me about a book, I'll be sure to tell them to talk to you."
"Thanks, man."
It was after 9 by the time they fought through all the traffic to Whittier. McCaleb had Lockridge stop by a Bank of America branch while he went in and wrote a check for $1,000, taking the cash in 20s and 10s. A few minutes later, the Taurus pulled into the Star Center parking lot. McCaleb counted out $250 and handed it to Lockridge.
"What's this for?"
"That's for letting me use the car and for the ride today. Also, I'm going to be away for a few days. Will you keep an eye on the boat?"
"Where you going?"
"Not sure yet. And I don't know when I'll be back."
"Well, that's okay. $250 goes a long way."
"Remember that woman who visited me? The pretty one?"
"Sure."
"I'm hoping she'll come by the boat looking for me. Watch for her?"
"Okay. What do I do if she shows up?"
McCaleb thought a moment. "Just tell her I'm still gone, but that I was hoping she'd come by." McCaleb opened the car door. Before getting out, he shook Lockridge's hand and told him again that he had been a lot of help. "Okay, I'm out of here."
"Sure thing, man. Have a good one."
"Oh, hey, you know what? I'll probably be doing a lot of driving. You mind if I borrow one of those harps you got?"
"Take your pick."
He fished around in the door storage pocket and came out with 3 harmonicas. McCaleb picked the one he had been playing during the...
"That's a good one. You start with the key of C."
"Thanks, buddy."
"You sure took your sweet-ass time,"
Winston said as McCaleb walked up to her desk.
"I've been wondering where the hell you've been."
"I've been dicking around at the impound yard for an hour," McCaleb responded. "I can't believe you people. You take my car on a bullshit warrant, and I have to pay towing and impound fees. $180. There is no justice in this world, Jay."
"Look, just be lucky they didn't lose it and you got it back in one piece. Have a seat. I'm not quite ready."
"Then what are you complaining about me being late for?" She didn't answer. McCaleb took the chair at the side of her desk and watched as she went through a typed report, apparently proofreading and then initialing the bottom of each page.
"Okay," she said. "I was going to use one of the interview rooms. The tape's already set up. Shall we?"
"Good night."
"Oh, that's right. You haven't been around."
"You get any prints off the light tubes?" She broke into a smile and nodded.
"Why didn't you tell me?"
McCaleb protested. "What did you get?"
"Everything. 2 palms, both thumbs, 4 fingers. We put it on the box and got a hit. Our boy is local. Name is Daniel Crimmins, 32 years old. And you remember that profile you did for the Code Killer Task Force? Well, you were dead on, McCaleb. A slam dunk."
McCaleb was beside himself with energy, though he outwardly tried to remain calm. The last pieces of the puzzle were dropping into place. He tried to recall the suspect's name from the case files, but drew a blank.
"Tell me." "He was an LAPD Academy washout. That was 5 years ago. As near as we can tell, since then he's had a number of private security jobs. I don't mean tin badge stuff, computer stuff. He sent mailers to businesses. He basically sold computer security. We're hearing that he sometimes got work by hacking into a company's computer and then sending the CEO email telling him how easy it was and why they should hire him to make their system hack-proof."
"Oprah?"
"You got it. We've got a team over there now, but they called in a little while ago. There's an executive who remembers getting email from Crimmins last year, but he blew it off as a prank. He killed the message and never got another one. But it shows that Crimmins was inside Bopra."
McCaleb nodded. "Anybody get his LAPD file yet?"
"Yeah, Arango. He's being a prick with it, dealing it out on a need-to-know basis. But basically the guy lasted 5 months. Reason for his termination was, quote, failure to thrive in the collegial atmosphere of the academy. Translation, the guy was an introvert who would never last in a squad car. No partner would take him. He was second generation. His old man retired up to Blue Heaven 10 years ago. Ulig had somebody in the Idaho field office look Dad up. He said as far as he knew, his son was currently on the LAPD. He didn't know Danny Boy had been a washout because Danny Boy didn't tell him. He says he hasn't seen his son in something like 5 or 6 years, but when they talk on the phone, the boy always has good war stories.
Yeah, they just made up.
McCaleb saw that it all fit. The authority complex. Crimmins had transferred it from the father to the LAPD after he was washed out. The expulsion from the academy could have provided the psychic break that turned a harmless fantasy life into a deadly pastime. The murders were all on LAPD turf. He was showing the institution that deemed him unworthy just how smart, clever, and worthy he was. It occurred to McCaleb that when he had profiled the code killer that dismissed officers and academy washouts be questioned as a priority. As far as he knew, that had been done. Wait, this guy should have been questioned back then. Failed law enforcement career was in the profile. He was questioned. That's why Arango is dicking around with the file. Somehow, Crimmins passed the test. He was interviewed by a team from the task force, but he didn't raise an eyebrow or warrant a second look. Still, it must have scared him. He was interviewed 4 weeks after the last code killing. Maybe it's the reason he stopped.
Probably. Still, it's not going to look very good when it comes out this guy was interviewed and skated.
Too fucking bad. I say let the chips fall. We've got the press conference scheduled for 3 o'clock.
McCaleb considered what she had said about the killings stopping after Crimmins had been interviewed. He felt a thrill of satisfaction that it might have been his directive to interview academy washouts that had halted the killing. Winston opened a file and took a color photo off a stack of them. She handed it to him. It showed Crimmins in his academy uniform, clean-cut, clean-shaven, a thin face and hopeful eyes that seemed to betray his confidence. It was as if he knew when the photo was taken that he would not make it, that there would be no graduation photo. "So it looks like when he was noon there was not much of a disguise used," he said. "The glasses and something inside his cheeks to make his face look fuller."
Right. Probably because he knew he would have direct contact with cops and a full-on disguise would show.
"Can I keep this?"
"Sure, we'll be giving them out today."
"What's next? You got addresses?"
"Nothing good. The warehouse you already found was the only thing current. But there's got to be another place. His web page was still operational even after we unplugged the warehouse. It means he's got another computer somewhere, running as we speak. He's got an anonymous provider."
"What's that?"
"Anything going to or from the web page goes through this anonymous provider of Internet access. We can't trace and we can't crack open the provider because of First Amendment bullshit. Besides, the expert over at the Bureau, Bob Clearmountain, told me guys like him now use microwaves instead of hardwire phone lines. Makes it harder to trace and locate."
The technology was beyond McCaleb. He changed the subject. "You going to ID him at the press conference?"
"Think so. We'll get the photo out, show the hypnotism video, see what it brings. By the way, Keisha Russell at the Times, did you tip her off?"
"I owed her the call. She helped me at the beginning of this thing. I left her a voicemail this morning. Thought I'd give her a head start on it. Sorry."
"No, that's okay. I like her. I needed to talk to her anyway. Nevins told me what you said last night about it probably being our guy who sent the letter that—"
"Right. Did she keep the letter?"
"No. She only remembered it was signed Bob something or other. It was probably him. He had this thing so wired."
McCaleb suddenly thought of something. Graciella had told him that she had not become aware of the Times story on him until a man who claimed he had worked with Gloria called and told her of the story. She then went to the library to read it. McCaleb realized that the caller could have been Crimmins, setting his plan into motion.
"What is it?" Winston asked.
"Nothing. I was just thinking."
He decided not to tell Winston his hunch yet. He would check it out himself. It would give him a reason to break his promise not to call Graciella. He could make it an official call.
So, Winston said, where do you think he is? Crimmins? He hesitated. In the wind, I guess. I thought you might have an idea. He looked away from her and down at the desk. Well, the wind doesn't blow forever, she said, letting it go. He's got to come down somewhere. I hope so. They were silent then, finished with each other except for the formality of the statement he would have to tape. It may be none of my business, Winston said. But how are you going to deal with this? I'm working on it. Well, if you ever need somebody to talk to... He nodded his thanks. Okay, then, shall we go get this over with? An hour later, McCaleb was alone in the interview room. He had told his story to Winston, and she had left with the tape to get it transcribed. She had given him permission to use the phone that was on the table, and told him he had the room for as long as he needed it. He composed his number for the nursing station in the emergency room at Holy Cross. He asked for Graciella, but the woman who answered said Graciella was not there. Is she on break?
No, she's not here today.
Okay. He hung up. He guessed that she had called in sick. He couldn't blame her. Not with the news he had delivered the night before. He punched in her home number, but after 5 rings the call was picked up by an answering machine. After the beep, he fumbled through the message he wanted to leave. Graciella, it's me, Terry. You there? He waited a long moment, and then continued. I just wanted... They told me you weren't at work, and I wanted to say hello, and there's a couple of questions I need to ask you about things. Loose ends, mostly, but it would help to... Anyway, I'm going to go, and I'll probably try to call you later on. I'll probably be on the road, so you don't have to worry about calling me back. He wished he could erase the message itself and hung up, then wondered if the curse had been recorded. He shook his head, got up, and left the room. 43. It took him 2 days to find the picture that Daniel Crimmins, as James Noon, had drawn during the hypnosis session. McCaleb started at Rosarita Beach and then worked his way south. He found it between La Fonda and Ensenada on a remote stretch of the coast. Playa Grande was a small village on a 2-tiered rock flow overlooking the sea. The village mostly consisted of a motel with 6 small detached bungalows, a pottery store, a small restaurant and market, and a Pemex station. There was also a small stable for renting horses to ride down on the beach. The commercial core, if it was big enough to be called that, was at the edge of a cliff overlooking the beach. On the stepped bluff, all houses and trailer homes. What made McCaleb stop was the stable. He remembered Crimmins describing horses on the beach. He got out of the Cherokee and walked down a steep trail cut through the rock outcroppings to the beach. The wide, white beach was a private enclave about a mile long and enclosed on each end by huge, jagged rock flows into the sea. Near the south end, McCaleb saw the rock overhang that Crimmins had described during the hypnosis session. McCaleb knew that the best and most convincing way to lie is to tell as much truth as possible, so he had taken his subject's description of the place at which he felt most relaxed in the world to be a true description of a place he knew. Now McCaleb had found it. He had arrived at Playa Grande through simple deduction and legwork. The description Crimmins had given during the session had obviously been the Pacific coast. He had said he liked to drive, and since McCaleb knew there was no California beach south of L.A. as remote as he had described or with horses on it, that obviously made the destination Mexico. And since Crimmins had said he drove there, that pretty much eliminated Cabo and the other points far south along the Baja Peninsula. It took 2 days to cover the coastline that was left. McCaleb stopped at every village, and every time he saw a cutoff from the highway to the beach. Crimmins had been right. It was a truly beautiful and restful spot. The sand was like sugar, and 1,000,000 years of crashing waves had carved a deep bite into the cliff face, creating the overhang that resembled nothing so much as a rock wave, curled and about to break over the beach. McCaleb was the only person on the beach to be seen in either direction. It was a weekday, and he guessed that this stretch of sand lay largely unpopulated until the weekends. 3 horses were on the beach. They milled around an empty feed trough while waiting for customers. There was no need to tie them. The beach was completely enclosed by water and rock. The only way off it was the steep trail back up to the stable. McCaleb wore a baseball cap and sunglasses as protection against the power of the midday sun. He wore long pants and a windbreaker as well, but, entranced by the beauty of the spot, he remained on the beach long after he determined Daniel Crimmins was nowhere to be seen. After a while, a teenager wearing shorts and a sweatshirt with no sleeves came down the trail and approached.
"You would like horse ride?"
"No, gracias." From the pocket of his coat, McCaleb pulled the folded photos Tony Banks had made from videotapes. He showed them to the boy. "You seen? This man I want to find." The boy stared at me, understood. Finally, he just shook his head.
"No find."
He turned and headed back to the trail. McCaleb returned the photos to his jacket, and after a few minutes headed back up the steep incline himself. He stopped twice on the way up, but the climb still left him exhausted. McCaleb ate lobster enchiladas at the restaurant for lunch. It cost him the equivalent of $5 American. He showed the photos a few more times, but got no takers. He walked to the Pemex station after lunch and used the payphone there to check the machine on his boat for messages. There were none. He then called Graciella's number for the 4th time while he had been on the road, and once again got her machine. He didn't leave a message this time. If she was ignoring his calls, it was probably because she simply no longer wanted to talk to him. McCaleb checked into the Playa Grande motel, paying cash, and afterthought, he showed the photos to the man behind the counter in the small office and got another negative response. His bungalow had a partial view of the beach below and a wide view of the Pacific. He checked what he could see of the beach, and it was still empty except for the horses. He took off his windbreaker and decided to take a nap. It had been a wearying 2 days of driving bad roads, walking on sand and climbing steep trails. Before lying down, he opened his duffel bag on the bed, put his toothbrush and toothpaste in the bathroom, and then arranged the plastic vials containing his medicines and the box of disposable thermometer strips on the bed table. He took the Sig Sauer out of the bag and put it on the table as well. It was always a marginal risk taking weapons across the border, but at the crossing, as expected, McCaleb had been simply waved through by the bored Mexican federales. Between 2 musty pillows, he decided he would try the beach again at sunset. Crimmins had described the sunset during the hypnosis session. Maybe he would be on the beach then. If not, McCaleb decided he would begin looking for Crimmins in the scattered neighborhood above the village. McCaleb was confident he would find him. He felt no doubt that he had found the place Crimmins had described. He dreamed in colors for the first time in months, his eyes darting under tight eyelids. He was on a runaway horse, a huge Appaloosa, the same color as the wet sand, galloping down the beach. He was being chased, but his unsteady mount prevented him from turning to see who it was behind him. He only knew that he must run, that if he stopped, he would perish. The animal's hooves were throwing great clods of wet sand in the air as it galloped. The rhythmic cadence of the horse's gallop would heart. McCaleb came awake and tried to calm his body. After a few moments, he decided he should check his temperature. As he sat up and put his feet down on the carpet, his eyes checked the bed table by habit. He was looking for the clock that was on the table next to his own bed on the boat, but there was no clock here. He looked away, and then his eyes darted back to the table, as he realized the gun was gone. McCaleb quickly stood up and looked around the room, an eerie feeling of dislocation coming over him. He knew he had placed the gun on the table before sleeping. Someone had been in the room while he slept. Crimmins. He had no doubt. Crimmins had been in the room. He hastily checked the windbreaker and duffel bag and found nothing else missing. He scanned the room again, and his eyes came across a fishing pole standing in the corner of the room next to the door. He went to the corner and grabbed it. It was the same model Raymond. As he turned it in his hands and studied it, he found the initials R.T. had been cut into the cork hand grip. Raymond had marked the pole as his, or someone had marked it for him. Regardless, the message was clear. Crimmins had Raymond. McCaleb was fully alert now, his chest filling with the constricting ache of dread. He punched his fists into the arms of the windbreaker as he put it on, and then left the bungalow after studying the door and finding no sign that the lock had been tampered with. He moved quickly to the motel office, the bell ringing loudly overhead as he shoved the door open. The man who had taken his money stood up from the chair behind the counter, an uneasy smile on his face. He was about to say something when McCaleb, in one unhesitating motion, stepped to the counter, reached over it, and grabbed the man by the front of his shirt. He jerked him forward until his body was prone like a digging into his substantial gut. McCaleb bent down until he was in the man's face. "Where is he?" "Kay?" "The man, the one you gave the key to my room. Where is he?" No habla." McCaleb pulled down on the man's shirt harder and put his forearm on the back of his neck. McCaleb could feel his own strength flagging, but pushed down harder. "Bullshit, you don't. Where is he?" The man sputtered and moaned. "I don't know," he finally said. "Please, I don't know where he is." "Was he alone when he came here?" "Alone, yes." "Where does he live?"
"I do not know this. Please, he said he's your brother and has surprise for you. I gave him the key so he surprise you."
McCaleb let go and pushed the man back over the counter so hard that he fell backward right into his chair. He held his hands up in a beseeching manner, and McCaleb
"Please."
"Please what?"
"Please, I don't want to have trouble."
"It's too late. How did he know I was here?"
I call him. He pay me. He come here yesterday and say you might come. He gave me phone number. He pay me."
"And how did you know it was me?"
"He give me picture."
"All right, give it to me, the number and the picture." Without hesitation, the man reached to a drawer in front of him. McCaleb quickly reached over and grabbed his wrist and roughly jerked it away from the drawer. He opened the drawer himself, and his eyes held on a photograph sitting on top of a clutter of paperwork. It was a photo of McCaleb walking along the rock jetty near the marina with Graciella and Raymond. McCaleb could feel his face turning red as the anger pushed hot blood into the tightened muscles of his jaw. He held the photo number written on the back.
"Please,"
the motel man said.
"You take the money, $100 American. I don't want trouble for you."
He was reaching into his shirt pocket. "No," McCaleb said. "You keep it. You earned it." He yanked the door open then, hitting the overhead bell so hard that the twine it hung from snapped, and the bell bounced into the corner of the office. He went through the gravel parking lot and over to the phone at the Pemex station. He dialed the number on the back of the photograph and listened as there were a series of clicks on the line as the call went through at least 2 call-forwarding circuits. McCaleb cursed to himself. He would not be able to trace the number to an address, even if he could get someone in local authority to do it for him. Finally, the call reached the last circuit and started ringing. McCaleb held his breath and waited, but the call was not picked up. By 12 rings, he crashed the receiver down onto its hook, but it bounced off and dropped, swinging erratically back and forth beneath the phone. McCaleb stood frozen by anger and the impotence of his position, the light sound of the still-ringing phone buzzing from below. After a long moment, he realized he was staring through the glass pane of the phone booth at the motel parking lot. His Cherokee was there, and one other car, a dusty white Caprice with a California plate on the back. Quickly, he left the booth, crossed the parking lot to the trail, and headed down to the beach. The trail cut between rock outcroppings and obscured any view below. McCaleb didn't see the beach until he got to the bottom and made the final turn to the left. The beach was empty. He walked straight out to the water's edge, looking both ways, but the sand in both directions was deserted. Even the horses had been taken in for the day. His eyes were eventually drawn to the pocket of deep shadows beneath the rock. Beneath the overhang, the sound of the surf was amplified to a magnitude that sounded like the cheering in a stadium. Moving from the bright light of the open beach into the deep shadows temporarily blinded McCaleb. He stopped, closed his eyes tightly, and reopened them. As his focus returned, he saw the outlines of the jagged rock surrounding him. Then, from the deepest pocket of the enclave, stepped Crimmins. He held a Sig Sauer in his right hand, the muzzle of the weapon pointing at McCaleb.
"I don't want to hurt you," he said, "but you know I will if I have to."
He spoke loudly so that his voice would carry above the din and echo of waves.
"Where is he, Crimmins? Where's Raymond? Don't you mean, where are they?"
McCaleb had assumed as much, but the confirmed knowledge of the terror Graciella and Raymond were feeling at that moment, if they were still alive, cut into him. He took a step toward Crimmins, the aim of the weapon to his chest.
"Easy now. Let's be calm. They are safe and sound, Agent McCaleb. Not to worry about that. Their safety, in fact, is in your hands, not mine."
McCaleb made a quick study of Crimmins. He had jet-black hair and a mustache now. He was growing a beard, or needed a shave. He wore pointed-toe boots, black jeans, and a denim cowboy shirt with double pockets and a design seam across the chest. His current look put him somewhere between the Good Samaritan and James Noon.
"What do you want?"
McCaleb demanded. Crimmins ignored the question. He spoke in a calm voice. He was confident he had the upper hand.
"I knew if anyone would come, it would be you. I had to take precautions. I said, what do you want? You want me, is that it?"
Crimmins stared wistfully out past McCaleb and shook his head. The safety was off, but the hammer was not cocked back. It was impossible to tell whether Crimmins had chambered around.
"My last sunset here,"
Crimmins said.
"I have to leave this place now."
He looked back at McCaleb, smiling as though inviting McCaleb to acknowledge the loss.
"You performed much better than I had anticipated."
"It wasn't me. It was you, Crimmins. You fucked up. You left your fingerprints for them. You told me about this place." Crimmins frowned and nodded, acknowledging the mistakes. A long beat of silence went by.
"I know why you came here,"
he finally said. McCaleb did not reply.
"You want to take from me the gift that I gave you."
McCaleb felt the bile of hate rising and burning in his throat. He remained silent.
"A vengeful man,"
Crimmins said.
"Eating the fulfillment of vengeance is. Is that what you learned, killing all of those people? I bet when you closed your eyes at night, the old man was still there, no matter how many you killed. He wouldn't go away, would he? What did he do to you, Crimmins, to fuck you up so bad?"
Crimmins tightened his grip on the gun, and McCaleb could see his jaw take on a more pronounced line.
"This is not about that," he responded angrily. "It's about you. I want you to live. I want to live. None of it will have been worth it unless you live. Don't you see that? Don't you feel the bond between us? We are tied together now. We are brothers." "You're crazy, Crimmins. Whatever I am, it is not of my doing. I don't have time for your excuses. What do you want?" "I want you to thank me for your life. I want to be left alone. I want time. I need time to move. You have to give it to me now." "How do I know you even have them? You have a fishing pole. It's nothing." "Because you know me. You know I have them."
He waited, and McCaleb said nothing.
I was there when you called and groveled to her machine, when you pleaded for her to pick it up like a pathetic schoolboy.
McCaleb felt his anger become shaded with embarrassment.
Where are they?
He yelled.
They are close. Bullshit. How'd you get them across the border?
Crimmins smiled and gestured with the gun.
The same way you took this across. No questions asked going south. I gave you Graciella a choice. She and the boy could ride up in the front and be on their best behavior, or they could ride in the trunk. She acted accordingly. You better not have hurt them.
McCaleb realized how desperate he sounded and wished he hadn't said it.
Whether that happens depends on you. I leave now, and you do not follow. You do not attempt to track me. You get in your car and go back up to your boat. You stay by the phone, and I will call you from time to time to make sure you are there and not following me. When I know I am safe from you, I'll let the woman and the boy go.
McCaleb shook his head. He knew it was a lie. Killing Graciella and Raymond would be the final misery Crimmins would joyfully and without guilt bestow on him, the ultimate victory. He knew that no matter what happened after, he couldn't let Crimmins off the beach alive. He had come to Mexico for one reason. He now had to act on it. Crimmins seemed to know his thoughts and smiled.
No choice, Agent McCaleb. I walk away from here, or they die alone in a black hole. You kill me and no one will find them, not in time. Starvation, darkness. Besides, you forget something.
He held the gun up again and waited a beat for McCaleb to reply, but there was nothing.
I hope you think of me often, Crimmins said, as I shall think of you.
He started walking toward the light.
Crimmins, McCaleb said, you have nothing.
Crimmins turned, and his eyes dropped to the gun, now in McCaleb's hand. McCaleb took 2 steps toward him and raised the muzzle of the P7 to his chest.
You should have checked the duffel bag.
Crimmins countered by raising the Sig Sauer to McCaleb's chest.
Your gun's empty, Crimmins.
McCaleb saw doubt flick through the other man's eyes. It went by fast, but he caught it. He knew then that Crimmins had not checked the gun. He didn't know that it contained a full clip, but no round had been chambered.
But this one isn't.
Holding the muzzle of his gun a foot from the other's heart. Crimmins looked down at the P7, then up to McCaleb's eyes. He stared intently, as if trying to read something. In that moment, McCaleb thought about the photo in the newspaper article, the piercing eyes that showed no mercy. He knew then that he had those eyes again. Crimmins pulled the trigger of the Sig Sauer. The hammer snapped on an empty chamber. McCaleb fired the P7 and watched as Crimmins jerked backward and fell flat on his back on the sand, his arms outstretched at 90-degree angles, his mouth open in surprise. McCaleb moved over him and quickly grabbed away the Sig Sauer. He then used his shirt to wipe off the P7 and dropped it on the sand, just out of the dying man's reach. McCaleb got down on his knees and leaned over Crimmins, careful not to get blood on himself.
Crimmins, I don't know if I believe in a God, but I'll hear your confession. Tell me where they are. Something good. Fuck you, Crimmins said forcefully, his mouth wet with blood. They die, and that's on you.
He raised a hand and pointed a finger at McCaleb. He then dropped it to the sand and seemed drained by the outburst. He moved his lips once more, but McCaleb couldn't hear him. He bent over closer.
What did you say? I saved you. I gave you life.
McCaleb stood up then, brushed the sand off his pants, and looked down at Crimmins. His eyes were tearing, and his mouth was moving as he labored for his final breaths. Their eyes connected and held.
You're wrong, McCaleb said.
I traded you for me. I saved myself. 44. McCaleb drove along the gravel roads on the bluff over the village of Playa Grande and studied each house and trailer he found of a telephone line hookup or a mounted microwave dish. He had all the windows of the car open, and each time he came upon a property that fit the search profile, he pulled the car in close, turned it off, and listened. Not many of the properties were connected to the outside world by telephone or airwaves. McCaleb assumed most of the people who lived in so remote a location chose to do so because they didn't want that connection. They were expatriates and recluses, people who wanted to be cut off from the rest of the world. It was another reason Crimmins had chosen the place. Twice, people came out of their homes to ask McCaleb what he wanted. He showed them the photos, but got negative responses. He apologized for the intrusion and moved on. By the time the sun was close to the horizon, he was growing desperate. Without daylight, he knew his search would be untenable. He would have to stop at every house or wait until the following morning. That would leave Gloria for the night, without food and light, probably no heat, scared, bound or held captive in some way. He increased his speed and quickly moved through an entire trailer park, stopping only once to show the photos to an old woman sitting on the front porch of a decrepit trailer. She shook her head no at the photos, and he moved on. Finally, after the sun was gone and the sky held the last of the day's light, he passed a crushed-shell drive leading over a small rise and then out of sight. A gate was pulled across it and posted with a no trespassing sign printed in Spanish and English. McCaleb studied the gate for a few moments and saw that it was tied closed with just a short length of wire through the hasp. He got out, pulled the wire free, and pushed the gate open. Once over the first rise, McCaleb could see that the drive led to a trailer home set on the next rise. The ticking of anticipation began in his chest on the flat roof. As he got closer, he could see there was no car parked under the aluminum carport. He also noticed a small Quonset-style storage shed at the back of the property near an old fence. Sitting on top of several of the fence posts were bottles and jars, as if set out for shooting practice. The sound of the Cherokee's tires turning on the crushed shells obliterated any possibility of a quiet approach. It also robbed McCaleb of the chance to listen until he stopped the car. He pulled into the carport and stopped. He turned the key off and sat frozen still and listened. There was only silence for 2 seconds, and then he heard it. The sound was muffled by the trailer's aluminum siding, but he heard it. The ringing of a telephone inside the trailer. McCaleb held his breath and listened to it ring over and over until he was sure. He blew out his breath and felt he had found them. He got out and approached the trailer's door. The phone kept ringing, at least 10 times now since he had stopped the car. He knew it would keep ringing until he got inside and answered it, or somebody ventured into the phone booth at the Pemex station and hung up the receiver. He tried the door and found it locked. Using the ring of keys he had taken from Crimmins's pants, he tried several in the knob until he had the door open. He stepped into the quiet and warm trailer and looked around what seemed to be a small living room. The shades had been drawn, and it was dark except for the glow of a computer screen that sat on a table against the wall to the right. McCaleb reached to the wall to the left of the door and found a light switch. He flicked it, and the room was illuminated. It was much like the warehouse he had discovered in L.A., crowded with computers and other equipment. There was a small sitting area, apparently reserved for relaxation. None of care anymore. He had come for only 2 reasons. He stepped into the trailer and called out, "Graciella? Raymond!" He heard nothing in reply. He thought about what Crimmins had said, about them being in a black hole. He turned and looked out the door, his eyes scanning the desolate landscape. He saw the Quonset shed and started that way. With the heel of his palm, he banged on the padlocked door, and the noise echoed loudly inside, but there was no answer. He fumbled as he got the keys out again and quickly jammed the small key with the Master Lock logo on it into the lock. Finally, he swung the door open and stepped into the darkness. The shed was empty, and McCaleb felt a great tearing inside. He turned and braced himself in the doorway, his eyes downcast as his mind filled with a vision of Graciella and Raymond, their arms around each other in complete darkness somewhere. That was when he saw it. In front of him, there was a clear depression pattern crossing the two patterns made by a vehicle's tires. There was a trail across the drive, heading in the direction of the sloping hill's crest. It looked to McCaleb as if there was nothing out that way, yet someone had walked there enough times to leave the trail across the drive. His strides increased to a full run as he headed in the direction the trail led. He came over the crest, and in the drop-off below he saw the flat, concrete foundation of a structure that had never been built. He slowed to a walk as he approached, wondering what he had found. Rusted iron rebars and plumbing pipes protruded from the concrete. An old pick and a shovel had been left lying on it. There was a step up onto the slab at the spot where a door obviously was to be placed, but never was. McCaleb stepped up and looked around. There were no doors to a basement. Nothing he saw that matched what Crimmins, the brass water pipes, and looked down into the 4-inch main pipe upon which a toilet was supposed to have been placed. In that moment, he knew where they were. He spun around, and his eyes covered the ground around the slab. Noting that the step would be the front of the structure, he concentrated on the ground to the rear, looking for the spot where the plumbing would lead. A septic tank. His eyes immediately picked up an area of dirt and rock that he could tell had recently been turned. He grabbed the shovel and ran. It took him 5 minutes to clear the dirt and rock off the top of the tank. He knew they had air. The pipes up to the slab would provide it, but he worked as if they were suffocating below him. As he finally opened the manhole-sized cover of the tank, the sky's dying light swept in, and he saw their faces. They were scared, but alive. McCaleb felt a great lifting of weight off him as he reached down to them. He helped them out of the darkness, their eyes crinkled against even the weak earth them so tight he thought that he might hurt them. Graciella was crying, her body shaking against his. "It's all right," he said. "It's over now." She pulled her head back and looked in his eyes. "It's over now," he repeated. "He won't hurt anybody ever again." 45. The bilge was a claustrophobic crawl space full of the dizzying fumes of gasoline. McCaleb had an old T-shirt wrapped around his face like a bandit, but still the fumes filled his lungs. There were 9 bolts that held the fuel filter he was changing in place. He had 3 in and tightened down. He was struggling with the 4th, angling his face forward in a vain effort to keep the sweat from running into his eyes, when he heard her voice above him. "Hello? Anybody home?" McCaleb dropped what he was doing and jerked the shirt from around his face. He crawled to the Winston was standing on the dock waiting for him. "Jay! Hey, what's up? Come on aboard." "No, I'm on the run. I just wanted to stop by and let you know they found him. I'm on my way down to Mexico." McCaleb raised his eyebrows. "He's not alive. He killed himself." "Really?" "We're dealing with the Baja Judicial Police, so nothing is for sure until I get down there. But they found him washed up on the beach in a place called Playa Grande, down on the coast. Shot himself in the heart. A boy who takes care of horses on the beach found him. That was 2 days ago. We just got the news." McCaleb looked around. He saw a man in a white shirt and tie loitering near the gate to the gangway. Her partner, he assumed. "Are they sure it was him?" "They say so. The description is close. Plus, they tracked him back to a trailer off the beach. They found computers, photos, all kinds of stuff. Looks like a note on the computer screen." "What did he say?" "Well, this is all second-hand, but essentially he took responsibility for his actions and said he deserved to die for them. They were short and sweet." "They find a weapon?" "Not yet, but they're sweeping the beach with metal detectors today. If they find it, it will probably be our HKP-7. The bullet taken during the autopsy was a federal FMJ. We'll see if we can borrow it for comparison to our cases up here." McCaleb nodded. "So, how are they playing it out?" "Pretty simple. The guy knows we're on to him, gets an attack of remorse, writes his note and goes down to the beach where he puts one in his heart. The tide took him into the rocks there, and the body gets hung up. That's why it wasn't carried out to sea.
We're going down to have a look at things, and to get prints. Probably won't get gunshot residue because the body was in the water. But one thing's for sure. We're not going to was Crimmins.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I just want to make sure because it just didn't seem like it was heading toward a suicide. Know what I mean? She was looking at him intently.
Well, you never know.
She nodded, and for the first time she looked away from him. She checked on her partner, who was watching them from a distance that put him well out of earshot. How was Vegas, Terry? He sat down on the gunwale and put the wrench he had been working with down next to him.
Well, I didn't really go anywhere.
I decided that if I didn't get this thing running, it might never happen. I turned off the phone and just worked on the boat. I think it's finally ready to go. Good. I hope you catch a lot of fish.
I will. You come over someday, I'll take you out to catch a marlin.
I might take you up on another look around the marina. Well, I guess I better go. It's a long drive down there, and we're getting a late start.
Happy hunting.
Thanks. She made a move to go, but then hesitated and looked back at him. I saw your Cherokee up there in the lot. You ought to get it washed, Terry. There's an awful lot of dust on it. Their eyes held each other's for a long moment then, the silent transmission clear.
I'll do that, McCaleb finally said.
Thanks.
46. The following sea was cutting south at trolling speed across the low swells toward Catalina. Up on the bridge, McCaleb stood braced against the wheel. He had the forward wind curtain down, and the chill air coming up off the surface hit him fully, hardening his skin beneath his clothes. Ahead, a huge rock cathedral on the horizon. The outbuildings and some of the taller boats of Avalon were coming into view. He saw the circular terracotta roof of the casino, the town's signature structure, clearly now. He turned to look astern. The mainland was out of sight, discernible only by the haze of smog that hung over it like a sign warning, "Do not come here." He was happy to be free of it. He thought about Crimmins for a moment. He had no regrets about the way he had left things in Mexico. There would be no questions about his motives and choices now. But he was protecting more than himself. Gloria and Raymond had spent 36 hours with Crimmins. Though he had not physically harmed them, they still needed private time to heal, to put the ordeal behind them. McCaleb couldn't see how bringing more cops and questions into their lives, Graciella had agreed. From the bridge he looked down into the cockpit and secretly watched the two of them. Raymond was in the fighting chair, his small hands grasping the trolling set. Graciella stood next to him, holding the chair for support. If McCaleb could, he would have willed a big, black marlin onto the line for the boy. But he wasn't worried. There would be plenty of time to catch fish. Graciella seemed to sense his gaze, and she looked up at him. They shared a smile of intimacy. McCaleb could feel his heart seize when she smiled at him that way. It made him so happy that it hurt. The boat trip was a test, not only for the boat, but for the two of them. That was what she had called it, a test to see if they could overcome the thing between them, the painful knowledge of what had happened and what was here and others were not, especially Gloria. They would see if they could put that behind them too, or at least to the side, to be taken out and looked at only when needed. It was all McCaleb could hope for. It was all he wanted. Just the chance. The fact that it was now in his grasp made his faith in her feel requited, fulfilled. For the first time in a long time, he was feeling as though there was purpose. He looked forward again and checked the boat's course. He could see the bell house up on the hill, and next to it the roof of the home where the writer and sportsman Zane Grey had lived.
It was a beautiful town, and he couldn't wait to be back and to show it to them. He stole another glance down into the stern. Graciella's hair was tied back against the wind, and he studied the lovely lines of the nape of her neck, almost like Faith lately, and was confused by where it would lead him now. Confused, but not concerned. He knew it was of no real matter. His faith was in Graciella Rivers. He had no doubt as he gazed down at her that he was looking at the rock upon which he would make his stand.
This has been an ISIS Audiobooks presentation. For further details of our extensive range of books on audiocassette and CD, please call our free phone number, which is 0800 731 5637.